Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 51 Little Tsunade, he has a great talent. Being looked at by Shizue's questioning eyes, Tsunade began to blush. Don't look at it, the slug immortal said I have no talent. Got it. The truth is out. With Tsunade's personality, she shouldn't give up even if she doesn't have good talent. She has no talent in this area at all. No wonder I feel so guilty when talking about this. It's not that I don't want to learn, but I really can't learn. Because this thing requires too much talent and is very dangerous, you will die if you are not careful. I don't know how different the model of learning immortal arts in the wet bone forest is from that in Mayaboka Mountain. Bump! Tsunade quickly formed hand seals and slapped her palms on the ground, and a slug the size of a palm appeared on the ground. Tsunade-sama, may I ask what you may need from me? A clear female voice rang out in the living room. The slugs in the wet bone forest are different from the toads in Mayaboka Mountain and the snakes in Ryokai Cave. There is only one slug in the wet bone forest, and that is the slug immortal. The little slug that came out through spiritual communication is the split body of the slug fairy, which is equivalent to the individual differentiated from his body. The size of the summoned slug is related to the chakra used. The more chakra you use, the bigger the slug that comes out. If you ignore the appearance and just listen to the voice, the slug fairy's voice would definitely make people mistake it for a peerless beauty. What a pity, this is a slug, a very big slug. Tsunade glared at Jing'ai angrily. I want him to sign a spiritual contract with the slug sage. I hope the slug sage can help me check whether this guy can learn the fairy technique of the wet bone forest. Didn't you say you didn't want to sign a psychic contract? I want you to sign. By the way, let me check if you have the talent to learn the wet bone forest immortal art. After the examination, if you don't have talent, I will laugh at you for a whole year. Can I not sign? Even with the Samsara eye, Shizuka is not very eager to learn fairy arts. After all, learning this thing is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may die without knowing how. Why take the risk? No, it must be signed and it must be tested. Tsunade's temper flared up. She would never allow Jing'ai to make fun of her about this matter. There's really nothing I can do about you. Jing'ai shook his head helplessly, raised his hand, bit his finger, and pressed the handprint on the spiritual scroll. Speaking of which, this summoning scroll was left by Hashirama Senju. Unfortunately, Hashirama Senju's would release was too abnormal, resulting in the big slug having no chance to play at all. The slug sage's healing ability is not as fast as the sage Hashirama's physical recovery speed. Please wait for a moment, Master Jing. After the contract was signed, the slug that was summoned returned to the wet bone forest, and then reverse summoning brought Shizuchi and Tsunade to the wet bone forest. The wet bone forest is not a holy place, at least it doesn't seem like it. There are bare rocks and trees everywhere, and only branches are left on the trees. There are slugs all over the mountains and there are so many of them that people with trypophobia will definitely be scared to death if they see this scene. In the center of the wet bone forest, there is a very huge slug, which is the slug immortal. All the slugs in the wet bone forest are its split individuals. So big. Jing'ai stood on the ground covered with slime, looked up at the slug fairy that was bigger than a mountain, and gestured with his hands. He felt that the slug sage's true form was definitely bigger than the nine-tailed fox. Hello, Tsunade-chan. The slug sage moved his huge body and lowered his head to greet Tsunade. Hello, slug fairy. Tsunade responded with a smile, but Jing'ai felt that the old woman seemed a little guilty. Did she do something wrong to the slug immortal? Hello, my name is Slug Immortal. The slug immortal looked down at Jing'ai. There's something strange about the chakra aura on you. I remember it appearing many years ago. How long ago was it? When Kagaya Atsutsuki was planting the sacred tree, the three slug sages, the white snake sage, and the toad sage from the three holy places already existed. The toad sage also helped the sixth path sage to practice magic and encouraged him to rebel against his mother. It can be said that the shadow of the three holy places is indispensable in the drama of the love between the six paths brothers and Kagaya Atsutsuki. It's just that at that time only the toad immortal showed up. Slug immortal, we are not here to talk about stories. I want you to help him test whether he can learn the magic of the wet bone forest. The slug sage was lost in his memories and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Tsunade had no choice but to interrupt him. Sorry, Tsunade-chan, I thought of something else. Since he has signed a psychic contract with the Wetbone Forest, I will help him with the test. Kid, are you ready? The slug fairy lowered his head, which was as big as a mountain. Tsunade quickly stepped back, then clasped her hands under her chest with an expression that looked like she was going to enjoy a good show. Are you laughing at me for having no talent? You'll know how powerful it is soon. Slug immortal, what should I do? The hell. As Jing finished speaking, the slug fairy's huge face came up to him, opened its big mouth and swallowed him in one gulp. Jing-ai felt herself being wrapped in a sticky liquid and was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ha ha ha. Jing-ai was scared half to death, and then was swallowed by the slug sage. Tsunade, who was watching the fun, burst into laughter. Finally someone had tasted the despair she had felt. She would never forget the feeling of being swallowed by the slug fairy. Her whole body was covered in sticky and slippery mucus. The feeling was unforgettable. Tsunade, who had tried it once, felt goosebumps all over her body when she thought of the scene at that time. Now it's Jing-ai's turn. No, is this how Shirgulin learns immortal arts? Jing-ai was very upset as his whole body was covered with mucus and he couldn't even move his fingers. This feeling is really terrible. Not long after, a force of impact came from under his feet, and Jing-ai flew up like a monkey, flew from the mouth of the slug fairy into the sky, and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, there were a group of small slugs on the ground to catch him, otherwise, falling from such a height would have been very serious. At this moment, Jing-ai was covered in mucus, as if he had just been fished out of sticky noodle soup. The most unbearable thing was that the mucus had a strange smell. Ugh, Jing-ai started retching on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade didn't care whether her clothes would get dirty or not. She sat on the ground holding her stomach, patting the ground and laughing. Jing-ai's look was so stunning that she couldn't stop laughing. It's just a test, is it necessary to make such a big deal? Laugh your ass off. Ha ha ha. The laughter of gloating got louder. Tsunade-chan, he has quite a talent. Slug Sage didn't understand what Tsunade was laughing at, and it didn't seem like there was anything funny. After all, slugs are big slugs, and they can't feel when humans laugh. Chapter 52 Tsunade, the clown is actually me. Ha ha ha, hiccup, he has good talent. Tsunade, who was laughing wildly in the last second, was stunned in the next second. Her eyes widened as she pressed on. Slug immortal, are you sure he has a good talent? Yes, he has a very good talent, not worse than Kobashi. If he is willing to work hard, he will definitely be able to learn the fairy arts of the Wetbone Forest. The slug immortal nodded in affirmation. He also brought out Hashirama Senja for comparison. Jing-ai's talent in learning the Wetbone Forest immortal art is almost the same as his grandfather's, so doesn't that mean, the clown is actually me? After realizing that the clown was actually me, Tsunade couldn't laugh anymore. Tsunade knew very well who her grandfather, Hashirama Senja, was. The title of the god of ninja was not given for nothing, but was recognized by the ninja world. Jing-ai's talent for learning fairy arts can be compared to that of Hashirama Senju, which means that Jing-ai has a high probability of learning the Wetbone Forest fairy art. What should I do if I regret it? Tsunade's mentality at this time was that she was afraid that the man was not capable enough, but also afraid that the man was too talented, which would make her look stupid. After all, talent is something that has been certified by the slug immortal. Wait a minute, I want to know how the Wetbone Forest learned the immortal arts. If someone else heard these words from the slug immortal, they would surely be so happy that they would ascend to heaven on the spot. But Jing-ai was very calm. He wanted to know the steps and process of learning. If learning the magic means getting swallowed by the slug fairy, he would rather not learn it. He didn't want to experience that terrible feeling again. The slug fairy is just a slug, not a human being, and doesn't know what makes humans funny or disgusting. For slugs, the best state is to be covered with mucus. Once it dries, it means they will be injured. Unfortunately, slugs like to be covered in mucus, but humans can't. Not to mention being swallowed by a big slug and being wrapped up in its stomach, that would be an ecstatic feeling. The slug immortal obviously had no idea what Jing-ai was worried about, and just answered seriously. It's very simple. Just sit on the ground and meditate. During this time, little slugs will lie on you and help you absorb natural energy. The little slug lying on your body not only helps you absorb natural energy, but also blocks the impact of natural energy. To learn immortal arts, one must first absorb natural energy, mix natural energy with body energy and spiritual energy, and reach a balance point. It is very difficult to find this balance point. Most people died tragically while practicing immortal arts because they failed at the stage of balancing energy. If it's just about absorbing natural energy, the threshold isn't that high. A large number of small slugs lying on your body can not only help you get started and absorb natural energy, but also help absorb the natural energy that is not in balance and prevent natural energy from rioting. There is only one result of the natural energy riot, and that is to turn into a stone statue. Whether it is the Wet Bone Forest, Mayaboka Mountain or Ryakai Cave, the magic of the three holy places is the same. If there is a problem during the learning process, you will turn into a stone statue. There are quite a few stone statues in Mayabokuzen, just like the toad oil from Mayaboka Mountain. Yes, but toad oil is harmful to the body. The little slugs won't. They will help you very carefully and absorb the natural energy. The slug immortal continued. Hearing this, Jing'ai breathed a sigh of relief. He could accept it if it was just a group of little slugs crawling on his body, but if learning the magic required the slug immortal to swallow him into his stomach, he would rather not learn it. As I said, it's enough to taste that bad taste once. Jing'ai will never touch it a second time. After agreeing on a time with the slug sage, Shizuichi and Tsunade were sent back to Konoha. Grass. As soon as she stood on the floor, Jing slipped and almost fell flat on her face. She was covered in wet mucus, which was really uncomfortable. Slugs like these things, but humans cannot accept them, unless they are some perverts. Jing rushed into the bathroom without even taking his clothes with him. He needed to scrub hard and wanted to wash off these disgusting things as soon as possible. Is it true that my talent is so terrible? Tsunade sat on the sofa like a lost soul, still doubting her life. Jing'ai had just returned to the village after being stationed at the border for a year and needed to rest for a while. He put his work at the hospital on hold and planned to study magic after the new year. Jing'ai, wake up. Early in the morning, Kushina ran to Jing'ai's room, stood in front of the bed, and called him softly. Fortunately, I didn't sleep with Tsunade in my arms last night, otherwise it would have been a mess if Kushina had run in. Princess Tsunade, who was devastated, decided to be alone and quiet. Kushina, are you up so early? Jing'ai raised his hand and rubbed her head. It's getting late. Kushina glanced towards the window, and with her two small hands she grabbed Jing'ai's wrist and pulled him hard. Jing'ai, get up quickly, we have to go to the market to buy things, and we have to marinate the meat when we come back, which is very time-consuming. After putting on thick clothes and walking out of the house holding Kushina's little hand, Jing'ai yawned in the cold wind. As expected, you shouldn't get up early in the winter. The most comfortable thing is to curl up in the quilt and sleep in. Unfortunately, I promised Kushina yesterday that I would treat her friends to a barbecue, so I had to get up early to prepare. Kushina, are you here to buy groceries again today? Kushina. It's funny to say, because she often goes to the market, Kushina has become familiar with the aunties selling vegetables in the market. When they saw her coming, the eyes of those selling vegetables and meat lit up. Because Kushina is a small wealthy woman, she always buys a lot of vegetables every time, and the vegetable sellers in the market like to do business with such small wealthy women. She is cute, polite, sweet, and most importantly, rich. She doesn't like to bargain. Stop. Why don't you move the market back home? You can't do this even if you have a refrigerator. The way Kushina was buying groceries made Jing'ai break out in sweat on his forehead. This girl is too careless. Just because someone talks her into it, she really plans to buy a bunch of things. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Kushina smiled sheepishly. Jing'ai gave her a slap on the head and scolded. What do you mean by too enthusiastic? They just want you to monopolize the market. Follow me, I'll buy, and you're not allowed to talk. Oh. After being hit on the forehead, Kushina's lips pouted so high that you could almost hang an oil bottle on them, her face full of grievance. Fortunately, the little girl was very obedient. She followed Jing'ai carefully, stopped talking nonsense, and acted like a good little follower. After buying the things, the two went to the ramen restaurant for breakfast. As for Noeki and Tsunade, if there is nothing important, the two siblings will probably sleep for a long time. Oh, it smells so good. It seemed that whenever she was with Shizue, Kushina always had a smile on her face. The little girl enjoyed the meal very much. After she was full, she skipped home holding Jing'ai's hand. Looking at Kushina jumping around like a little rabbit, Jing'ai suddenly felt like he was raising a daughter. It requires all kinds of education, all kinds of coaxing, and all kinds of companionship. After returning home, Jing'ai gave Kushina a task, which was to wake up Tsunade and Noeka to work. Chapter 53, Hayaga Miwi who looks 9% like Hayaga Hinata. Why? I want to sleep a little longer. Soon, a wailing sound was heard from Shenshu's room, and Jing'ai, who was washing and cutting meat, laughed. It's no use for Noeka to go crazy when he meets a sister like Kushina. I can't bear to hit or scold him, and most importantly, I may not be able to win even if I hit him. Even though Noeki is a few years older than Kushina, the outcome is still unknown if they really fight. Don't underestimate Kushina just because she is young. Under the education of Shizuka and Tsunade, Pepper's strength is incomparable to that of her peers in the original work. Why doesn't my sister have to work? Shenshu sat on a small stool with a haggard look on his face, slowly threading the meat onto the bamboo skewers. What a soul-searching question. Jing'ai smiled and asked, "Are you sure you want to know why your sister doesn't have to work? Is there anything wrong with this?" Xingshu was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Then Jing'ai shouted upstairs, "Tsunade, Noeki told you to get down and work. Are you serious? You think my sister wasn't hard enough when she hit me, right?" Xingshu was already confused, holding the meat in his left hand and the bamboo stick in his right hand. His mind was in a mess. "Stop it, brother, I'm calling you brother, stop it, my sister will kill me. She had a dark face last night and looked unhappy. Let her sleep more, I've done all her work." Xingshu, whose desire to survive was so strong, jumped up anxiously and begged Jingyi to stop shouting. If Tsunade really gets into a fight, he will definitely be the one who suffers. "You are such a dog. When you ask my sister to do the work, why do you mention my name? This is what you said, I didn't force you." No, I did it on my own will. It has nothing to do with you." Rope Tree tried hard to force an ugly smile. Jing'ai was already laughing to his heart's content. "You want to be lazy? I can't stop you." Worried that he would be beaten by his sister, Shenshu had no choice but to bite the bullet and finish the rest of the work. When everything was almost ready, Kushina came back with her friends. "Jing'ai, I'm back." Pushing the door open, Kushina happily ran into the living room, with 3 people following behind her. The first one is Uchiha Mikado, the white moonlight in Noeka's heart. The second one is the little yellow-haired Namikaze Minato, a shy sunny little handsome boy. The third one, damn, who brought Hyuga Hinata to my house? Jing'ai was shocked when he saw the other person's appearance. He also understood why Kushina said not to be angry with this friend. Because the other person is from the Hyuga clan just like him, and this girl who looks 90% like Hinata is from the main family. She looks a lot like Hinata, and she's from the main family. Could it be that this person will become the clan leader's wife or Hinata's mother in the future? "Hello, senior. I'm Uchiha Mikato." Among the 3, the little yellow-haired boy smiled embarrassedly and kept scratching his head. Hinata Mui looked at Jing'ai with a complicated look. On the contrary, it was the talented young Uchiha girl who introduced herself gracefully. "Hello, my name is Hinata Shizuka. I'm Kushina's friend and her brother, welcome to visit us." Shizue smiled and invited them to take a seat, and Kushina happily went to pour water. After the 3 of them sat down, Jing'ai looked at Hinata Mui, who did not have the caged bird curse seal on her forehead. Looks like it, really looks like it. But what was the Hyuga clan thinking? They actually dared to let the people from the main family make friends with Kushina. It would have been fine if it was just at school, but they even dared to let them contact each other in private and visit her home. The third Hokage and his group are not so easy to talk to. "Hello, guys." Tsunade, who had just gotten up, yawned, greeted the 3 guests, and made a circle gesture in response to Jing'ai's puzzled look. Jing'ai suddenly realized, the F4 group is not easy to talk to, and they even advocate not letting Kushina contact some sensitive people in private. The Uchiha and Hyuga people belong to this category. As a result, Shimura Danzo, the main force of the Eagle brand, was still in the Umbu prison, and Akimichi Torikaze was forced to take the position of assistant to the Hokage. He still had power in his hands, and he represented the Inoshikacho and some neutral ninja families and stood on Tsunade's side. With Akimichi Tofu playing tricks in the middle and without the main force like Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage, Yutane Koharu, Mido Kato and others were simply unable to target Kushina. Without Danzo Shimura, the man who led the charge and took the blame, the third Hokage and others would never bring up such matters. As a result, Kushina had the greatest freedom. Except for not being able to leave the village, there were no restrictions in other aspects, including making friends. The Hokage office building has no objection, so the Hyuga clan will naturally not be stuck. They would love for Hinata Miya to hang out with Kushina. After all, Tsunade is standing behind Kushina. The Hyuga clan really needs a big boss to stand up for them. "You are from the elder line of the clan, right?" Uchiha Mikato was decent and generous, and did not seem restrained. The little yellow-haired boy was not an introvert and soon started chatting with Shenshu. Only Hinata Mui sat quietly on the sofa, looking very restrained. So Jing'ai took the initiative to talk to her. "Yes, senior." Hinata Mui quickly stood up, and there was no arrogance or prejudice unique to the main family in her. Of course, even the people from the Hyuga main family could not be arrogant in front of Tsunade. "Don't be nervous. I told Kushina that her friends are my friends. Besides, we are all family members. Just think of it as visiting a friend's house and being a guest. Ah. Hinata Miwi nodded her head embarrassedly, and a hint of red gradually appeared on her fair skin. It may be a blood problem. The Hyuga clan has whiter skin than the average person, and they are prone to blushing when they are emotionally excited or shy. Tisk, not only does she look like Hinata, but her personality is also similar. I would blush if I wasn't paying attention. Shenshu, come to work. After saying hello, Jing'ai greeted Shenshu. Senior, I'm here to help too. Compared to the reluctant Shenshu, the little yellow-haired boy was very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. He came up to help without Jing'ai asking for his help. Minato Namikaze took the initiative to help, and when Noeki was called upon, he had no choice but to follow him. Looking at the tall and short ones, one with a smile on his face and the other with a bitter look, Jing'ai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the little yellow-haired boy could become the fourth Hokage. No wonder people say that people who love to laugh will not have bad luck. But you'd better be careful, Shenshu. A small detonating talisman can cost you your life. Chapter 54. You don't want Uchiha Mikoto to know, right? With the help of Rope Tree and Minato Namikaze, the barbecue grill was set up quickly. Jing'ai lit the firewood, then poured a lot of charcoal on it, and after the charcoal was lit, he put the marinated meat on the grill. As the charcoal fire roasted, the marinated meat soon gave off an enticing aroma. Noeki and Minato Namikaze, who were standing in the yard to help, had already started swallowing. It smells so good. The little yellow-haired boy praised earnestly. As he said this, he raised his head and gave Jing'ai a big smile. Jing'ai smiled and nodded, then tapped Shenshu on the head. Ouch, what are you doing? Confused, Shenshu held his head and loudly asked Jing'ai why he hit him. Look at others, then look at yourself. Don't blame your sister for punishing you all day long. If you keep going like this, all you'll have left in your mind is bitterness. Cici? What do you mean? Minato Namikaze didn't react. Shingshu's face instantly turned red, and he jumped up high on the spot. Stop talking. Can I call you brother? Stop talking. Kushina's friend is visiting today. It would be so embarrassing if others knew that he, Noeki, likes Cici. Namikaze Minato and Hinata Miwi are fine, they have nothing to do with Noe's, but Uchiha Mikoto is different. This is the white moonlight in his heart, and this white moonlight is also his classmate. It's good that you know it's embarrassing. If you know it's embarrassing, then don't do these things in the future. When you grow up, you can play however you want and no one will care about you. Jing'ai finally understood that Shenshu was a shameless guy. He admitted his mistake on the spot after making a mistake and getting beaten. I admit my mistake, but I will do it again next time. To deal with a little brat like him, you have to use some special methods. Jing'ai bent down and whispered, you don't want Uchiha Mikoto to know about your affair, do you? Are you the devil? Rope Tree's eyes widened. What are you guys talking about? It seems quite profound, but I can't quite understand it. The confused little yellow-haired boy started scratching his head habitually, and his big eyes kept looking back and forth between Jing'ai and Shenshu. I want to participate, but I don't know what the other party is talking about. It sounds foggy. I understand. Can't I just stop doing these things in the future? Shingshu blushed and promised through gritted teeth. Boy, now you know how powerful I am. Don't just stand there, go and bring out the vegetables, and the kimchi in the cupboard. Oh. Shingshula shrugged his shoulders and walked weakly towards the house. He felt that Jing'ai was holding his lifeline. Compared to Cici, he is more afraid of social death. Once the things he did with Jiraiya spread to the class, he, Naraki, would no longer be able to live as a human being. It smells so good, Jing'ai, can we eat it now? Smelling the tempting aroma of barbecue, Kushina pulled Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miwi out. Jing'ai smiled slightly and reminded, it's almost done, but you have to move the chairs and table out first, and then we can start right away. Go immediately. As the seasoning was sprinkled on the skewers, Kushina couldn't help herself anymore and turned and ran towards the house. It smells so good and delicious. Maihwai, this is also delicious, eat more. Misaki-san, there's also this. Shizue said that eating it will make your skin whiter. Little yellow hair, you need to eat more. Can you please stop calling me little yellow hair? Holding a skewer in one hand and juice in the other, Namikaze Minato showed a burdened smile. In fact, he didn't like the name Little Yellow-Haired very much, but Kushina liked to call him that, and over time, Namikaze Minato had no choice but to follow her. In addition to skewers, there are also large pieces of grilled meat, grilled fish and the like. Jing'ai sat next to Minato Namikaze and asked with a smile, Kushina must have lost her temper a lot in school. Not bad. Minato Namikaze's smile was a little unnatural, because the image of the blood-red little pepper beating up his classmates had already appeared in his mind. Boy, you are really telling lies with your eyes open. Shizuka laughed and patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder, treating her friends with delicious barbecue. Kushina was like a happy little butterfly, running around and chattering with her 3 friends. It's rare for this kid to be quiet for a day. Kushina was happy, and as an older sister, Tsunade was also in a good mood. She sat next to Shizue with a bottle of wine in her hand, and glanced at Noeki who was quietly eating barbecue, feeling very surprised. Based on her understanding of her brother, Shenshu shouldn't be so quiet at such a lively moment. Jingai suppressed his laughter, leaned close to Tsunade's ear and whispered, "I just told him that if he keeps messing around with Jiraiya, I'll tell Uchiha Mikoto about him." "That's it?" Tsunade looked back at Uchiha Mikoto who was chatting with Kushina, and suddenly she felt a headache. She must be happy that her younger brother has a girl he likes, but the girl is from the Uchiha family, which is a bit of a problem. After all, the Senju and Uchiha had too much blood debt in the past. "Do you think he has a chance?" "No hope, just pure love." Jingai shook her head. "Then this kid is quite pitiful." Tsunade began to gloat over his misfortune. "It seems like someone is saying bad things about me." Shenshu, who was eating barbecue, suddenly looked up. He felt his ears getting hot for no apparent reason. "Could it be my sister?" Noeki subconsciously looked towards Tsunade, but saw that Tsunade and Shizuka were chatting in a low voice, and it didn't seem like they were talking about him. "Is it my misunderstanding?" Noeki shook his head, feeling that he had guessed wrong. Tsunade was his biological sister, so how could she say bad things about him behind his back? After the barbecue was done, Jingai and Tsunade carried the barbecue back to the living room. As for the yard, it would be better to leave it to the children. There are meat, vegetables, fruits and drinks, so you can fill your stomach and that's it. Have fun. As Shizuka and Tsunade left, the atmosphere in the yard became much more lively. "Have you thought about the teacher's matter?" "Just Jiraiya." Although she was not happy about it, Tsunade still chose Jiraiya. "Ha ha ha, relax. Jiraiya has no other shortcomings except being lustful. Besides, Noeki is almost turning into Jiraiya's shape now. It may not be a bad thing for the 2 of them to be together." "Can it speak? What does it mean that Rope Tree has turned into Jiraiya's shape? The more I listen to this, the more it doesn't seem right to me." Tsunade rolled her eyes at Jingai unhappily, picked up the bottle and took 2 sips of wine, then stretched her body lazily. "I don't have to go to work, I can just lie at home and rest, and it's so comfortable to have wine and meat." "Are you still hopeless?" Jingai has already given up hope on Tsunade. It would probably be harder to expect Tsunade to correct some of her habits than to kill her. "Forget it, let her be." Shizuka emphasized Jiraiya and made him the teacher of Rope Tree, not targeting Orochimaru. In fact, Orochimaru is very good to Noeki and can be said to be a very good teacher, but Jingai still hopes that Noeki can avoid the misfortune of being bombed by the detonating talisman. Throw Rope Tree to Jiraiya, who knows, Rope Tree and the little yellow-haired boy might become fellow disciples in the future. After eating and drinking, Tsunade went back to her room to take a nap. Chapter 55 Orochimaru's wallet is full, and he buys 3 puppets with a wave of his hand. Kushina went shopping with her 2 little sisters. Noeki, who had nothing to do, got together with Minato Namikaze. The 2 sat on the ground and talked to each other in whispers for a while, then they ran away hand in hand. Looking at the 2 boys' backs like thieves, Jingai could only say that he hoped Shenshu would not take the little yellow-haired boy to some strange places or buy some strange books. "Shenshu has no money? Oh, that's okay. After all, the little yellow-haired boy is also a poor guy, and he is not Shenshu, so it is impossible for him to use his pocket money to buy the emperor's uncle. In that case, let them do whatever they want." Not long after the group of naughty kids dispersed, a special guest came to the house. Jingai-kun, long time no see. Glancing at Orochimaru, who had a smile on his face, Shizue opened the door and invited him in. "I haven't seen you for so long, I thought you'd changed your mind." "Do you think I would?" Orochimaru became excited at the thought of taking the puppet apart for research. He didn't want to miss such an interesting research. He hasn't appeared for so long, just trying to make money. Now that his wallet is full, Orochimaru naturally wants to pay him a visit. Taking out a scroll and placing it on the table, Orochimaru put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "Jingai, 10 million taels, I need 3 puppets. It has to be you, Orochimaru." Hearing the price, Jingai really wanted to give Orochimaru a thumbs up, the boss is so generous. But he still shook his head. "No, I can only give you 2. 3. Making money is not easy, and Orochimaru certainly doesn't want to suffer any loss. He has already forgiven a large debt of Jingai before. Using 10 million taels to buy 2 puppets is a huge loss. If it weren't for the fatal attraction that Shizuka's puppet had for him, Orochimaru wouldn't have wanted to spend this money at all. 2. 3. 2. The 2 of them argued for a while, but Orochimaru still showed no intention of giving in, so Shizuka nodded in agreement. Okay, 3. But I'll be honest, whether you use it for research or just for fun, don't blame me if you break it. Don't ask for a return or something then. Hayaga Shizuka, don't have a refund service. If they are all broken, I will continue to buy them. Orochimaru didn't care about these. He could see that Shizuka wanted money now. Since the problem can be solved with money, why bother too much? Just buy another one if it breaks. In the past 6 months, he has made a lot of money, and he will have a steady stream of dividend income in the future. In addition to the remuneration for various tasks and the research and development of some new projects, he will definitely not be short of money. It can be said that the future Sunin will never lack money as long as they work hard. On the surface, Jiraiya is the richest person because the emperor's uncle he wrote is very popular and has the highest income. Secondly, he has completed more missions than Tsunade and Orochimaru. This doesn't mean that Orochimaru and Tsunade are not as good at making money as Jiraiya. As long as Orochimaru doesn't do some messy research or some weird and money-burning experiments, and just works as a R&D staff and performs his tasks honestly, his income will definitely exceed Jiraiya's. Not to mention Tsunade. As long as she stands up and shouts, not only Konoha, but even many people from the Land of Fire and other countries are willing to waive money and come to her for medical treatment. Don't underestimate the speed at which medical ninjas make money. As long as they have strong medical skills and a bit of a ruthless heart, they are guaranteed to make a fortune. Then pick 3 for yourself. Shizuka threw out a scroll and motioned for Orochimaru to choose one for himself. There are 3 types of puppets made by Jingai. One is a reconnaissance puppet, one is a consumable puppet, and the other is a main combat puppet. The main battle puppets are the strongest and the largest in number. After all, the materials used to make the puppets are all top quality goods, and there are relatively few reconnaissance puppets and consumable puppets. Consumable puppets are made of scraps and are not that valuable. Opening the scroll and glancing at the puppet inside, the smile on Orochimaru's face gradually turned strange. It's quite interesting. Jingai Koen is indeed an interesting person. Just be happy and choose. You can only choose 3. Making a 3 gesture, Jingai signaled Orochimaru to choose quickly and not waste time. A wolf, a small wild boar, and a crow. Except for the crow, the materials for making the wolf and wild boar seemed to have been hunted by Orochimaru himself. As a result, after being transformed into a puppet, it returned to Orochimaru at an exaggerated price. 3 puppets came out of the scroll and immediately stood beside Jingai. Orochimaru asked curiously, "Can I control them?" "Sorry, no. I am the only one who can control these puppets. But don't worry, the puppets will not attack you. They will even cooperate with your research. Even if you dismantle them, they will not resist. Since we are selling goods, we must ensure the quality of the goods." Jingai also told Orochimaru frankly that I am the only one who can control these puppets, so you should not have any bad ideas. Of course, if you can figure out a way to control puppets, I'll admire you. Orochimaru smiled confidently, took the things and left. He couldn't wait to start researching. As for what Jingai said, he was the only one who could control the puppet. Orochimaru didn't quite believe it. He was confident that he could crack the secret. A puppet with life. It must be very exciting to study such a puppet. Orochimaru left in a hurry, still full of confidence. Jingai could only hope that he would not get too obsessed and end up becoming autistic. Being autistic is okay, but I'm afraid that Orochimaru will start to walk into darkness. That would be terrible. However, Danzo Shimura is still imprisoned in the Umbu prison and cannot come out in a short time. Without Danzo Shimura to attract him with money and resources, the possibility of Orochimaru stepping into darkness will be greatly reduced. Without the cover of the old scoundrel Danzo Shimura, it would not be so easy for Orochimaru to conduct human experiments in the village. Senior. Seeing Jing coming, the little yellow-haired boy immediately stood up and greeted her. After the last dinner, the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Noeke became much closer. The 2 of them would talk to each other endlessly, and even train and work hard together. Jingai didn't know whether Shanshu had turned over a new leaf or was worried about social destruction, so he hung out with the little yellow-haired boy. "You don't have to do this. Come over and play often when you have time. Noeke is okay. Kushina doesn't have many friends and is usually lonely." "Yes." Namikaze Minato scratched his head embarrassedly. His habit is exactly the same as Jiraiya's. Jiraiya also likes to scratch his head when he is embarrassed or awkward, picking his toes. Oh, and this also applies to lying. When Jingai finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, she heard Shanshu shouting in the yard. Chapter 56, Ordering food while still in bed? Wiping his face with the towel draped over his shoulders, Jingai walked to the door, leaned against the door frame, and looked at the 2 little guys who were training in throwing kunao in the yard. Sometimes an age difference of 2 or 3 years does not prevent two parties from becoming good friends. What is lacking is just the opportunity. Compared to the age difference between Noeki and Namikaze Minato, which is already very good, the age difference between the future Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi is even greater, but the two are both teachers and friends. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shisui successfully led Uchiha Itachi astray. A smart child like Uchiha Itachi should not be instilled with too many wrong ideas. Once these things are instilled in him and he grows up thinking about them, he will go in the wrong direction and there will be no turning back. Noeki was playing with Minato Namikaze, and Shizue was fine and didn't have any thoughts, so Tsunade was relieved. She doesn't care that her younger brother has more friends, but she cares that her younger brother can't make trouble and cause trouble all day long. Watergate. After the two of them trained for a while and took a break, Jingai waved to the little yellow-haired boy. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, then ran over and said, "Senior, are you looking for me? Don't be nervous, sit down and talk." Jingai motioned for him to sit down, and Noeki followed over carelessly, put his arm around Namikaze Minato's shoulders and sat down together. He was very curious about what Jingai wanted to talk to his little friend about. They were obviously Kushina's friends, but they got to know each other. After they became familiar with each other, the relationship between Noeki and Minato Namikaze became better than that of Kushina. Minato Namikaze had no choice but to sit down obediently. After he sat down, Jingai asked, "Do you have any plans for the new year? If you don't have any other plans, why don't you come to my house to celebrate the new year together? It will be more lively with more people." "What?" Namikaze Minato was confused. "Invite me to celebrate New Year together? Great." Rope Tree clapped his hands and stood up, saying happily, "Minato is the only one at home. He was lonely during the New Year. It's just right for him to come to our place. It will be more lively with more people." "Hey, The sudden invitation made Minato Namikaze lose his composure. The little yellow-haired boy was a little nervous, not knowing whether to agree or refuse. This was the first time someone invited him to celebrate the new year. "Okay, forget about me, it's settled, go and have a rest." Seeing that Namikaze Minato was somewhat interested but was too embarrassed to agree, Jingai simply made the decision. "Ha ha ha, great." Noeki laughed loudly and strangely, then pulled Minato Namikaze away. After the two kids left, Tsunade came down from upstairs, hugged Jingai's waist from behind, and put her chin on Jingai's shoulder. "Are you optimistic about this kid?" Tsunade felt that Shizuka invited Minato Namikaze not just for the fun, but must have other intentions. "This kid is pretty good. As long as he takes the right path, he will definitely become a strong man. I am very optimistic about him." "Is he a civilian genius? Like Orochimaru?" "It doesn't count." Jingai recalled the little yellow-haired boy's growth experience and said, "He is a combination of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. He is not as amazing as Orochimaru, but he is improving his strength step by step." It is true that the little yellow-haired boy is a genius, but his initial growth was indeed not as amazing as Orochimaru's. It can be said that in the entire Konoha, there are probably only two geniuses who can be compared with Orochimaru when he was a child, and they are Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Unfortunately, Kakashi's upper limit is not very high, and Uchiha Itachi's life can almost be described as tragic. The little yellow-haired boy might not be so amazing in the beginning, but his steady growth pace enabled him to raise his upper limit step by step. It's just that he died a little early. Not as amazing as Orochimaru, but able to steadily move forward. Tsunade frowned. As Orochimaru's classmate and partner, she knew very well how terrifying this guy's talent was. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Exaggerate? The little yellow-haired boy grew up and easily defeated Orochimaru. Well, the amazing thing about this kid is that his talent becomes more and more terrifying as he grows up. It seems like there is no upper limit. What's that look in your eyes? Am I wrong? Okay, since you are so optimistic about this kid, I would like to see what his future ceiling is. Since you think highly of him, you can accept him as your disciple. I just think highly of him, but that doesn't mean I want to take the little yellow-haired boy as my disciple, okay? Even if you wanted to, the third Hokage probably wouldn't agree. Although the third Hokage's character isn't very good, he does have a good eye for people. Jingai opened her mouth, but finally decided to give up. Seeing this, Tsunade said no more and stood up and walked towards the bathroom. "Is Kushina still awake?" "Not yet. The little girl is sleeping in. She said she wanted to eat ramen." "Oh, and it's the ramen you made yourself? You're ordering food while you're still in bed?" "Shingshu, why do you think Senior invited me to celebrate the new year with you?" By the creek where they were training, Minato Namikaze scratched his head. "How should I know?" Shensha threw a few wood into the fire and turned over the fish he caught from the river. Maybe, my sister said he has a lot of bad intentions, but he is very good at judging people. He must be optimistic about your talent. Xingshu hates to think about these problems the most, but since it concerns his friends, he still tries hard to think about them. Ugh. Suddenly, Noeka's eyes lit up. Minato, why don't you take Jing'ai as your teacher? My sister said that he is a medical ninja on the surface, but he is actually very powerful. With a teacher as a backer, you won't be bullied in school. Is this what I'm talking about? When the word backer was mentioned, the little yellow-haired boy couldn't help but think of Kushina's first day of school. After beating up a classmate, she yelled, "My sister is Tsunade." The teacher was so scared that he dared not move. But, it seems good to have a backer. Not only will you not be bullied, but you can also learn a lot of things that you can't learn in ninja school. His relationship with Xingshu suddenly became close. The main reason was that Minato Namikaze discovered that Noeka knew a lot of knowledge that the teacher had not taught, so he wanted to ask for advice. Noeka felt a sense of accomplishment, so he taught him seriously, and as a result, the relationship between the two became better. Teacher? But senior is a medical ninja. Rope Tree wouldn't lie to me. Are the seniors very strong? However, it shouldn't be easy to become a senior's disciple. Oops, the fish is about to get mushy. Soon, the burnt smell made the two boys panic. The two were lucky that the grilled fish could still be saved. But when they saved the grilled fish and planned to fill their stomachs, the two men's faces changed after taking a bite. Ugh, it tastes terrible. Ah ha ha ha, it seems we didn't bring any seasoning, so it tastes fishy. Little yellow hair, you did this on purpose. Xiao Shashu, I really didn't mean to bring it. I just forgot to bring it. Bah, I don't believe your nonsense. Also, don't call me little tree. It's so ugly. Then don't call me little yellow hair. It sounds ugly. After eating and drinking, Tsunade slowly walked towards the Hokage's office building. My dears, please give me some free gifts when you urge for more updates. There will be more updates. Chapter 57, Who gives test papers as New Year's gifts? The New Year is approaching, but the third Hokage is still busy. Even on New Year's Eve, he will work in the office until very late before going home. Tsunade, do you need something from me? Nothing, I just wanted to ask the old man for someone. VIP. The third Hokage didn't understand what kind of person Tsunade wanted. Sitting on the sofa, Tsunade leaned against the back of the sofa and crossed her legs. It's not that Noeka is about to graduate, I plan to let Jiraiya be his teacher and take him on missions. Kushina's friends happened to come to visit my house. Jing'ai thought that the little guy named Namikaze Minato was pretty good, so he wanted to try his hand at being a teacher. I'll help him get someone. The third Hokage. Do you have to treat it like this? You are itching to be a teacher, but as soon as you open your mouth you want to take away the good seedling that I have high hopes for. Although all of them are considered to be members of the Hokage series, there are now factions within the Hokage series. The F4 group, headed by Tsunade, assisted by Akimichi Toraikatsu, as well as some family groups behind them. A child with considerable talent. The third Hokage was struggling. After thinking about it, he said helplessly, okay, then let Shizuka be his teacher, but weren't you planning to give Rope Tree to Orochimaru? Why did it become Jiraiya? Cough cough. Tsunade coughed and said, Orochimaru is busy. He has been in the laboratory for a month or two and has not shown up. It is strange that Noeki can stay there with his personality. In addition, he likes to hang out with Jiraiya, so I have no choice but to ask Jiraiya for help. Tsunade couldn't possibly tell the third Hokage that Shizuka was more optimistic about Jiraiya, so after several persuasions, she changed her mind. Leaving the Rope Tree to Jiraiya, Orochimaru continued with his research. He picked up the pipe on the table, lit it, and took a few puffs. The third Hokage then spoke up, Noeki and Jiraiya should get along well. How can we not get along? We are almost of the same lineage as you. Tsunade really didn't know what to say. The third Hokage took Jiraiya to peek at others taking a bath, and now it's Jiraiya's turn to take Noeki with him. Is this the true inheritance of the Hokage faction? None of them are serious. After glaring at the third Hokage, Tsunade stood up and left. The third Hokage felt inexplicably embarrassed because he knew why Tsunade was angry. Exhaling a puff of smoke, the third Hokage said in his heart, it took a lot of effort for me to become Hokage, and it took a lot of effort to secure this position, so what's wrong with having a little hobby? Can't the Hokage just relax for a moment? It seems like it's time to relax. The third Hokage took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table. He stared at the crystal ball with round eyes, not knowing what he was looking at. After returning home, Tsunade sat on the sofa and said to Jing, it's done. The people are coming over from the old man. Come on, I'm rooting for you. As she said that, Tsunade held Kushina in her arms and rubbed her a few times. Kushina asked curiously, Sister Tsunade, what's been done? You really are the one who, just because I said that, you really went to ask for someone? Jing'ai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry about this. Jing'ai said he was very optimistic about Minato's talent, so I helped him and asked Minato to come over as his disciple. Tsunade said as she pinched Kushina's face with her hands and pulled it to both sides. Kushina kept protesting. When they heard the news, Minato Namikaze was stunned. Have I really become the senior's disciple? Suddenly I felt like a pie fell from the sky and hit me on the head. Teacher. The little yellow-haired boy felt a little nervous and embarrassed when he called out for the first time. Jing'ai smiled and patted his head. Don't be nervous, train hard, I believe you will achieve great success in the future. Teacher. This is my New Year's gift to you. If you have any questions or difficulties in the future, please come to me and don't keep them in your heart. Shizuka took out the ninja tool bag he had prepared in advance and handed it to Minato Namikaze. When the little guy was training with Nawake, he looked at Nawake's ninja tool bag with envy. Even though it was hidden very deeply, Jing'ai still noticed it, so he prepared a new one for him during the new year. The ninja tool bag is not valuable, what is valuable are the various ninja tools inside. Don't be fooled by the training of the protagonists in Naruto. They throw kunai, shurikens, and detonating tags like they are free. They just throw them out and think that's the end of the matter without even considering recycling them. In fact, except for those ninjas with capital, ordinary ninjas would not dare to play like this. Not to mention during training, even on the battlefield one has to look for any ninja tools that can still be used. Not every ninja is so wealthy. Minato Namikaze is one of those people who is poor. Take it. Namikaze Minato felt a little embarrassed, and Shizuichi stuffed the ninja tool bag into his arms. What about me, what about me? The rope tree jumped high to ask for New Year's gifts. And I. Kushina ran over, jumped high, and hung on Shizuichi's back. Be careful of falling. Jing'ai had no choice but to take out all the New Year gifts. Kushina's New Year's gift was a set of jewelry, which was of average price. The rich woman was not short of money, nor did she need expensive gifts. What she needed was the thought. Jing'ai, you are so nice. I like the gift very much. After receiving the gift, Kushina was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She happily ran to Tsunade to show off. Tsunade rolled her eyes as she watched the little girl showing off her gift in front of her. Rope tree, this is yours. A box. Thank you. Xingshul grinned and opened the box excitedly. The moment the box was opened, the smile on his face slowly solidified and the color in his eyes disappeared. What gift did Jing'ai prepare for Shenshu? How did the rope tree become like this? Out of curiosity, Tsunade and Kushina came over, and even Namikaze Minato stretched his neck to take a peek. A thick stack of test papers. Are you the devil? Tsunade gave her brother a sympathetic look. Kushina's mouth turned into an O shape. The little yellow-haired boy scratched his head. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, so he could only hold it back. Xingshu began to exert force with his hands holding the test paper. His fingers turned white and his hands trembled slightly. Ugh, why? Xingshu, who usually laughed all the time, was completely defeated at this moment. He didn't care about being embarrassed and started to yell at the top of his lungs. Why is Minato's gift a ninja tool bag, Kushina's gift a set of accessories, and my New Year's gift is this? Absolutely inappropriate. Don't you know that my academic performance is very poor? You bought me this, do you want me to die? Chapter 58 Border situation escalates rapidly. Ha ha ha. Tsunade bent over with laughter. Kushina laughed as well. Seeing that both of them were laughing, Minato Namikaze joined in. Wow. You are bullying me. Shenshu cried even more sadly. He didn't like the gifts, and the worst thing was that he didn't dare to throw them away, because he knew Tsunade would force him to do it. When he thought about finishing all these test papers, Xingshu wanted to die. Ahem. Jing'ai couldn't stop laughing. Seeing that Nawake was crying more and more sadly, he stopped laughing and took out a brand new ninja tool bag. Okay, don't cry. Your gift is the same as Minato's. The test paper is just for fun. Jing'ai is certainly not a devil, nor did he intend to do that on purpose. Buying the test papers was just a way to tease him. The critical damage of the test paper was indeed great, and the effect was outstanding, which directly made Xingshu cry. That's more or less. Seeing the ninja tool bag, the crying rope tree grinned, quickly threw away the scroll, snatched the ninja tool bag and held it in his arms, ignoring the tears and snot on his face, and raised his head towards the little yellow-haired boy. I have two. Are you childish? Looking for a kid younger than you to show off your New Year's gift to? After patting the rope tree in annoyance, Shizue took out the last box and threw it to Tsunade. Although I wanted to buy you a gift, but I think you need this more. What do you need? Tsunade laughed for a long time and felt a little stomachache. She didn't expect that she also had a gift. Out of curiosity, she opened the box. She didn't need to worry about a stack of test papers popping out of the box, because she, Princess Tsunade, didn't need them at all. depend on. The moment the box was opened, Tsunade burst into swearing. Jing'ai originally wanted to buy a gift for Tsunade as well, but then he thought that this girl had already spent all her salary, so it would be better to just give her the money directly instead of buying her a gift. So I used a gift box and put some money in it as a gift. As expected, seeing this gift, Tsunade became more excited than Noeke. If there weren't three little brats around, Tsunade really wanted to pounce on her and reward Jing with a kiss or two. I really understand her. I'm short of money. He immediately sent money as a gift. Okay, the gifts have been received, let's get ready to eat. After distributing all the gifts, Jing clapped his hands. A group of people gathered around the table, ready to eat. Wrong. Just when everyone was about to start eating, Xingshu suddenly said, "Sister, you are the oldest among us, shouldn't you be the one giving us gifts? How come you are the one receiving gifts too?" Click. Tsunade's face changed and the chopsticks in her hand turned into sawdust. "You silly kid, you are bringing up things that are not relevant to the topic." Gulp. He swallowed nervously and felt that he had said something he shouldn't have said. "You kid just deserve to be punished. Just shut up when you got the gift. Why did you go to find your sister? I'm afraid you have never been beaten before. Your sister is so poor that she only has a few coins in her pocket. What gift do you think I should give her? Give each person a coin? Ah, sister, I was wrong, stop hitting me, it hurts." All the countries and villages in the ninja world decorated their houses with lights and celebrated the new year with great fanfare, except for the Rain Country. The entry of ninjas from Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakur into the Land of Rain was a disaster for the people of the Land of Rain. At first everyone could still control it, but slowly as time went on, some ninjas started to become dishonest. "Sir, according to the intelligence we have gathered, some ninjas have appeared in several villages to the west and have looted a lot of things. This is the 6th time this month." Bump. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Salamander Hanzo slammed the table in anger. The invasion of the three major ninja villages has made the situation in the Rain Country chaotic. Now, ninjas from some villages have begun to turn their attention to the people of the Rain Country. According to the information from the investigation, most of the ninjas who took action came from the Sand Village, followed by the Iwa Village. The ninjas of Konoha were relatively law-abiding. "Everyone, get out of here. I will handle this matter myself." Salamander Hanzo was very angry. He flattered the third Kazekage and asked for cooperation, but the other party treated him like a dog. Not only did they humiliate people, they also allowed the village's ninjas to do whatever they wanted and robbed civilians of their property and food before the war even started. "You ninjas from the Sand Village and the Iwa Village are so poor that you still come to the Rain Country to hang out." Did he calculate that Salamander Hanzo wouldn't dare to attack? It's really too much of a lie. After sending his subordinates away, Salamander Hanzo paced back and forth in the office in annoyance, getting angrier the more he thought about it. "Since you don't take the people of the Rain Country seriously, then I will help you." Not only was he humiliated, but the other party was also taking advantage of him. Salamander Hanzo could no longer bear it. At present, the ninjas from the three villages of Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakur are still relatively calm. Even though the atmosphere is tense, they have no intention of starting a large-scale conflict. Small frictions and petty quarrels continued. Salamander Hanzo decided to add fuel to the fire. "Since war is bound to come sooner or later, let's muddy the waters first. If I can't have a good time, you can't escape either." Salamander Hanzo gathered a group of powerful subordinates and quietly left the Rain Village. That night, several patrol teams from Konoha and Sand Village disappeared quietly. The disappearance of the patrol team attracted the attention of both sides. Both Konoha and Sand Village sent people to investigate the area where the patrol team disappeared, and the two sides happened to collide with each other. The people from the two villages refused to give in to the other, which directly led to an intensified conflict. After causing a conflict, Hanzo of the Salamander continued to set his sights on the ninjas of the Sand Village. Without a strong man in charge, the ninja team of Sand Village could hardly stop the hunting of Salamander Hanzo. Gradually, the damage to the Sand Village continued to increase. The leader who entered the Rain Country realized that something was wrong and immediately reported the news back to the village. Konoha also encountered a lot of trouble. Many ninjas from the Sand Village launched a siege in the Rain Country. This resulted in the disappearance of several ninja teams. So the people in Konoha also passed the news back to the village. Tsunade reluctantly crawled out of the quilt, unwillingly left the warm bed, and yawned all the way to the Hokage's office building. It was still the same conference room as last time, but a lot of seats had been adjusted. Akimichi Tofu, who was the Hokage's assistant, did not sit next to the third Hokage, but sat next to Tsunade. Some family ninjas, led by the Ino, Shika and Cho families, were also sitting here. The leader of the Jonin squad also changed from Nara Shikashin to Saratobi Matsuda. Like the Uchiha young clan leader who has not yet grown up, Saratobi Matsuda also has a poker face. He always keeps a stern face and almost no other expression can be seen on his face. Everyone who should come has come. The third Hokage signaled Saratobi Matsuda to send the copied information down. Everyone, the situation in the Rain Country has begun to change. The Sand Village has frequently invaded the areas we occupy. Many teams that were out on patrol and on missions have been sacrificed. Everyone opened the intelligence in their hands and soon realized that the situation seemed to be becoming complicated. Ahaha. Can't the Sand Village hold back? Chapter 59, Forced by the situation, we can only prepare for the worst. He went out to fool around all night last night, but was called to a meeting before he could catch up on any sleep. Jiraiya looked listless, and his white hair appeared very messy. There was a strange smell on his body, which made Orochimaru, who was sitting next to him, look at him with disgust. Meeting? The Sand Village is really going too far. Jiraiya was interrupted before he could finish his words. Looking at the furious Yutain Koharu, he wanted to say something but hesitated, so he chose to swallow his unfinished words. Before becoming the Sannin, Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not have much say in the village. If it weren't for the fact that they were strong enough and were disciples of the third Hokage, neither of them would probably be qualified to participate in such a meeting. So when what he wanted to say was interrupted, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and chose to remain silent. Forget it, just watch the performance of Elder Koharu Yutain. Why are you butting in? Jiraiya comforted himself in his heart, and when he looked up, he saw Orochimaru glance at him sideways, then turned his head away in disgust. No, what do you mean, Orochimaru? They first provoked us in the Kingdom of Rivers, and after the village responded, they dared to surround and kill the people in the village. Are they trying to start a war between the two villages? When she was young, Yutain Koharu was more impatient and irritable. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put the blame on the Sand Village. Is there any misunderstanding in this? Tsunade will not indulge Yutain Koharu. After reading the intelligence information, she thought for a moment and interrupted. I always feel that something is wrong. Even if the Sand Village can't wait to take action, there is no need to escalate the provocation. Once or twice is a provocation, but if it happens every time, is it still a provocation? Tsunade's words made Yutain Koharu a little unhappy. She believed that her analysis was correct and that the Sand Village did this on purpose in order to provoke a war between the two villages. Did this old woman take any medicine today? It's the relatives who are here, and they are so angry. Tsunade frowned and was about to retort. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little strange, Chiodea Kafang, who was in the middle, said quickly. I think what Tsunade said makes sense, but no matter what, it's the Sand Village's fault. All the conflicts were provoked by them. We need to be prepared for the outbreak of war. You're right. Tsunade thought about it, nodded, and stopped talking. Regardless of whether there is something fishy going on, now that the situation has come to this point, all the village can do is to be prepared for any response, including war. The Sand Village has become too arrogant, and Konoha cannot tolerate this. Konoha will not initiate foreign wars, but that doesn't mean that if you slap me, I will endure it and then turn the other cheek to you. Konoha during this period will not show weakness to the outside world, nor would they make the kind of humiliating concessions they did after the Third Shinobi World War. Cough cough. The third Hokage, who was sitting on the first seat, coughed and put down his pipe. Tsunade and Koharu's analysis are both reasonable, but the fat man is right in one thing, that is, the village must be prepared to deal with everything. Everyone, war could break out at any time. Please prepare for the worst in all departments. Whether it is a misunderstanding or an escalation of provocation, everything depends on the actions of the Sand Village. If there is a misunderstanding, the Sand Village will definitely remain calm, and if Konoha can maintain a certain level of patience, the situation will stabilize. If the Sand Village continues to send more personnel into the Rain Country, in this case, whether it is right or wrong will no longer matter. Because this means that the Sand Village is going to fight Konoha. Select a group of ninjas from the Jounin squad, including enough medical ninjas, and be ready to leave the village at any time and go to the Rain Country for support. The medical department and logistics department must also cooperate well. War cannot be started just like that. Personnel control and conscription must be prepared in advance. Various logistical supplies and medical supplies must also be prepared in advance, rather than waiting for the war to break out before thinking of solutions. Only when I had a stomachache did I realize that building a toilet was a bad idea. The logistics department will make all preparations. Mightaman replied. The third Hokage glanced at Akimichi Norifuge, who lowered his head and said, "Don't look at me, don't ask me." The medical department will also prepare the supplies needed for the war, and can dispatch a group of medical ninjas to the Rain country at any time. Tsunade spoke on behalf of the medical department. It is true that the medical system is in the hands of Akimichi Nori Fuse, but Akimichi Nori Fuse is just a person who was pushed to the position. In fact, the power of the medical system lies with Tsunade. One is famous, the other is real. Can Princess Tsunade go there in person? The Jonin squad leader, Saratobi Matsuda, asked. When a war breaks out with the Sand Village, a medical ninja of sufficient quality is needed on the front line, and Tsunade happens to be the most suitable candidate. Those who are familiar with the Sand Village know that the puppet ninjas of the Sand Village are basically experts in using poison. If there is not a medical ninja with strong medical skills and good at preparing medicines, Konoha's sacrifices will reach a terrible level. Tsunade hesitated as soon as she said this. I can't answer you this question now. I will inform you before the village reinforcements go to the battlefield. Princess Tsunade is unwilling to go to the front line? Saratobi Matsuda glanced at the third Hokage, who took the initiative to take over the topic. Tsunade, if a war breaks out, I hope you can go to the front line and take charge of the front camp. Let me consider it. Tsunade did not give the third Hokage a clear answer because he had to go back and discuss it with Shizuka. If Jingai hadn't reminded her, she would definitely agree to go straight to the front line. The meeting ended quickly, and Tsunade handed over the task of adjusting supplies in the medical department to Akimichi Nori Fuse and returned home. Back home, Tsunade recounted the meeting to Shizuka. After listening, Jingai thought for a moment and said, I feel that the escalation of the conflict is a bit strange. Is someone deliberately guiding it, trying to escalate the conflict between the two villages? I find it strange, too, but what Fatty said makes sense. No matter how the conflict escalates, we must be prepared to face war. Tsunade had also thought about the question that Jingai was asking, and even most of the people sitting in the conference room had thought about it, but only Tsunade said it out loud. Jiraiya didn't want to argue with Yutane Koharu, and when the others saw that Tsunade had taken the lead, they simply kept the matter to themselves. Tsunade asked in confusion, if someone really guided it on purpose, who would it be? The Rock Village or the Rain Village? They are all suspects. If we can't find any evidence, I think the probability of it being Rain Village is higher. Between the Uegakuer and the Rain Village, Jingai felt that the Rain Village was more suspicious. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander is not a particularly easygoing person, otherwise he would not have declared war directly on Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakuer after the war broke out. My dears, please click here for the free gifts. Chapter 60. The Sand Village is impatient. If it was Hanzo's doing, why did he lead the conflict? You must know that once the conflict escalates, war may break out at any time. When the war broke out, the first to suffer was the Rain country, which became a battlefield between major powers. Could it be that Salamander Hanzo is planning to just throw the jar into the air? I couldn't figure it out, so I shook my head and said quietly, Akimichi Torifu is right. Whether it's the Sand Village that deliberately escalates the provocation or someone else is leading the conflict to escalate, the ultimate possibility is that a war will break out. The village really needs to be prepared. You shouldn't go to the front, though. Why? Tsunade asked in confusion. Jingai said seriously, if you are looking at it from the perspective of the village, you should go to the front line. But from our perspective, you can't go to the front because you need to stay in the village. As long as the situation continues to escalate, I'm afraid Shimura Danzo will be activated. I've asked you to stay in the village just to guard against this. As for Shimura Danzo, it would be more appropriate to keep him in prison. The situation escalated and war broke out. Given the character of the third Hokage, he would definitely activate Danzo Shimura and pull him out of prison. It's better for a sinister and ambitious person like Danzo Shimura to stay in jail, so that he won't jump out and jump around. He won't cause much harm, but he's just annoying. Because of Kushina, Danzo Shimura went to warn Shizuchi, which caused dissatisfaction among Uzumaki Mido, and thus caused Danzo Shimura to lose his position as the Hokage's assistant. Even though it was a position without power, it was still a high position. It can be seen from the fact that he persuaded Hanzo of the Salamander to assassinate him that Danzo Shimura hated him to the core. Not to mention, Uzumaki Mido pushed Akimichi Torifu up, tearing the Hokage faction into two. Once Danzo Shimura comes out, he will definitely find ways to target them. What about the front line? Tsunade knew about Shizuchi's concerns, and also knew that Danzo Shimura was a difficult person to deal with. In the past, he had his grandmother to intimidate him, but now that her grandmother was gone, as long as the third Hokage didn't deal with him, Danzo Shimura would be a nuisance. By staying in the village, she can prevent the third Hokage from activating Danzo's chimera. Once he goes to the front line, he will definitely not be able to take care of these things. Akimichi Tofu, the unlucky and miserable open-faced man, cannot stop the third Hokage at all. I'll go. After some consideration, Jingai chose to go alone, while Tsunade stayed in the village. If he goes to the front line instead of Tsunade, at most it will only help Tsunade improve her reputation, but does Tsunade need this? No need at all. As for the glory of the three ninjas, that is pure nonsense. The title of the three ninjas is not a glory but a shame for Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. If the three of them defeated Hanzo of the Salamander, the other party would be convinced and would respectfully call them the three ninjas. Unfortunately, the ending was that the Rain Village was defeated, but Hanzo of the Salamander defeated the combined forces of the three and arbitrarily gave them the title of the three ninjas. Isn't this just plain disgusting? Jingai smiled and said, maybe the war is also an opportunity for me. If I work harder, make more contributions, and gain more military exploits, I can be taken seriously by others, so that no one will think that I, Hinata Jingai, am just a pure Phoenix man who can be stepped on by anyone. Phoenix man? What does that mean? It means to become famous by relying on women. Forehead. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then her expression began to change. Pfft. Ha 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 ha, sorry, I couldn't help it because it was too real, ha 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 ha, I was dying of laughter. If you can't bear it anymore, then don't bear it anymore, just smile first. This cannot be blamed on Tsunade. In fact, this is the history of Shizuka's growth. He first met Tsunade valued him, and then she taught him hand in hand, and he grew up step by step. Then there was Kushina's liking for being close to him, and finally Uzumaki Mito's liking for him. Tsunade, Kushina, and Uzumaki Mito, three people, all three are women, and three women with special identities. It is not surprising at all that others regard Shizuka as a Phoenix man. Jingai doesn't mind being a gigolo, but that doesn't mean he likes others looking at him like a Phoenix man. In addition, it would be more beneficial for him if Tsunade stayed in the village, so he had to go to the battlefield in Tsunade's place. Although he was going to the battlefield instead of Tsunade, Shizuichi would not charge into battle on the battlefield under the name of a medical ninja like Tsunade. Since you are a medical ninja, just do your job as a medical ninja. Why risk your life? Except when it comes to the point where medical ninjas need to work very hard, otherwise they should just stay in the camp and save lives and treat illnesses. The Sand Village is also holding a meeting regarding the escalating conflict in the Rain Village. Compared to Konoha, the meeting atmosphere in Sand Village was much more intense. The third Kazekage, who is known as the strongest Kazekage, is an ambitious man. He wants to lead the village to become stronger step by step and surpass other villages. Unfortunately, the Wind Kingdom is too poor, and its population and resources are restricted everywhere. The development of the Sand Village has now fallen into a vicious circle. Without sufficient resources and population, development has stagnated. The only way to break this vicious circle is to start a war and plunder the resources of other countries and villages to supply the development of Sand Village. It would be even better if we could occupy large tracts of resource-rich land. The Land of Fire has always been the big fat piece of meat in the eyes of the Sand Village. Had the so-called demigod. The third Kazekage sneered and threw the information on the table. Compared with the suspicion of Konoha, the Sand Village directly locked on the suspect, Salamander Hanzo. You were given the opportunity to be a dog, but you didn't cherish it and played such tricks in secret. However, Hanzo of the Salamander's tricks did help the Sand Village. The third Kazekage has been trying to break the deadlock, but he needs to consider the opinions of the daimyo prefecture. Now, the conflict has escalated, and it was not initiated by the Sand Village. Whether it was Hanzo of the Salamander causing trouble or Konoha taking the initiative, once this news is sent to the daimyo's mansion, the daimyo's mouth will be shut. Silence the daimyo, gain his support, and then, looking at the map of the Land of Fire, the third Kazekige's eyes began to grow hot. The Fire Country has too many resources that the Sand Village needs. As long as it has these resources, the Sand Village will continue to develop, breaking the upper limit of development and becoming stronger step by step. Cho, send a message to the daimyo prefecture. The third Kazekage gave Cho a look. Cho said, I won't let you down, Kazekage-sama. She understood what the third Kazekage meant, and exaggerated the situation a little bit, saying that Konoha was going too far, actively provoking conflict, and wanting to start a war, and sent all these remarks to the daimyo's mansion to provoke the daimyo's sense of crisis and anger. As long as they get the support of the daimyo, the Sand Village will be able to take the initiative. Chapter 61, Tsunade, let's make a showdown. As long as I'm in Konoha, Danzo won't be. At that time, we will be able to send people into the rain country with legitimate reasons. Even if Konoha doesn't want to fight, you will have no choice. The Sand Village has been preparing for this war for a long time, and everything is ready except for the east wind from the daimyo prefecture. And how to provoke the anger of the daimyo and make him feel a sense of crisis? This is very simple. It's just that someone helped create the chaos, which saved the third Kazekage a lot of effort. There is no need to bother with framing others. It is enough to just determine that the escalation of the conflict was caused by Konoha. You will create chaos and escalate conflicts, and there is also the risk of being exposed. When the daimyo finds out that he has been deceived, he will definitely be very angry. If someone else did it, the third Kazekage wouldn't have these concerns. In Konoha, Tsunade once again came to the Hokage's office building. This was the third time the third Hokage had looked for Tsunade after the meeting. The first time in the conference room, Tsunade did not give a clear answer. When urged the second time, Tsunade said that she still needed to think about it. Now it is the third time. Tsunade needs to give the third Hokage a satisfactory answer. After all, nothing can happen again and again. Old man. Walking into the Hokage's office, Tsunade greeted him first, then closed the door, and then sat down on the sofa in the Hokage's office. Tsunade, according to the intelligence gathered by the village, the Sand Village has sent a group of reinforcements and is preparing to enter the Land of Rain. The third Hokage did not tell Tsunade to go to the Land of Rain, but he was hinting to her that once the war broke out, she would be needed on the front line. Tsunade seemed not to understand the third Hokage's hint, and waved her fist, saying, "Since war is unavoidable, let's fight." Tsunade. Old man, I won't go to the front line. I need to stay in the village and in the medical department. Tsunade directly interrupted the third Hokage's persuasion. Grandma is gone, Noeki and Kushina are still young, they need me, and the medical department can't do without me. But you're needed on the front lines. The third Hokage couldn't help but heighten his voice. Too bad this didn't scare Tsunade. Don't scare me, old man. Otherwise, I'll be scared and hide in Daming Mansion. A lot of things might happen. The third Hokage's momentum was instantly extinguished. It's like someone is grabbing your neck. I know I'm needed on the front line, but I can't leave without worry. Tsunade expressed her attitude to the third Hokage. The third Hokage asked in confusion, Tsunade, what are you worried about? Will I still target Noeki and Kushina, or Hinata Shizuka? The only people in the entire Konoha that Tsunade can't let go of are Noeki and Kushina, plus Shizuka. I'm worried about the person imprisoned in the Umbu prison. Once I leave, if you activate him, Akimichi Tukao won't be able to stop him. You and I both know what he will do, so I can't leave. I'm going to be frank with you. I'm just worried, so I can't leave unless you kill Danzo Shimura. The third Hokage originally wanted to make a promise to Tsunade, promising that he would not activate Danzo Shimura, but before he could say anything, he realized that he could not make such a promise. Because the third Hokage needed someone to help him deal with some things that he couldn't handle himself. Shimura Danzo is the best choice. In addition, Danzo Shimura has good combat command ability. During the First Ninja World War, Danzo Shimura proved that he has such ability. If war breaks out, Jingai will go to the battlefield in my place. What I can do, he can do too. Besides, Nara Shikashin is a good commander. Tsunade came to confront the third Hokage and told him clearly why she was unwilling to leave the village and go to the front line. Now, you don't even want to give me a promise, how dare I leave? But don't release Danzo Shimura right after I leave and then cause all kinds of trouble and disgust me. While showing her cards, Tsunade also recommended Shizuichi and Nara Shikashin. Is Jingai okay? The third Hokage had great doubts, but as for Nara Shikashin, there was no need to question it, as the third Hokage knew exactly how strong the other party was. If the Hokage faction had not been torn into two and Inoshikacho had not been marked with Tsunade's mark, the third Hokage would not have removed Narashika's position as the leader of the Jonin class. Tsunade stood up from the sofa, straightened her clothes, and said unhappily, "Old man, don't underestimate me. Jingai is someone I brought up. I dare say that in the entire Konoha, there is no one more suitable than me. Since you can't give me a promise, I can only let Jingai go to the front line in my place." The fact that Tsunade dared to say this meant that Shizuichi really had the ability to replace Tsunade. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and started smoking in annoyance. Tsunade, Danzo's ability. Impossible. Tsunade sternly rejected the third Hokage. Want to let Danzo Shimura out? I don't agree. As long as I stay in Konoha, Danzo Shimura will never be able to come out of the Umbu prison. Tsunade would go to the Umbu to investigate at any time in order to prevent the third Hokage from playing any tricks and secretly releasing Danzo Shimura and then concealing his identity and acting in secret. The third Hokage let out a long sigh. This is a big deal. Danzo, you really disappoint me. No room for negotiation? The third Hokage's voice became deeper. Tsunade said in a tough tone, there is no room for negotiation, unless you hand him over to me, then I, Tsunade, will lead my men straight to the border camp immediately. When I didn't ask, the third Hokage decisively shut up. Although Danzo Shimura could not be used, he was at least alive and well by locking him up in the Umbu prison. If he were handed over to Tsunade, given her decisiveness, Danzo Shimura would probably not survive more than 3 days. Let alone 3 days, you would be lucky to survive even 3 hours. Anyway, I will not leave, and Shimura Danzo cannot be released. Old man, I respect you, and I hope you respect me too, and don't do things that make things difficult for everyone. When Jingai said this, Tsunade still had some hope for the third Hokage, but now it seems that there is only a shitty hope. I'm afraid that as soon as Tsunade left, Danzo Shimura was released. Since you have completely given up hope, let's just be fair and impartial. I respect you and hope you can respect me. Even though you are the Hokage, it will not be easy for you if a fight breaks out. Tsunade stormed off. Shortly after she left, Yutang Koharu and Mito Kato arrived at the Hokage's office. Noticing that the third Hokage looked unhappy, the two knew that the negotiations had not been successful. Hiruzen, Tsunade refused? Yutang Koharu asked tentatively. She refused. The third Hokage sighed. She told me clearly that she didn't want to leave the village because she was afraid that I would release Danzo and activate him, but she recommended Hinata Shizuka and Nara Shikashin. Hinata Shizuka? Can you do it? Yutang Koharu and Mito Kato couldn't help but put a question mark. Chapter 62 Jiraiya, I've figured it out. Women like handsome guys. They admit that Jingai's medical skills are good, but what about other aspects? Why are they so eager to send Tsunade to the front line? Apart from Tsunade's medical skills and ability to prepare medicines, isn't the real purpose to recruit Danzo Shimura? Whether it is the third Hokage, or Yutang Koharu, or Mito Kato they all do not want the Hokage faction to be divided into two. They didn't dare to take action to disintegrate Tsunade's faction on their own. But they would not be satisfied unless they collapsed, so they had to let Danzo Shimura be the wielder. As long as Tsunade leaves the village, they can get Danzo Shimura out and start taking action. If Tsunade gets angry afterwards, they can also blame everything on Danzo Shimura. Shimura Danzo is very experienced in taking the blame. However, their plan failed before it even began. Tsunade didn't respond at all, and even made a clear move. The third Hokage frowned and said, since Tsunade is so sure, it means that Hinata Shizuka is capable enough to stay in the camp. You are also aware of Nara Shikashin's command ability. It's a pity that Danzo. The three of them were silent for a while. Finally, Maida Minion said quietly, wait for the right time. They can target other people openly or covertly, but they cannot use these methods against Tsunade, because Tsunade's identity is too special. If you dare to use these tricks, she will turn around and run to the daimyo's mansion to find the daimyo. The daimyo would only obviously favor Tsunade. It's a very unpleasant feeling when a dog bites a hedgehog but can't find anywhere to bite it. If you don't bite, you will feel uncomfortable and your vital interests will be affected. But if you bite it, you will definitely get a mouthful of thorns, and you may not be able to get back the benefits. This is very uncomfortable. After returning home, Tsunade went to find Shizuka first. Jingai has completely become the #1 military strategist of this family. Just stabilize the situation. As long as you stay in the village and make sure Shimura Danzo stays safely in prison, you don't have to worry about anything else. Even if the war fails, the responsibility will not fall on you. Jingai comforted Tsunade and told her not to think too much. Tsunade said worriedly, I'm not afraid of the old man and his men causing trouble, I'm afraid of losing the war. The situation in the Rain Country is too chaotic. Once Konoha, Sand Village, Iwagakure, and Rain Village start fighting, it will be a big mess. You hit me, I hit him, and several parties fight each other. The losses may be great, but Konoha will not be defeated, trust me. In the original work, Konoha seemed to have won the war in the Rain Country, but in fact it was defeated. This is why Tsunade, Orochimaru and the other two hated the title of Sunin. Because Konoha did not win the war, it was Hanzo of the Salamander who chose to surrender on his own initiative. However, as losers, they became heroes of the village and the three ninjas who were highly regarded by others. Jingai raised his clenched fist, I won't accept failure either. Feeling Jingai's strong confidence, Tsunade had no choice but to say, okay, then the Rain Country is up to you. I will stay in the village. As long as I am in the village, no one can let Shimura Danzo out. If you dare to let go, I will tear your skin off. See who is most affected. The third Hokage was very careful about his reputation, otherwise he would not have used Danzo Shimura in various ways. On the premise of cherishing her own reputation and not wanting to face the accusation of the daimyo prefecture, Tsunade has the confidence to say such things. Good, keep being so domineering. I like women who show their dominance. Shizuka laughed and raised her hand to pinch Tsunade's face. Tsunade slapped his hand away angrily. Konoha hopes that the Sand Village can exercise restraint, but the Sand Village does not seem to have the intention to restrain itself. Instead, it directly sends more personnel to the Rain Country. Although the number of additional personnel is not large, it has already made its attitude clear. The attitude is very clear: the Sand Village will not stop there. Konoha had no choice but to follow suit. At this point, it is clear that war is about to break out. Konoha cursed the Sand Village while sending reinforcements, and the village's mobilization did not stop. To be honest, I've just been stationed at a border camp for a year, and I really don't want to go to the Rain Country at this time. In the tavern, Shizue joined Tsunade and her two companions, and after a few drinks, she started to complain. Tsunade will stay in the village, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya can't escape, and they need to enter the Rain Country with Shizuichi and reinforcements. So they had a dinner party before leaving, and Tsunade brought Shizuka along. Shizuka and Orochimaru didn't have a very good relationship, but at least they could talk to each other. Jiraiya was a very outgoing person, so everyone quickly became familiar with each other. But when Tsunade took Shizue's hand, Jiraiya began to become silent. Listening to Jingai's complaints, Orochimaru smiled faintly and said, "I still have a lot of experiments in my hands, but unfortunately, I have to stop the experiments for now. I just bought a puppet from Shizuoka, and the related experiments haven't started yet, but the war mobilization has come. Shizuoka doesn't want to leave the village, and so does Orochimaru. I'm better than you." Jingai smiled and said, "I am a medical ninja. I only need to stay in the camp to treat the sick and take care of the wounded. If necessary, I can prepare some medicines. I am not like you two who need to go into the battlefield to fight. Maybe we can start some cooperation." Orochimaru and Shizuka were having a great time chatting. Jiraiya sat aside, feeling unhappy. Why is it so quiet today? Tsunade poured a glass of wine and pushed it to Jiraiya, feeling very strange. He was usually the talkative one, but today he was very sullen, which was not like Jiraiya's style. No way. Even though he felt upset, he couldn't admit it. Jiraiya picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in it in one gulp. He said insincerely, "I just saw that they were very engaged in their conversation and didn't want to disturb them." "That's fine." Seeing that Jiraiya didn't want to join, Tsunade didn't force him. After the dinner, Jingai and Tsunade left first. Jiraiya was still drinking alone. Orochimaru looked at him with disdain and said, "Some things need to be said. If you don't say it, you won't have a chance." Jiraiya likes Tsunade. Orochimaru knows it very well. It has always been like this since childhood. Unfortunately, Jiraiya's way of expressing his love is a bit unbearable, and since they grew up together, Tsunade can't have any romantic feelings for Jiraiya. What's the point of saying it? I finally understand. Tsunade just likes handsome guys. The smile on Orochimaru's face disappeared. Idiot. He almost forgot how long it had been since he had scolded Jiraiya like this. He thought it would be better after he became an adult, but now it seems, bullshit. Get out of here, you better go to hell. With your character, there's no way Tsunade would fall for you. Resisting the urge to kick Jiraiya, Orochimaru walked away with a gloomy face. Jiraiya was left alone in the tavern drinking. After leaving the tavern, Jingai went to buy a lot of spare parts and materials. He had a feeling that these materials and parts would come in handy soon. As for Jiraiya's matter, Shizuka didn't ask and Tsunade wouldn't say much. She knew that Jiraiya liked her and had liked her since she was a child, but she couldn't get excited about Jiraiya, let alone like him. As for the reason, Tsunade thought that maybe they were too familiar with each other. They grew up together, were classmates, partners, and teammates. After more than 10 years, they had become accustomed to each other's way of getting along, and there was no way to transform such a relationship into a relationship between a man and a woman. Even though she knew this, Tsunade would not point it out because that would only make everyone embarrassed. Jingai was ready to go to the Rain Country, and Kushina, Noeki, and his little apprentice, the little yellow-haired boy, also knew about it. Jingai, didn't you just come back from the border camp? Why are you going to the battlefield again? Kushina was full of reluctance, and she pouting her lips while holding Jingai's arm tightly. Chapter 63 Kushina, I just can't bear to leave Jingwon. Noeki and Namikaze Minato also didn't understand. Given Jingai's situation, he shouldn't be summoned to the front line immediately. Silly girl, because the village needs me. If the war doesn't break out, I will definitely stay in the village. As a ninja of the village, isn't it my duty to rush to the battlefield when the village is threatened? Shizue smiled and gently pinched Kushina's nose. As for some shady plots and calculations, Shizuka and Tsunade can just take the initiative to handle them. There is no need to involve Kushina and the others. at least not until they grow up. So Jing'ai had to find other excuses for himself. But I can't bear to leave you. Crystal clear tears appeared in Kushina's big eyes. I don't want to leave you either, but this is my mission. Do you remember what I said to you? Uh-huh. Kushina sniffed and nodded her head vigorously. Tsunade wordlessly handed over a piece of paper. This girl's dependence on Shizuka has reached a point that makes Tsunade jealous. Jing'ai comforted Kushina and glanced at the rope tree. Noeki, if war comes, your batch of ninjas will graduate early, and even the transition period will become very short. Jiraiya will definitely go to the battlefield, and you won't be able to learn from him then. What? Noeki suddenly became anxious. What should I do? I can't stay in the village forever. My dream is to become a Hokage so that I can protect everyone. That's great. My dream is to become a Hokage and protect the village and everyone. Little Yellow Hair looked at Shenshu and realized that they had the same dream. You're lucky you can protect yourself. Tsunade gave her brother a big slap. Shingshu grimaced in pain, wanting to curse but not daring to. However, it is indeed a problem that Noeki is about to graduate. If he becomes Jiraiya's disciple, Jiraiya will have to enter the battlefield as a result. It's not like they'll send Rope Tree to the battlefield as soon as he graduates, right? Konoha has not yet fallen to the point where it needs a new genin to go to the battlefield. Shizuka knew Tsunade's inner worries. If he were in her place, he wouldn't want Ropaki to enter the battlefield too early. The curse of the detonating tag was a bit scary. The village is not yet at the point where they need these new genin to go to the battlefield. If they are really needed, you can just send him to the camp and let him follow me and help me. Theoretically, the possibility of new ninjas being sent to the battlefield is very low, but no one can predict the course of the war. Once the war is too intense and the village suffers too many casualties, no one will care whether you are a new genin or not. As long as you are a ninja in the village, you have the obligation to go to the battlefield and fight for the village. If this happens, it would be better for Shenshu to follow him and help out in the camp medical department. I'll arrange it when the time comes. Tsunade agreed with Shizuichi's suggestion. Instead of letting Rope Tree follow Jiraiya to the battlefield, it would be better to let him stay in the camp to help out. Feeling the atmosphere of war can also allow Rope Tree to grow. As for entering the battlefield and fighting, that's not necessary. With Jing'ai here, the safety of the Rope Tree is not a problem. Minato, just study hard in school. When you graduate, your teacher will teach you personally. If you have any questions while I'm away from the village, you can go to Tsunade and she will help you. Okay, teacher. Minato Namikaze is a good boy who will obey the teacher's arrangements. He does not have the rebellious gene of Noeke. As for Noeke's rebellion, Tsunade slapped him to death with 2 slaps. If you don't listen and even have complaints, I can only beat you up. After the beating, see if you still dare to clamor to join the battlefield. Tsunade has always been good at winning people over with virtue, and her virtue is imprinted on her fists. Noeke feels this deeply. Her sister's power of virtue has always been abundant, especially when she was beating him. Hanzo of the Salamander's plan was successful. He successfully intensified the conflict between Konoha and the Sand Village, causing the 2 villages to send additional troops to the Rain Country. But his success was built on the basic condition of the suffering of the Rain Kingdom. Logically speaking, the plan was successful and Salamander Hanzo should be happy. However, he couldn't be happy at this moment because the Rain Country became even more chaotic. The Sand Village sent reinforcements, and Konoha also began to send reinforcements. Seeing that Konoha and Sand Village had sent reinforcements, the Uegakuer would certainly not sit idly by, so it also sent reinforcements to the Rain Country. Seeing that Konoha and Sand Village began to build war camps in the Rain Country, Uegakuer also followed suit and built war camps. The Uegakuer wouldn't allow himself to be slower than the other party, whether it was the Sand Village or Konoha. If you follow suit when others play their cards, the result is that you get dragged into it as well. Originally, the conflict between Sand Village and Konoha escalated, but as Uegakuer also began to add pressure, Uegakuer was also drawn in. People from the 3 major ninja villages in the Rain Country will fight as soon as they meet, no matter which village you come from, even the Rain Village is no exception. If you meet a ninja from the Rain Village, run away quickly if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, you will be beaten too. As the situation in the Rain Kingdom becomes more and more chaotic, Shizuka, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and others also followed the second batch of reinforcements to the Rain Country. You must listen to Sister Tsunade and eat well. Don't starve yourself or lock yourself in your room, understand? Kushina held on to Shizuichi's hand and was unwilling to let go. Jing'ai squatted down and comforted the little girl who was reluctant to leave. Wu I will be good and obedient, but you have to ensure your own safety. Kushina cried until her nose turned red and her voice was choked with sobs, but she still couldn't stop Shizuka from leaving. Well, I promise, I won't take any risks and will return to the village safely. Shizuichi promised Kushina with a smile. Kushina wiped her tears and snot, not caring if it would stain her clothes. We pull the hook. It is good. Raising his hand, he extended his little finger and hooked it with Kushina as a promise, then Shizuichi picked her up and handed her to Tsunade. The little girl is too clingy and relies on him to a serious degree. If Tsunade doesn't hold her, Kushina probably won't let go. After waving goodbye, Jing'ai turned around decisively and left, walking into the main group. The more they pulled and tugged, the sadder Kushina became. Wow, Sister Tsunade, I can't bear to let Jing'ai leave. Kushina lay in Tsunade's arms, crying. Tsunade was also in a dilemma. She was not good at comforting people, especially little girls. If it is a rope tree, it is easier to deal with. Just put 2 big hooves on it and it will be behaved. But Kushina can't bring herself to do it. Then you should grow up quickly, and when Jing'ai leaves the village in the future, you can go out with him. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? 2 months ago, you lied to me and said you had no money to eat. You silly girl, I was comforting you, but you pierced my lungs in return, right? Chapter 64. One sentence offends 2 people. You are worthy of being Jiraiya. Forget it. I can't bear to beat this girl. Just let her lungs be punctured. I'll deal with her when she grows up. Tsunade had no choice but to compromise. Senior. Walking into the crowd and following the team out of the village, Jing'ai greeted Nara Shikashin. Hello. Nara Shikashin's attitude was good. It's just that the way he looks is a little bit strange. Jing'ai has already gotten used to this. Look, you can look at it however you want. It's not the first time you think this way. Hinata Shizuka, am just a gigolo. What's wrong with that? I hope we can have a good cooperation. Nara Shikashin is the combat commander appointed by the village, while Jing'ai is the medical ninja stationed in the camp. There is bound to be cooperation between the two, one ensuring the treatment in the camp, and the other being responsible for combat command. In addition, it is naturally good to be closer to people who belong to the same faction. I wouldn't dare say it's cooperation, it's all for the village, it's what I should do. Jing'ai replied with a smile. Nara Shikashin nodded slightly. He agreed with what he said, saying that the cooperation was a bit unfamiliar. Overall, when they met for the first time, Nara Shikashin felt that Shizuichi was not the kind of person who was difficult to get along with. He was just afraid that Shizuichi would become arrogant because of Tsunade, and then he, as the combat commander, would have a headache. He can take care of others, but he can't and shouldn't take care of Jing'ai. You are all people assigned by the village. Combat command is your job. Medical aspects of the camp are my responsibility. Why do you give me orders? Nara Shikashin's worries are not unnecessary, because if he and Jing'ai don't get along well, it will easily lead to some conflicts. Even though Ino Shikacho is on Tsunade's side and Tsunade is the leader, if we really talk about relationships, Shizue is closer to Tsunade than them. Never underestimate the power of pillow talk. This power is greater on men and women as well. Jing'ai is willing to get along in a friendly manner and work together, which is good news for Nara Shikashin. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Nara Shikashin, Jing'ai immediately went to find Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Compared to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Shizuka doesn't like getting along with people like Nara Shikashin who use their brains. It's too tiring. Whenever you say something, the other person will think about it first. This may be a common problem among the Nara clan. People who are too smart will always involuntarily weigh the gains and losses and think about what to say and what not to say. After a few days of transition, Jiraiya has recovered. Although he likes Tsunade very much, he will not let his love for Tsunade affect himself or even the affairs of the village. Seeing Jing'ai coming over, Jiraiya took the initiative to say, I've heard from this kid about your arrangement for Shingshu. If the war breaks out, it will be dangerous for him to follow me into the battlefield. It would be best for him to stay in the camp. Come to think of it, I can become Nowake's teacher thanks to you for speaking well of me. You are so good, Jiraiya, you offend 2 people with just 1 sentence, right? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya coughed and explained, Orochimaru, that's not what I meant. I'm just happy. Yes, I'm happy. Tsunade mentioned the matter of choosing a teacher to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru did not refuse. In the end, Jiraiya became the teacher. Orochimaru wouldn't think too much about such things, and it wasn't worth it. The key is that I cannot care, but you can't say it yourself. I've let you talk too much, now you know how powerful I am. Jing'ai really wants to put his hands on his hips and laugh out loud. What do you mean I said something nice? It's Tsunade who makes the decision, not me. You'd better be careful and don't let me catch you. Giving Jiraiya a look that said, you know what I mean, Orochimaru ignored him and turned to chat with Shizuka. Jing'ai also decided to ignore Jiraiya, because that guy was always talking nonsense. You know that saying it will offend people, but you still say it. I think the puppet you made will become a surprise force on the battlefield. There are also many resources on the battlefield that can be utilized. What is the most important thing in making a puppet? Material. What is most abundant on the battlefield is materials, such as enemy corpses. As long as Jing puts aside the discomfort in his heart, he can use the enemy's corpses to make puppets. Putting these puppets on the battlefield will definitely give the enemy a surprise. It depends on the situation. I don't really want to touch a corpse, even if it's an enemy's. If necessary, I will do it. Jing Ai is not a pretentious person. Even if he doesn't want to do it, if necessary, he will just do it, as long as he doesn't use the corpses of his own people. As for the enemy's corpses, why bother so much? Isn't it perfect to use the enemy's corpse to make a puppet and then use it to deal with the enemy? Orochimaru smiled slightly. If you want, I can provide you with a lot of material parts. It seems that Orochimaru came prepared. Since he wants to study puppets, he must put in some effort. Orochimaru is a man who works hard. You might as well help me make the puppet and I'll do the last step. Jing Ai suddenly had an idea. Since he didn't want to move the corpse, why not let someone else do it, and he would just complete the last step. Anyway, Orochimaru doesn't mind playing with the corpses of his enemies, so if he is asked to make puppets, he will definitely not refuse. Okay, but I need a part of the puppets. Don't worry, I won't ask for too much. Orochimaru immediately put forward his conditions. It is good. How can I refuse such a good thing? Jing Ai immediately agreed to Orochimaru's suggestion, and the two reached a cooperation. Seeing that Shizuka and Orochimaru had reached a cooperation agreement with a smile on their faces, Jiraiya, who was left aside, was completely confused. Jing Ai, aren't you a medical ninja? Why are you talking about making puppets? And, Orochimaru, when did you become interested in puppets? Even though he had never seen it with his own eyes, Jiraiya believed that as long as Orochimaru wanted, he could do it at any time. After all, Orochimaru was so omnipotent. Jing Ai looked up and down at Jiraiya, who was dressed shabbily, hadn't changed his clothes for who knows how long, and smelled strange, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Orochimaru followed closely and gave Jiraiya a meaningful smile. Jiraiya? No, what do you two mean? Why are you so petty? I just said something wrong. Why target me like this? It's so annoying, I really want to know. Jiraiya was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. Shizuchi and Orochimaru let him hear part of the content but did not tell him the truth, which made him feel itchy and uncomfortable all over. Tell me about it, just tell me about it, to satisfy my curiosity. Jiraiya kept asking ingratiating questions. Orochimaru, who had long been accustomed to all this, remained unmoved and just looked at him with a half-smile. Chapter 65, The Status Sequence of the Hyuga Clan. Orochimaru, who had long been accustomed to all this, remained unmoved and just looked at him with a half-smile. But Jing Ai couldn't stand it a bit. Jiraiya is really annoying when he becomes shameless. It would be fine if he was just annoying, but he also keeps getting closer to you. This bastard probably used the money to support the young lady for several days without even taking a shower or changing clothes. Jing Ai couldn't bear it anymore and could only choose to surrender. Don't take advantage of me. I just know how to make some special puppets. Orochimaru wanted to study these puppets, so I reached a cooperation with him. On the battlefield, the enemy's corpses can also be made into puppets. This is free material. Do you understand? A special puppet? Jiraiya scratched his head and wondered, what kind of puppet could be considered a special puppet? Curious, right? But if I don't tell you, it's no use rubbing against you, and also, stay away from me. Roll. Jiraiya wanted to use the same trick he used on Shizuka on Orochimaru, but as soon as he got close he was met with Orochimaru's cold face and a cold "get out." Okay. Jiraiya was also tactful enough to walk away. He knew that if he didn't get away, Orochimaru would definitely take action. The number of people in the second batch of support was not too large, only about 500 or 600 people at most. The situation in the Rain Country had not yet reached the point where the village needed to send thousands of ninjas to participate in the war. As the number of people increases, the travel speed will slow down. In addition, various materials need to be transported, so it is impossible to go faster. Medical supplies can be carried directly using sealing scrolls, but some ordinary supplies cannot. The cost of using sealing scrolls is too high, and the Konoha family, with its huge wealth, cannot afford such a cost. Such supplies can only be pulled by carriages and carried by ninjas. As for the medical supplies needed for the frontline camp, they were all concentrated in several sealed scrolls and carried by Jing Ai. In addition to him, the village also dispatched a group of medical ninjas, totaling 15 people. These people are under his charge. If the war situation becomes intense, more personnel will be sent. On the way, After being scolded several times by Orochimaru, Jiraiya finally took advantage of the team's rest time to run to the river to wash himself and change into clean clothes. There was no strange smell on his body anymore and he was no longer being driven away, so he came over to Jingai. Compared to Orochimaru, who curses at people all the time and has a cold face, Jiraiya prefers to be with Shizuka because he can brag and chat with him. Jingai, don't you want to say hello to your people? Among the team going to the Rain Country to reinforce, there were people from the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya was puzzled that neither of them had the intention of saying hello to Shizuka, let alone taking the initiative to talk to him. Jingai glanced at his people and smiled faintly. Do you know the status sequence of the Hyuga clan? Main family and branch family. Jiraiya scratched his head. That's correct, but not entirely correct. Jingai shook his finger and corrected, it should be the main family, followed by the elders of the branch family, then the branch family, and the clan members with degenerated bloodlines, 4 levels. I see. Jiraiya suddenly realized, but he quickly raised a new question, that's not right. Even if it is divided like this, there are only 3 levels. Aren't the elders of the branch family also from the branch family? Since you are a member of a separated family, why not be included in this level of separated family? Because of the family system, if you want to become a branch elder, unless you have made great contributions, otherwise ordinary people from the branch family cannot serve as an elder. These branch elders are all members of the main family who have no inheritance rights and are forced to be cursed with the caged bird mark. They look down on people from the branch family. On the surface, they are elders of the branch family, but in reality, their hearts are with the main family, so they need to become a separate step. You understand now? Fuck. Jiraiya was stunned. Is this so realistic? This is why when it comes to the interests or issues of the branch family, most of the elders of the branch family do not stand on the side of the branch family, because as elders of the branch family, their hearts are not on the side of the branch family at all. Don't they say that once you become a branch family, you will always be a branch family? If that's the case, why should they get closer to the main family? Jiraiya's doubts grew. Shizue smiled and looked up at the sky, causing Jiraiya to look up at the sky as well, thinking there was something in the sky. The result is nothing. Because they became members of the branch family, but they only became members of the branch family because of the inheritance system. The purity of their Byakugan is still very high. If there is a chance, their descendants can get together with the people of the main family. What? Jiraiya looked confused. Orochimaru also listened with great interest. No matter how noble the main family is, there are only so many of them, and not every generation has suitable pairing options, so these branch families with high purity of white eyes become the choice. In addition to the small number, one must also pay attention to blood relations. As a result, it becomes difficult for the people of the main family to complete a reasonable match. My mind is totally messed up. Are all big families so troublesome? Jiraiya suddenly felt fortunate that he was a commoner ninja and not born into a large family. Don't look like that. Jingai knew that Jiraiya had obviously misunderstood something, so he explained, not all ninja families are like this. In the entire Konoha, no, even in the entire ninja world, only the Hyuga clan's inheritance is like this. Other families are not like this. For example, the Uchiha clan does not have so many strange rules. In fact, many ninja families are open to intermarriage and marriage with outsiders, such as the Senju clan. Recalling the Senju clan's outrageous actions, Jingai couldn't help laughing. In the past, the Senju clan liked to marry their distant relatives, the Uzumaki clan, which caused many people in the Uzumaki clan to be full of resentment because the Senju clan always married the beautiful and talented girls in their clan. This kind of operation is really a bit tricky. It is no exaggeration to call it a cool operation. Then why don't the Senju clan marry their girls to the family? It's a marriage, isn't this a normal operation? Idiot, why do you think the Uzumaki clan are full of resentment? Orochimaru couldn't stand it anymore. Jiraiya was still the same as always lacking something. You understand the question, but you still keep asking. Jingai has already explained it very clearly. If both sides come like this, what else would the Uzumaki clan have to complain about? It is obvious that the Senju clan is cunning and always takes advantage, while the Uzumaki clan always suffers losses, which is why others are full of resentment. After being scolded, Jiraiya finally reacted. Even a thick-skinned person like him couldn't help but complain, this is too cunning. Why else would others have resentment? Jiraiya always brings joy to people, but he also always does some stupid things. Occasionally, when Orochimaru scolds him, he will choose to ignore it. If the scolding is harsh, he will immediately turn hostile and scold Orochimaru back. What's interesting is that whenever Jiraiya got angry and started swearing at him, Orochimaru would always walk away with a cold face, as if he didn't want to deal with a fool, which made Jiraiya scream in anger. Chapter 66 Remind Orochimaru again. 3 days later, the team arrived at the border camp. The reinforcement team will rest in the border camp for one night and then go straight to the camp being built in the Rain Country. There are too few border camps to accommodate so many people. It can only be used as a transit camp for supplies. The heavy rain that continued all day and all night made people feel irritated. In addition, there were too many people and the wooden houses in the camp could not accommodate them all, so most people had to squeeze into tents. Even Jingai couldn't go to the medical room to rest because the medical room was already crowded with wounded people sent back from the Rain Country. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was assigned to the same tent with Jiraiya, while Shizuka slept alone. Giving Orochimaru a sympathetic look, Shizue went into the tent. After a few days of contact, Jingai finally realized that anyone who was alone with Jiraiya would definitely be annoyed to death by him. At least at this stage, Jiraiya was a chatterbox. He always had endless things to say and kept chattering on. Not only is he a chatterbox, he also often does stupid things. Jingai didn't sleep well that night. The tent was stuffy and the rain was pouring down. The sound of water drops hitting the tent was so loud that people who were not used to it couldn't sleep at all. Because Jingai didn't sleep well, she yawned all the next day. After replenishing a batch of consumables, the reinforcement team gathered and set out at dawn, heading straight for the Rain Country camp. The camp in the Rain Country is still under construction. There is a circle of wooden walls around it, and the houses are still being built. Most ninjas can only make do with tents. Several people have to be crammed into one tent, and the sleeping conditions are even worse than those in border camps. Fortunately, Jingai didn't need to squeeze into the tent. As a big shot in the medical room, he has his own lounge and does not need to squeeze with others or live in a tent. The only bad thing is that you have to start taking over the work immediately after entering the camp, because there are really a lot of wounded people in the medical department. Clean the wound and suture it. Bring 2 bottles of the second type antidote over here. Prepare the herbs on the list. I need to prepare some antidotes. As soon as he took over the job, Jingai was extremely busy. He had to take care of the patients and research antidotes at the same time. He didn't even have time to catch his breath. Many of the wounded have been poisoned. If you want to treat these people, you need to prepare corresponding antidotes to detoxify them before you can proceed to the next step of treatment. Many of the ninjas in the Sand Village are good at using poison, and the poisons they use are constantly being updated. This time when he came from the village, Jingai brought a lot of antidotes, but unfortunately not many of them could be used. Many antidotes need to be cracked from scratch. Clean up the lounge and leave me alone. In order to crack the poison and develop a targeted antidote, Jingai needs a quiet place. So his job changed from treating the wounded to researching antidotes. The people in the medical department acted quickly, clearing out the largest lounge, and then moved all kinds of medicinal materials and necessary instruments into the lounge. By the way, go ask Orochimaru to come over. I need his help here. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, the ninjas from the medical department immediately ran to ask for Orochimaru. Soon, Orochimaru arrived. Need my help? Walking into the lounge, Orochimaru stared at Shizuka who was preparing the antidote, and looked at the collected poison samples curiously. After watching for a while, I couldn't help but smile and shook my head. The Sand Village is still the same, and the types of poisons are still the same. Jing said without even looking up. Orochimaru, please help me analyze the poison sample. It contains a lot of mixed venom from desert snakes. This should be something you are good at. Don't think that there are no animals living in the desert. In fact, most of the creatures living in the desert are highly poisonous, such as snakes, lizards, scorpions and so on. These things can collect venom, and the ninjas in the Sand Village have encountered many creatures like this. No problem, leave it to me. If possible, I would like to be your assistant. Orochimaru made his request. He is very good at doing these things, but he also has his own selfish motives. Compared to going to the battlefield to kill enemies, he would rather stay in the camp and do what he wants to do, such as making puppets. In the morgue of the medical department, there are many enemy corpses. In Orochimaru's eyes, these corpses have high research value. It's the enemy's corpse anyway, so just use it. But before doing all this, he needs to stay in the camp with a legitimate reason, otherwise he will be sent to the battlefield soon. Shaking the antidote in his hand, Jingai glanced at Orochimaru. Good man, I can get by, but you, Orochimaru, are also a jerk. Whatever. If you want to stay, then stay. Anyway, the worst situation is not something Orochimaru can change alone. If he stays as an assistant, it can also save Shizuka a lot of trouble. After all, this guy is so versatile. He can do anything. As long as you can drive him, he will guarantee to give you a satisfactory reward. The goal was achieved. With a smile on his face, Orochimaru put on rubber gloves and began to identify the toxin samples. Desert vipers, poisonous lizards, water lizards and sea vipers, and there are many types of plant toxins. Orochimaru went into work mode. He was responsible for analyzing the toxin samples, while Shizuka was responsible for making the antidote. In order to make poison, the Sand Village took great pains and collected highly toxic substances from everywhere. From animals to plants, there are also various mixed poisons. If there are not enough corresponding antidotes and Konoha collides with the ninjas from the Sand Village, its losses will increase dramatically. For many ninjas, killing an enemy is too difficult, but injuring the enemy becomes much easier. Being injured means being poisoned, and being poisoned means being close to death. Single toxins are relatively easy to handle, but mixed toxins are the most troublesome. If there were no antidote and the medical ninjas had to use medical ninjutsu to remove the poison, all of them would probably be exhausted to death and wouldn't be able to handle it. After analyzing the various toxin samples, Orochimaru smiled and said, "Well, Shizuichi-kun, my mission is accomplished. This guy can't wait to use his knife on the enemy's corpse." Jingai didn't know what to say, so he could only remind Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I have no objection to you using corpses to make puppets. You will need to provide the necessary materials and parts yourself. But I hope you can remember one thing. Never, ever joke with the corpses of your own people. They are the heroes of the village. Any ninja who dies fighting for the village, even if he is a genin, should be given due respect. Instead of waiting for the other person to die and then using the body to conduct research and experiments. I will strictly abide by our agreement." After making the promise, Orochimaru couldn't wait to walk towards the morgue. "I hope this guy won't do anything rash. Never mind, it's better to be cautious." After thinking for a while, Jingai put away the prepared antidote and asked someone to take it away. Jingai told him, "Immediately send someone to find Senior Nara Shikashin and ask him to send more people to the morgue. The bodies of our companions must be placed in the sealing scroll as soon as possible." Chapter 67. Don't be afraid of one, just be afraid of one. What? The ninja who was about to send the antidote out was stunned for a moment. "Sir, we have dealt with the bodies of our fellow villagers in strict accordance with the requirements. Only when the number reaches a certain level will we use the sealing scrolls to take them away. If we place them quickly, it will waste a lot of sealing scrolls. Do as I say, go report back." Jingai would rather waste some sealing scrolls than want Orochimaru to attack the corpses of his own people. After all, Orochimaru's bottom line, well, this guy has no bottom line when he goes crazy. Instead of worrying, it is better to make arrangements early. If it was Jiraiya's guarantee, Shizue could still believe it, but as for Orochimaru, forget it. This guy left too deep an impression on people. Have to guard against it. No matter what you do with the enemy's corpse, no one will say anything, as long as you don't kill them all in one fell swoop. If someone touches the body of one of our own and finds out, our reputation will be ruined. By then, not only will Orochimaru's reputation be ruined, but it might even drag him down. Jingai didn't want to be branded as someone who used his companion's corpse as research material. Yes. The ninja who delivered the antidote had no choice but to report obediently. "Quickly place the bodies of our own people." Nara Shikashin was originally studying the topographic map of the Rain Country, but the ninja sent by Shizuka informed him of this. "Why do we need to dispose of our own bodies as quickly as possible? Are they worried that someone might harm the body? Did anyone strange go by the medical department? Except for the ninjas on duty and the medical ninjas. Lord Orochimaru was there today. He was working as an assistant to Lord Shizuichi, developing an antidote." Hearing this, Nara Shikashin understood Jingai's worry. He was afraid that Orochimaru would make fun of the corpses of his fellow villagers. Is Orochimaru such a person? It's really true. People who like to do research and experiments are all crazy. Jingai is unwilling to take risks, and the same goes for Nara Shikashin. Because once the matter is exposed, Jingai will be implicated, and Nara Shikashin will not be able to escape either. After thinking for a while, Nara Shikashin said thoughtfully, "Just follow his arrangements. As for the village, I will personally report to the Hokage." Nara Shikashin believed that the third Hokage would not object, because the third Hokage knew very well what kind of person his disciple was. There are some jokes that cannot be made, and some things that cannot be touched. Once touched, there is no turning back. We have to be prepared for any eventuality. After tossing and turning until the second half of the night, I was finally able to take a breath. With the increase of medical ninjas and medical staff, the wounded in the medical room were treated and accommodated. Jingai finally got time and opportunity to catch his breath before the puppet troops of the Sand Village joined the war and before the old woman Cho entered the Rain Country. These newly developed antidotes are sufficient. Next, all we need to do is send people to develop it quickly according to the proportion. Cho likes to use new poisons, and the poisons she developed are all very toxic. Another even more terrifying one is the salamander Hanzo. When the poison is at full power, even the host, salamander Hanzo, will be poisoned by the salamander's toxicity, which shows how terrible this poison is. If you are poisoned by a salamander, there is no need for treatment because you will not survive. Just look at the final battle between Konoha and Rain Village and you will know. When Hanzo of the salamander appeared, only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were left among the Konoha ninjas. Salamander Hanzo is a pure poisonous person. Once the poison gas is released, he can't distinguish between friend or foe. You can beat me, but you won't get any benefit. Fortunately, the poison of the salamander does not spread quickly, otherwise the threat posed by Hanzo of the salamander would definitely be as terrible as Doluo's poison Doluo. If I can't defeat you, I can poison those weaker people on your side. Nara Shikashin reported everything about Orochimaru to the third Hokage and Tsunade without missing a single detail. The third Hokage was the boss, and Tsunade was the trump card they could rely on, so they reported it together. As for how the village will deal with it, Nara Shikashin doesn't need to worry about it. He has too many things to take care of and doesn't have the energy to deal with these trivial matters. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about the medical department, which saved him a lot of energy. Two professionally trained communication ninja eagles quickly flew into the sky and headed towards Konoha in the heavy rain. Before nightfall, they successfully delivered the scroll to Konoha's intelligence department. Then the people from the intelligence department immediately separated the scroll and gave it to Tsunade, who was in charge of the medical department, and the third Hokage, who was in charge of the Hokage's office. After receiving the scroll, Tsunade opened it and took a look at it, then threw it aside. She didn't care about such things. Let the third Hokage worry about it himself. The third Hokage was not as daring as Tsunade. When he looked at the scroll, Nara Shikako thought that although Jingai's arrangement was appropriate, the village's expenses would increase greatly. He couldn't help but frowned. Wars are fought with people and finances. It is useless if the people and finances cannot keep up. It is useless if there is abundant finances but no people. Konoha is definitely not short of people. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha has the largest number of ninjas. In terms of finances, it is relatively stable. After all, the fortune left by Senju Tobirama is quite substantial. And after more than a decade of development, it is not an exaggeration to say that the economy is thriving. I dare not say that it can be compared with the upstart Rain Village, but at least it is not comparable to the other 3 major ninja villages. The problem is that even if you have money you can't waste it. Sealing scrolls are not only extremely expensive, they are also difficult to make and have a pitifully low output. Using a large number of sealing scrolls to store the corpses would probably be a bit costly. When the third Hokage saw the scroll, he instinctively wanted to refuse, but the idea of refusing was quickly suppressed by his reason. Because this involves his most valued and beloved disciple, Orochimaru. It was not surprising to the third Hokage that Orochimaru became Shizuichi's assistant. He was very clear about his disciple's abilities and knew there was no problem with him being an assistant, who could bring a lot of help to Shizuichi. But the third Hokage was not happy about Orochimaru studying the corpse. As I said, people who do research and experiments are crazy, and no one can be sure what shocking actions Orochimaru will take when studying the corpse. It would be fine if it was just the enemy's corpse, but if they attacked the corpse of their own people, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. That's all. After careful consideration, the third Hokage decided to agree. It doesn't matter if the expenses are a little higher, only the expenses on the morgue will be increased a little, and other places will remain the same. This will eliminate the possibility of Orochimaru attacking his own people. For the sake of my disciples, I can accept higher expenses. It only involves Orochimaru. If it were someone else, the third Hokage would definitely tell him to get out. Don't you know that war costs a lot of money? Don't you know how to save and want to waste? The reply from the third Hokage was quickly delivered to the camp, and with the third Hokage's permission, Nara Shikashin no longer paid attention to the matter. As long as the third Hokage knew about it and allowed it, even if Orochimaru couldn't help but damage the corpses of his own people, it would be the third Hokage's fault. Chapter 68, Orochimaru not convinced? Just hold it in. After resting in the camp for 2 days, the reinforcements began to receive missions, and teams of ninjas quickly left the camp and entered the battlefield. In the battlefield of ninjas, large-scale charging battles rarely occur. Most of the battles are fought in small teams. If the conflict is more intense, a squadron of dozens or hundreds of people will be dispatched, which is considered a large battle. After all, due to the professional limitations of ninjas and their limited numbers, ninja wars cannot be large-scale assaults like ordinary armies. More and more ninjas entered the battlefield, and even Jiraiya received corresponding tasks. But when Jiraiya was about to leave the camp, he suddenly realized why Orochimaru was not on the team list. Could it be that Orochimaru led the other teams out? In doubt, Jiraiya found Naruto, and Naruto asked him to go to the morgue in the medical room to find someone. Arriving at the morgue, he pushed open the door, and looking at the neatly arranged corpses, Jiraiya walked in calmly and found Orochimaru busy in the innermost compartment of the morgue. Forehead. As soon as he walked into the small compartment, he saw Orochimaru putting spare parts on a corpse. Jiraiya paused and looked at the corpse with blood on his hands and internal organs piled beside him, his eyes twitching. Orochimaru, even if this is the enemy's body, we shouldn't destroy it. Orochimaru, who was busy, said without even raising his head. The body has been used by the people from the interrogation department and the intelligence department. It has already been mutilated. I am just making use of the waste. Of course, Konoha would not be kind enough to help collect the bodies of the enemy. The bodies of their own people were collected to be brought back to the village for burial, while the bodies of the enemies were collected to dig out intelligence and secrets. All the bodies that can be sent to the morgue have been used, and it is not wrong to say that they are waste utilization. If Orochimaru has no use for them, the bodies will be burned together and then buried somewhere. Even if that's the case, you shouldn't be doing cadaver research. Jiraiya couldn't accept such a thing. Orochimaru remained calm. It's just making puppets, a traditional trick of the Sand Village. Who in the ninja world would say that the Sand Village is inhumane? Jiraiya was speechless. Yes, the ones who like to mess with corpses the most are the Sand Village. They like to make corpses into puppets. It doesn't make sense that the Sand Village can do this but Orochimaru can't. Besides, I have Jingai's permission, so these bodies belong to me. I acted legally and did not make any mistakes. Fine, Jiraiya had no other choice. Then you don't need to carry out the mission? A lot of reinforcements have already entered the battlefield, and I have to lead a small team as well. No need. I'm Jing Yujun's assistant. I can stay in the camp and do what I want when I don't have any missions. No, why? Jiraiya shouted indignantly. It's fine for Tsunade to stay in the village, but why don't you, Orochimaru, need to go to the battlefield? I'm the only one who can't escape. Jiraiya is not opposed to fighting for the village, but anyone would feel psychologically unbalanced. Just like Jiraiya at this moment. If Orochimaru had gone out to fight like him, he would definitely not have thought about anything. But Orochimaru was able to stay, while he had to lead his team and run to the battlefield to fight the enemy. Just because Jiraiya likes to act stupidly doesn't mean he is really stupid. Crack. After placing the last part and cleaning the blood off the body, Orochimaru put away the finished body and looked up at Jiraiya with a gloating smile. Because I'm an assistant, I can help Jingai analyze poison species, prepare medicines, and even become a temporary medical ninja. What about you? What can you do? Come on, compare with me. I don't agree. Jiraiya's face gradually turned red. What Orochimaru said made sense and he had no way to refute it. After all, Orochimaru was omnipotent and he could do these things. Not being able to refute doesn't mean you're convinced. So angry. If you have nothing to do, please leave and don't disturb my work. Orochimaru directly ordered them to leave. I'll go find Jingai. Cancel your assistant status. Jiraiya gritted his teeth as he walked out of the morgue and headed straight for the medical room. Cancel Orochimaru's assistant status? Jing, who was boiling medicine early in the morning, stood up straight, stretched, and moved her stiff body. Why? He does a pretty good job, whether it's identifying poisons or making potions. He can even act as a medic and medical ninja when we're short of people. It's not easy to find such an assistant. To be honest, apart from worrying about Orochimaru messing around, Shizuka really likes his assistant more and more. With Orochimaru as his assistant, he can save a lot of worries. You won't be too tired. Orochimaru can handle many things. But, Jiraiya couldn't explain it clearly. He had no reasonable reason. I can't say that because I feel unbalanced. I hope you, Hinata Shizuka, will cancel your position as Orochimaru's assistant. This is simply an international joke. Damn it, if I had known earlier I would not have played around so much and should have read more books and become a jack of all trades like Orochimaru. Thinking about it now, I regret it. Forget it, just one person at a time. Their team has already been disbanded anyway. Generally, a ninja team will be disbanded after all members pass the Chunin exam. What to do next and how to develop is up to you. The teacher assigned by the village cannot always be your babysitter. After the team is disbanded, it is up to you whether you want to form a new team or do nothing. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had a teacher, the third Hokage. The third Hokage could not take them on missions all day long like other teachers did, so they had to ask others to help lead them. Therefore, their team was not completely disbanded until all three of them passed the Jonin examination. They then developed on their own. Tsunade entered the medical department, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya became free men, either carrying out missions or doing their own things. This is also why Jiraiya and Orochimaru have so many more missions than Tsunade in the original work. Not only did Tsunade join the medical department after the team was disbanded, but she also left the village heartbroken after the Second Ninja World War. During this period, there was a gap of more than 10 years during which she did not carry out any missions. Orochimaru was always busy with research, experiments, and later defected, so he completed fewer missions than Jiraiya. Only Jiraiya was like an old ox, carrying out his mission sincerely. Chapter 69. Have you heard the story of Baijuja and Xiaobinbin? The team that Kakashi and Obito are in is also quite special. If it were an ordinary team, they would have gone their separate ways long ago. Speaking of which, if the team had disbanded earlier, the fate of these three people might not have been so tragic. The little yellow-haired boy was running around on the battlefield with three burdens. After looking at the mission scroll in Jiraiya's hand, Jingai asked, "Did you receive the mission?" "What?" Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses and grinned, "Ahaha, yes, I'm going to lead a ninja team to the front line. The enemies of the Sand Village keep invading the area occupied by the village, and the war is getting intense. Then do your best. I don't want to see you in the medical room one day. If possible, choose the medical room. The morgue is not a very auspicious place." "Ba ba ba. Are you the devil? I haven't even left the camp yet, and you, Hinata Shizuka, are saying this. This is not the way to say a blessing, okay? By the way, how is your book going?" Jingai asked curiously. Jiraiya immediately perked up. "I'm still collecting materials. I want to let them settle for a while before continuing to write. Then work hard and try to write works like Juja and Aben. The pure and attractive by Juja, or the brave young Aben. Tisk, it's exciting just thinking about it." What? Jiraiya asked in confusion. "What is by Juja, what is Aben? You do not know? Should I know? Okay, I'll tell you about it. I hope you can absorb and integrate it." Jing started telling Jiraiya a story, but as she listened, Jiraiya's expression began to look strange, his dark face began to turn red, and his straight body bent like a cooked shrimp, as if he was enduring something. This thing can't be Shirgun. Seeing Jiraiya like this, he subconsciously took a few steps back and put some distance between himself and him. "Great. This story is great. I'm sure she will be the heroine of my next book. By Juja, a good name. Aben is also good. No, this one is too ordinary. Change it." As he imagined the scene from the story he had just heard in his mind, Jiraiya's face flushed as his penis became even harder. He even drooled at the corners of his mouth, and his smile gradually became obscene. It must be very exciting to write it down. Have I led Jiraiya astray? Compared to the imperial uncles I saw in my previous life, the imperial uncles in the ninja world are simply too restrained and can only be considered to be on the edge at best. But even so, it can make countless people excited. If the classics of the previous lives were brought out, it would definitely open the eyes of countless people. This story combined with my material is just amazing. Jiraiya couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and used the backward tactic, but it was a pity that the tent erected in a certain place was a bit eye-catching. "Master Jingai, we need." At this time, a beautiful medical staff ran in and saw Jiraiya with his hands on his hips, performing the backward tactic. He froze in place and his little face quickly turned red. Abnormal. Jiraiya couldn't laugh anymore. "No, I'm not a pervert. It's really not me. Please listen to my explanation. It's over. If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined." Unfortunately, the frightened medical girl turned around and ran away without listening to Jiraiya's explanation, and decisively labeled Jiraiya as a pervert. "Jingai, you will help me explain it, right?" Jiraiya, who was in tears, could only ask for help. Jingai looked back at the casserole on the stove. "Hey, my medicine is ready, just in time for the patient to need it." Jingai decisively took the pot and left, leaving Jiraiya alone standing in the lounge, doubting his life. "Explanation? How should I explain it? Should I tell others that you got angry because I told you about the emperor's uncle?" If he dared to say that, then Hinata Shizuka would also become a pervert. It didn't take long for Jiraiya's perverted incident to spread throughout the medical room. The medical staff, medical ninjas, on-duty ninjas, and the wounded all knew that there was a pervert in the lounge. This pervert shamelessly ran around with a tent on his head in broad daylight. Listening to the version that went viral in the medical room, Jingai could only silently mourn for Jiraiya for 3 seconds in his heart. You can't blame him for this, it's Jiraiya's fault for reacting so strongly. Alas, I have been naughty since I was a child, and as a result, my willpower is so poor that I can even hear a tent when I listen to a story. No wonder people think I am a pervert. Fortunately, Jiraiya had experienced many such socially humiliating scenes before, and although he was extremely embarrassed, at least he did not overreact. After the embarrassment wore off, he just laughed as if nothing had happened. It's also thanks to his personality. If it were someone more paranoid, he would probably be angry to death. Jiraiya, who was too embarrassed to stay in the camp, immediately led his assigned ninja team into the battlefield. Brother, please be patient. The broken kunai is stuck in the bone. It will take some effort to remove it. He skillfully used the chakra scalpel to cut off the painful nerves of the injured person, cut open the flesh, took out the broken kunai stuck on the bones and tendons, then sutured and bandaged them calmly, and finally performed a healing spell to connect the severed nerves, and the operation was over. The kunai got stuck in the sternum bone, which was pretty good. After Jingai arrived at the camp, one of the guys who took over was unlucky as he was shot in the butt with a shuriken. The position of the shuriken was a bit awkward. If it was moved even 2 centimeters towards the middle, this guy would probably lose his chrysanthemum stand. When the injured person was sent to the medical room, many people were shocked when their pants were cut open. It was also a good thing that this big brother was already unconscious when he brought it over. If he knew that a group of people were standing together and staring at his butt, he would probably be so angry that blood would spurt out 3 liters. Master Jingai, the poison of this patient has begun to spread. Master Jingai, the patient here is seriously injured. Please start treatment as soon as possible. Master Jingai. Late at night, after finishing a day's work, Jingai sat in a chair lazily and didn't want to move. Orochimaru walked into the lounge with a smile on his face, and even AK couldn't suppress the smile on the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that he is in a good mood and has gained a lot. Unfortunately, after being busy all day, Jingai didn't have much energy to discuss the puppet issue with Orochimaru. Chapter 70. It's not impossible to watch, but you have to pay extra. I didn't feel it when I was in Konoha Hospital, but when I got to the camp, I was so exhausted that I almost died. Even though medical ninjas don't need to go to the battlefield and can just stay in the camp, it's a pity that not many people can appreciate how busy they are. Especially when there are many wounded patients, you don't even have time to eat. But Hayaga Shizuka is the one in charge of the medical room, and whenever there is a difficult patient, he will be the first person to be looked for. It looks like you've had a good harvest. It's okay, but the next steps will depend on you, Jingai-kun. Orochimaru placed the sealing scroll on the table. He was very curious about how Shizuka managed to give life to the puppet. How many? Dragging his tired body, Jingai picked up the scroll and weighed it. 200. Orochimaru showed his 2 rows of white teeth. Maybe it was because he had been in contact with corpses for too long, but he looked eerie. I'll give you 20 and the rest will be mine. Jingai was not too greedy and gave Orochimaru 1/10 of the amount. No problem. Orochimaru agreed immediately. He doesn't care about the number of puppets, he only cares about how Jingai can make the puppets come to life. Jingai held the scroll and signaled to Orochimaru with his eyes, saying that you can go now, the last step should not be seen by others. Orochimaru showed no intention of leaving. Seeing that Jingai wanted him to leave, he made a suggestion. Let me watch. The subsequent puppets are all yours. The materials I brought are probably enough to make 500 puppets. Depend on you, Orochimaru, went there to rob, right? You carried so many materials with you. Is research really that profitable? It has only been a short time, just over half a year, and Orochimaru has become rich. Is it worthwhile to let Orochimaru watch and harvest 500 puppets? It was a good deal, because even if Orochimaru saw it, he couldn't copy it. And even if he could copy it, it was something he had to work on slowly through research, so it would have no effect on Shizuka. No, 500 puppets are too few. After some consideration, Jingai rejected Orochimaru. You can watch it, but you have to pay extra. 1,000. Orochimaru understands Jingai. As for money, I have enough now. I dare not say that I will get rich overnight, but at least I have a lot, and I will have a steady income in the future. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a problem. At worst, I can continue to do my old business and continue to make money through research and development. Now is the war period. In addition to various ninja tools, various military pills are also hot-selling products. Orochimaru doesn't mind studying these things. As long as he can make money, let him sell his ass. This one can't be sold. Make a deal. Snapping his fingers, Jingai reminded, I hope you can hand over the puppets to me as soon as possible. Don't delay too long. I rely on these puppets to save my life. The follow-up materials will be delivered to the camp soon, and I will only look at them, not ask any questions, and they will not be leaked out. Please rest assured, Shizuka-kun. Orochimaru promised. That's good. The conditions were met, and Shizuka no longer hid it from Orochimaru. He took out the processed puppet from the scroll, put his hand on the puppet, and under Orochimaru's curious gaze, injected chakra into the core parts of the puppet. The puppet, which was originally lying flat, suddenly moved twice and stood up like a living person. Its tightly closed eyes opened and turned blue. Although he was mentally prepared, Orochimaru still stood up in shock and stared at Shizuka's hand in disbelief. By injecting chakra, the puppet can have life? Is it possible? How can it be? Orochimaru felt that his three views were challenged. Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. Suddenly, Orochimaru clapped his hands and laughed, but it would have been fine if he was just laughing. His whole body was shaking as if he was having an epileptic seizure. Giving life to a puppet, this kind of thing, no matter who sees it, will have their worldview shattered and start to doubt life. Especially those who play with puppets. Once Jingai's puppets collide with the puppet army of the Sand Village, the puppet masters of the Sand Village will probably wonder if they have taken the wrong path. Unfortunately, giving life to puppets is something that cannot be replicated unless they also possess the Rinnegan. After taking a look at Orochimaru, who was trembling and laughing, Shizuka took out a large number of puppets, quickly injected chakra into them, and then put the puppets away. Soon, all the puppets turned into his shape. There are still 20 puppets of poor quality left in the lounge, which are reserved for Orochimaru. Jingai-kun, it's a pleasure to work with you. Orochimaru doesn't care about the quality of the puppets. Anyway, these puppets will not be used for fighting in his hands. Most of them will be dismantled for research, or use it for related experiments. So it doesn't matter if the appearance is a little different. It's a pleasure to work with you. I hope you can keep your promise and don't talk nonsense. Of course not. After putting away his own puppet, Orochimaru left happily. If the camp had the conditions, he would have started research on the spot and used the puppet to conduct experiments. It's time to rest. After seeing Orochimaru off, Shizuka started to wash up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he lay down, his eyes blurred and he disappeared from the lounge and appeared in the wet bone forest. Shao Jingai, the practice of immortal arts is about to begin. The slug sage who summoned Jingai from the ninja world to Mount Mayaboka turned his huge head to remind Jingai that the practice of immortal arts was about to begin. Can I stop practicing? I'm sleepy. Before Jingai could say anything, a group of small slugs crawled all over him. Forget it, just practice. If you don't die from practicing, then practice to death. How can you sleep at this age? Roll them all up and see who will be killed in the end. Jingai sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the rich natural energy in the wet bone forest according to the instructions of the slug immortal. The wet bone forest, Mayabokoyama, and Ryokai Cave are the three holy places in the ninja world. Their natural energy is much richer than that of the ninja world. Practicing magic here will get you twice the result with half the effort, but of course, the probability of turning into stone is also greater. With rich natural energy, outstanding talent, the guidance of the slug immortal, and the help of a group of small slugs, Jingai soon felt the natural energy beginning to enter his body. Click. On the first try, Jingai failed to find the right balance point and his arm became petrified. The little slug lying on him quickly crawled over and wrapped its body around his arm. As the petrified hand became covered in mucus, the petrification on the arm gradually faded away. This is much easier than the toad oil from Mayaboka Mountain. When natural energy is unbalanced, petrification will occur. The little slugs will absorb the out-of-control natural energy to prevent Jingai from petrification. If Jingai hadn't been covered in wet slime, he would have really wanted to give these slugs a thumbs up and a 5-star rating. I wish you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 71. It is impossible to declare war, just fight and it's over. Come again. With the slug fairy and countless little slugs around, as long as he didn't absorb too much natural energy at once, there would be no possibility of his whole body being petrified. Jing gritted his teeth and continued trying. Petrochemical. Come again. Petrochemical. Come again. Fuck again. Who said I'm talented? How many times have I been petrified this evening? Jing was cursing loudly, not knowing that the slug immortal was already stunned. Is Xiao Jingai so brave? Why does it feel the same as before? No. The progress is much faster than that of Xiaozujian. It is possible that Jingai was petrified more times than Hashirama Senjo, but Jingai's speed in absorbing natural energy is much more exaggerated than Hashirama Senjo. However, these slug fairies didn't say anything. They just looked at Jingai, who was becoming anxious. I don't understand, I really don't understand. The progress is so fast, why is Xiao Jingai becoming anxious? Is this the nature of human beings? When the slug immortal lifted the reverse spiritual communication, Jingai returned to the restroom in the camp's medical clinic. Looking at the dim sky, Jing'ai lay softly on the bed. I'm exhausted. It turns out that immortal arts are not something that can be practiced by humans. Thinking back to the experience of that night, Jing'ai closed his eyes drowsily. Even though it was messy and tiring, he was still much better than Naruto. At least he didn't have to risk the explosion of the chrysanthemum terrace like Naruto, sit on the sharp tip of the mountain, or eat a disgusting insect feast. It's just a bunch of mucus and it's not poisonous. Although it is a bit uncomfortable, this thing also has the effect of moisturizing the skin, which is something many people would love to have. Fortunately, there are not many patients sent here today. As for the patients who have been treated, there is no need for Jing'ai to keep an eye on them. The medical staff and other medical ninjas in the medical room will keep an eye on them. Jing'ai mainly develops antidotes and treats seriously injured patients. Otherwise, if he keeps doing this every day, he will die suddenly sooner or later. Is the work in the medical room so heavy? When Nara Shikako saw Jing'ai looking listless and even having dark circles under his eyes, he was a little surprised. Boy, are you not able to do it? You are so young, but you look more tired than an old man like me. If the medical room had not been so quiet without any gossip, and if the relationship between Shizuka and Tsunade had not been made public, Narashika would have suspected that Shizuka had been hooking up with the female medical staff in the medical department at night. Don't mention it, it's all Tsunade's fault. Jing'ai yawned, still feeling listless. I have to work during the day and be dragged by the slug immortal to work overtime and learn magic at night. My sleep time has been shortened to less than 4 hours. No one can stand this. It's already so swollen that it's hard to describe. Princess Tsunade? Nara Shikako was stunned. Jing'ai waved her hand and said, some things are hard for me to say. You just need to know that I have to work during the day and stay up late to practice at night. Okay then. Nara Shikashin is not the kind of person who likes to get to the bottom of things, so since Jing'ai doesn't want to say it, he won't ask any further questions. I came to you today to tell you that Cho, a member of the Sand Village Elders Council, has led reinforcements into the Rain Country. The situation will become more serious in the future. Is the old lady Cho already here? Looks like the medical room is going to be busy. I'm afraid that for some time to come, Jing'ai's mind will be on cracking the poison and developing an antidote. The old woman Cho is extremely ruthless in using poison, and she is also very fast in developing new poisons. If you can't keep up with her, you will easily suffer a great loss. Nara Shikashin went to see Jing'ai just to remind him to be mentally prepared. But you must not let us down, otherwise it will be difficult for everyone, especially Tsunade. Yawning, Jing'ai said, don't worry, senior, with Orochimaru helping me, there shouldn't be any problem. Even if Orochimaru and I can't do it, I can contact Tsunade in the first time and send the sample over. In the ninja world, there are numerous and varied ways to transmit messages and things. Even if Jing'ai can't handle it, he can send the new poison developed by Cho back to the village through the slug, let Tsunade crack it and develop an antidote, and then send it back. The speed is amazing, it just requires the slugs to run. I can rest assured that. In other aspects, Nara Shikako is confident that he can maintain stability, but the poison developed by Cho is always a big threat to the village's ninjas. As long as the poison is cracked, Cho's threat will be reduced by half. This is not an exaggerated adjective, but a real one. For those ninjas who are good at using poison, as long as you have the ability to crack his poison and then make an antidote, his ability will be reduced by half. For example, Hanzo of the Salamander. Although his physical skills, swordsmanship, and teleportation skills are all top-notch, what makes people most fear him is undoubtedly his terrible salamander poison and his summoned beast, the salamander. If he loses all the poison in his body and loses the summoned beast, the salamander, Hanzo will instantly transform from a demigod into a Kage-level strongman at the ordinary threshold. Although they are both Kage-level warriors, the gap between them is astonishingly large. Unfortunately, the poison of the salamander is too strong. Currently, no one in the ninja world has been able to develop an antidote. Even the body of the salamander is so poisonous that most people dare not touch it. After getting the answer he wanted, Nara Shikashin stood up and prepared to leave. By the way, the village will mobilize a group of medical ninjas and medical staff to come here. The corresponding medical drugs, instruments, and herbs will also be delivered along the way. By then, you will have less pressure. Little shit. The patients he took over were mostly those with serious injuries, and ordinary medical ninjas did not dare to take over, so he had to do it. Unless the medical ninja sent by the village has strong enough medical skills, it will be difficult to share the pressure with him. I hope so. Jing'ai didn't hold much hope. There are not many medical ninjas in the village, and Jing'ai knows most of them. As for the medical ninjas who can share the pressure with him, well, there are very few. Therefore, Jing'ai no longer expected to relieve the pressure or anything like that. All he wanted was to have a group of more medical ninjas. He only needs to be responsible for treating seriously injured patients and preparing medicines, and not worry about other things. Judging from the current situation in the Rain Country, there is no way the war will stop. It's funny to say that the Rain Country is in chaos. The three major ninja villages, Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakure, are fighting each other in the Rain Country, and they are also dragging the Rain Village that was affected with them. However, the three major ninja villages tacitly chose not to declare war. The main point of fighting without declaration is to keep silent and just fight and it's over. It is impossible to declare war. Although the Sand Village took the initiative to provoke the war, they did not want to bear the stigma of provoking the war. Konoha was originally the party that passively counterattacked, and it was even more impossible for it to take the initiative to declare war on the Sand Village. Give me the free gifts for urging you to update more, my dears. Qian will take a breath today and will update more for you tomorrow. I love you guys. Chapter 72 Hey take Sakumo, if I had known that the company would be destroyed, I would rather have D. The Uegakure was even more wronged. They had no intention of taking part in the war, but were completely dragged into the quagmire of war in the Rain Country by the Sand Village and Konoha. In addition, there are constant frictions between the Uegakure and the Kumagakure, and with the Kumagakure as a powerful enemy, it is impossible for the Uegakure to jump out and declare war and fire the first shot. War can be fought, but it is impossible to declare war. After all, the first party to declare war will be in the wrong. If they win the war, it will be fine. But if they lose, not only will they have to bear heavy war reparations, but they will also lose face. Therefore, the three major ninja villages would not take the initiative to declare war even if they beat their dog brains out. As for the Rain Village, he is just a victim of the game between the three major ninja villages. Who would care about him? Speaking of which, Konoha should thank the Cloud Village and the Third Raikage for the current situation in the Land of Rain. The Land of Fire is a big piece of fat meat. The Sand Village wants to pounce on it and take a few bites, and eat until their mouths are full of oil. The Rock Village also wants to. After all, the Rock Village is not much richer than the Sand Village. The Sand Village dared to take action, but the Uegakure did not, because the Third Raikage was too intimidating. Over the years, there have been many conflicts between the Third Raikage and Oniki, leading to escalating friction between the two villages. It is normal for you to hit me today and I to hit you tomorrow. This is also why, in the original work, during the Second Ninja World War, the Uegakure only entered the battlefield passively, and withdrew from the Rain Country during the fighting, because the Third Raikage stabbed Oniki in the back. Compared to Konoha and Sand Village, Cloud Village is the biggest enemy of Uegakure. Konoha will not easily launch a foreign war. Although the Sand Village and the Uegakure dislike each other, they will not take the initiative to launch a large-scale war against each other. The fundamental reason is that both sides are poor. Only the Fire Nation has delicious big fat meat that sizzles with oil. Therefore, during the Third Ninja War, Onoki saw the opportunity and launched an attack on the Land of Fire without hesitation. The Cloud Village and the Mist Village were only conducting tentative attacks, and with the death of the Third Raikage and the rapid rise of the little yellow-haired boy, the tests of the two villages had to end in vain. Here we can see how great a contribution the little yellow-haired boy made in the Third Ninja World War. It so happened that such a hero ran into the Third Hokage and his group of old and immortal guys who couldn't even grasp the basic power of Hokage. There was also Uchiha Obito who stabbed his teacher in the back. Since the little yellow-haired boy became Hokage, his luck has been extremely bad. He was backstabbed by the Third Hokage, backstabbed by the elders, and backstabbed by his own disciples. Even Kakashi made a great assist. If he hadn't been unable to control his mouth, Uchiha Obito would not have been able to determine the time of Kushina's delivery. If he couldn't be sure of the time, Uchiha Obito would not have dared to run to Konoha and mess around. Because he was not sure whether he needed to face Xiao Huangmao alone or Xiao Huangmao and his wife. If nothing happens to the little yellow-haired boy in Kushina, the Uchiha clan annihilation will most likely not happen, because the couple has no prejudice against the Uchiha clan. With the strength of this couple, even if the F4 group wants to cause trouble, they have to think twice. To sum up, we will find that the fundamental reason for the drastic changes in the situation in Konoha is that Kakashi Hatake can't control his mouth. Master Jing'ai, a special wounded soldier, has been sent from the front battlefield. I need you to come and see him in person. Oh, what special casualties? Once you are on the battlefield, who cares about your identity? Okay, this sentence is complete nonsense. Some people have special identities even when they are on the battlefield. She walked out of the restroom and came to the operating room. taking a quiet look at the person lying on the operating table. Tisk speak of Chow Chow, and here comes Chow Chow's father. Cough cough. Heitake Sakamo on the operating table looked pale and kept coughing, and he did not look in good condition. Did you encounter a difficult enemy, senior? Jing'ai walked up to check Heitake Sakamo's body. Heitake Sakamo coughed and said, ahem, bang, I bumped into a salamander, Han. Hanzo, ahem, he is really strong. As a senior who is slightly older than Tsunade and the others, Heitake Sakamo's strength is obvious to all, and it is no exaggeration to praise him as the leader of the new generation of Konoha, and he is also the patriarch of the Heitake clan. No wonder the medical girl said that a wounded person with a special identity had arrived. It would be strange if the identity of the patriarch of the Heitake clan was not special. Jing'ai cut open Heitake Sakamo's clothes and checked the wound. Heitake Sakamo's pale face began to turn red because there was a group of medical girls standing in the operating room, all looking at him with wide eyes. But in order to make the examination more thorough, Jing'ai didn't leave any clothes for him, not even any underwear. Ahem, can you give me something to cover me? Heitake Sakamo was very embarrassed. If he was standing on the ground, he could probably use his toes to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Sorry, no. Jing'ai turned around and yelled at the group of medical girls who were watching the fun and were not afraid of making trouble, no, not afraid of making the other party embarrassed. What's going on? You can just look at it, but why are you talking about the comparison? Have you never seen a man? Or is the Heitake clan leader bigger? What's wrong with you? You call Jiraiya a pervert when he has a tent on his head, and you watch him with great interest when Heitake Sakamo is naked. Can people not be so superficial? Heitake Sakamo. Tired, destroy it. If he had known that such an embarrassing thing would happen when he returned to the camp, Heitake Sakamo would rather die on the battlefield. It was too damn embarrassing. After sending away the onlookers, Jing'ai continued his inspection. He has deep stab wounds all over his body, and he's also poisoned. Senior, you're lucky. Not many people can escape from this demigod. Don't underestimate the sickle as a weapon. The wounds left by the sickle are more terrifying than those left by ordinary ninja tools. Add to that the extremely poisonous body of the salamander Hanzo. Well, Jing'ai's words are no joke. The fact that he was able to successfully escape from Hanzo of the salamander and return all the way to the camp for treatment is enough to show how powerful Heitake Sakamo is. During this period, he and the future 3 ninjas were only in the rising stage of strength, and were far from reaching the peak stage of strength. Senior, your speed is very fast, and the poison gas you inhale is not much. Please be patient for a while. The treatment process is just like that, extracting the poison, cleaning the wound, and suturing. If the wound is too large, it cannot be healed directly by relying solely on medical ninjutsu. After the treatment, Heitake Sakamo fell into a deep sleep. After handing him over to the medical staff, Jing'ai returned to the restroom. As for whether the young, rich, good-looking Heitake Sakamo, who is also the patriarch of the family, would be taken advantage of by the nurse, that was not something Jing'ai could know. Chapter 73 The conflict between Sand Village and Rain Country intensifies. Fortunately, I was able to drag my half-dead body back to the camp. Most people don't have this ability. It wasn't so tragic when the Sunin fought against Hanzo of the salamander, but don't forget, there were 3 of them, and Heitake Sakamo was just one. It's pretty good to get such a result. Oh, it seems I should congratulate him. Orokamura smiled playfully, and when Jing'ai handed him a glass tube, he couldn't help but ask, new type of poison. Ah. Jing'ai sat on the chair, rubbing his aching temple. It was not easy to work during the day, get off work at night, and be dragged to study magic in the middle of the night. He was severely sleep-deprived and his mental state was not very good. It's not new. It was taken from Sakamo-senpai's body. It's related to the salamander. You can study it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing'ai fell asleep in less than 20 seconds. Orokamura raised his head, wondering, has the work in the medical room become so busy? It doesn't feel like it. So, the casualties in the village were far greater than those in Konoha. When she first arrives at the camp, Cho needs to take control of everything in the camp and all the intelligence on the battlefield. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Cho's eyebrows were almost twisted together. So far, the 3 major ninja villages of Sand Village, Konoha, and Uegakur have each sent nearly 1,000 ninjas to the Land of Rain. In the melee between several parties, the casualties rate of Sand Village was much higher than that of Konoha, which was something Cho did not want to see. The troops were ambushed and engaged in frontal combat, so the casualties ratio was higher than that of other villages. What does this indicate? This shows that the ninjas trained by the Sand Village are not as good as the ninjas of Konoha. It would be strange if Cho were happy about this. Picking up the record scroll and looking at it carefully, Cho suddenly sneered, "Ha, Konoha's preparations are thorough, and all kinds of antidotes have been arranged. Hateful, is it great to be rich? If the Sand Village was so wealthy, would they take the initiative to provoke a war?" At this moment, Cho was envious and jealous. Among the grassroots combat ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages, it is hard to say which village is more powerful, but in terms of grassroots combat, the ninjas of Konoha have a greater advantage fighting alone, while the Sand Village has the advantage in small-scale combat. Because their numbers are slightly larger, the ninjas of Uegakur are more ferocious than anyone else. The Earth Escape Corps' vicious reputation is no joke. Many ninjas in the Sand Village are good at using poison. Unfortunately, Konoha has put enough effort in this area. The arrangement of various antidotes inadvertently eliminated one of the advantages of the Sand Village. In the fierce battle between the two sides, it would be hard for the Sand Village to avoid suffering losses. What does it mean that the village teams keep disappearing? Cho's brows furrowed even deeper. There is almost no good news. No one would be happy. It's the Rain Village. The reporting ninja gritted his teeth and cursed. Ever since the conflict escalated and turned into a war, the people of Rain Village have been targeting us, especially the salamander Hanzo. The 3 major ninja villages are in free-for-all mode, and the Rain Ninja Village belongs to me where I can beat anyone. Among them, the Sand Village was targeted the hardest, because the 3rd Kazekage wanted to make Salamander Hanzo a dog, and Salamander Hanzo always kept this humiliation in his heart. Humph, this old poisonous man will be in trouble sooner or later. Cho knew very well why the Sand Village was targeted. It was simply because the 3rd Kazekage used Salamander Hanzo as a dog. It was clearly a humiliation, but Hanzo Salamander didn't explode on the spot. He was able to endure it by fighting with the 3rd Kazekage. It's not surprising to retaliate afterwards. On the surface, the Rain Village is fighting everyone, but in fact, they are more focused on the Sand Village, and it is the Salamander Hanzo who is personally involved. Since he wants to target the village, let's give him some response. If they don't fight back after being beaten, where is the face of the Sand Village? Others are afraid of Hanzo the Salamander, but Cho is not. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate, so Cho prepared a big gift for Salamander Hanzo. If you are not willing to be treated like a dog and you want to take revenge crazily afterwards, then don't blame us in the Sand Village for being rude. Konoha Camp. Jing'ai, who hadn't gotten enough sleep, was called up and attended a meeting. Nara Shikashin, who was sitting on the main seat, was holding a stick and pointing at the hanging map. According to the intelligence collected by the village, the conflict between the Sand Village and the Rain Village has begun to intensify in the past few days. The circle marks on the map represent the villages and towns within the Land of Rain. In just a few days, all the villages and towns in the Land of Rain were attacked and plundered by the Sand Village. Except for the daimyo's mansion and the Rain Village, all other places suffered. The revenge of the Sand Village was very fierce. Cho was not a kind person. She directly led her people to attack the villages and towns in the Rain country. Except for the 2 places of Rain Village and Daimyo Mansion, other places have suffered. If it weren't for the fact that Rain Village is difficult to break and Daimyo Mansion cannot be attacked at will, I'm afraid Cho would not let go of these 2 places. The Rain Village has now completely turned into a living hell. In this wave of retaliation, countless people from the Rain country suffered casualties. Even if they did not die, it would be difficult for them to continue to survive on the battlefield. With this happening, it can be said that the Rain Kingdom is ruined. It's a mess. It's really a mess. Not only did the war, which was originally scheduled to break out after a few years, break out several years earlier. Hanzo of the Salamander was also keeping a close eye on the Sand Village. The Sand Village was not to be trifled with and retaliated madly. Danzo, you deserve to die, this is all your fault. It can be said that Danzo Shimura made a great contribution to all these changes in the situation. If he had not been so ruthless as to get rid of Shizueichi and use intelligence to win over Hanzo of the Salamander, the war would not have broken out so quickly even if Konoha and the Sand Village had provoked him in various ways. Without the information, Hanzo of the Salamander would not have approached the Sand Village to discuss cooperation. As a result, the cooperation failed and he was instead humiliated by the 3rd Kazekage. The humiliated demigod will definitely not let it go, and targeting the Sand Village is the best proof of this. Openly, I will fight everyone, including Konoha, the Uegakur, and even the Sand Village. Secretly, he was madly targeting the Sand Village. He had obviously done nothing, but unknowingly, the ninja world had been slapped hard by butterfly wings. What the Sand Village did was a bit excessive. War should not be directed against civilians. Correct. If the Sand Village had a bit of humanity they wouldn't have started this war. Everyone was talking and cursing the sand village for being a piece of shit. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Jing'ai felt a little funny. The sand village was nothing, so how much better could Konoha be? What about everyone here? Jing'ai is not a saintly person, she just thinks this scene is very funny. Chapter 74, Salamander Hanzo declares war on 3 great ninja villages. You have to know that Konoha also contributed to the development of the Rain Country. If Konoha hadn't wanted to drag the Rain Village into trouble, the Rain Country wouldn't have suffered. Orochimaru, who was sitting next to Shizuka, had a faint smile on his face, but it seemed that this smile contained more of a mocking tone. Noticing that someone was looking at him, Orochimaru turned around and looked at Shizuka, and the two smiled at each other. Very good, everyone has the same idea. Since we have done it, there is no need to make excuses for ourselves or strive for a good reputation. What's going on between you two? Everyone else is attacking the Sand Village, but you two are the only ones smiling. If it were someone else, Nara Shikashin would remind him immediately to pay attention to the occasion. But he couldn't control Shizuka and Orochimaru. Everyone. Nara Shikashin raised his voice and interrupted the argument. The Sand Village's revenge, in addition to targeting the Rain Village, is more for plunder. Don't forget their purpose of provoking the war. The village's battle will change from active to passive. I hope the Rain Village and the Sand Village can fight for a little longer. Since the Sand Village wants to take revenge on the Rain Village, let them take revenge severely. Konoha just needs to change its strategy and let them waste time first. Evacuation is definitely not an option. Once Konoha does that, the Sand Village and the Rain Village will definitely stop and no longer just stare at each other. After all, this war is a free-for-all mode, and whoever wants to withdraw and reap the spoils will be targeted. The change in combat strategy had little to do with Jing'ai. As a medical ninja, his job was to stay in the camp, not to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Unless the enemy attacks the camp, or Konoha is unable to fight again and the war is on the verge of failure, Jing'ai does not need to worry about what happens on the battlefield. As for the innocent civilians of the Rain Country, it was not yet Jing'ai's turn to sympathize with them. As I said, if the Sand Village is the big villain, then Konoha is also an accomplice. As an accomplice, he cannot sympathize with the victim. At this stage, the most important thing for him is to do his job well, stockpile more puppets, and study magic arts hard. Faced with the crazy revenge and plundering of the Sand Village, the poison sac in the body of the salamander Hanzo was almost exploded. He slammed the table and cursed in anger. Damn old woman. Hanzo of the salamander and Cho have known each other for quite some time, and they dislike each other. You call me an old poisonous creature, and I call you an old woman. The Sand Village's revenge undoubtedly completely angered the demigod. The price of angering a demigod is, what do you say? Jing'ai almost thought he had heard it wrongly. He raised his hand to pick his ears and asked, the Rain Village has declared war on us. Yes, not only us, but also the Uegakur and Sangakur have declared war. Jiraiya, who had just returned from the battlefield to rest, scratched his hair which he hadn't washed for a long time and said with a sigh, I don't know what provoked this demigod to declare war on the 3 major ninja villages at once. Isn't he afraid of being besieged by the 3 major ninja villages? Jiraiya still couldn't figure it out. My goodness, Hanzo of the Salamander still followed the old path of the original work. He knew that the situation was hopeless and it would be better to preserve his strength as much as possible, but he actually declared war on the 3 major ninja villages in a rage. What's even more exaggerated is that under his leadership, the ninjas of Rain Village frantically attacked the battlefield areas occupied by Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakur. Faced with the crazy salamander Hanzo, people from the 3 major ninja villages were a little confused. No, how dare he? In the eyes of the 3 major ninja villages, the Rain Village is just a victim of the game, otherwise Konoha would not deliberately drag them into the water. It is obvious that they look down on the Rain Village. With your size, you are not on the same level as us. Even Hanzo, the so-called demigod, would not be taken seriously, as can be seen from the fact that the 3rd Kazekage humiliated him and treated him like a dog. From the beginning to the end, the 3 major ninja villages never cared about the feelings and reactions of the Rain Village. The result was that this guy, who was regarded as a victim by the 3 major ninja villages, declared war on them. It's not just declaring war on one village, but declaring war on 3 villages together, and then attacking them with ninja troops. Where do you get the courage, Hanzo Salamander? You don't really think you are a god, do you? In the original work, although Hanzo of the Salamander declared war on the 3 major ninja villages, the effect was not as explosive as it is now, because in the original work, the war was declared because the Rain Village had reached the point where it could no longer be tolerated. At that time, the great battle among the 3 major ninja villages was almost over. What now? The war has just begun. Salamander Hanzo jumped out. Not to mention, Hanzo of the Salamander led the Rain Village to declare war on the 3 major ninja villages, and then attacked the 3 major ninja villages. In such a hurry, the 3 major ninja villages really suffered a loss, especially the Sand Village. Although Cho took revenge on the Rain Village, she never thought that Salamander Hanzo's reaction would be so intense. Before she could make any preparations, the other party fought back. Our demigod is very brave. Jing'ai was silent for a while, and gave a very brave evaluation to Salamander Hanzo. Apart from saying that he was very brave, Jing'ai really didn't know what to say. If it were him, he would definitely prioritize conserving his strength, and wait until the 3 major ninja villages were almost defeated before delivering a fatal blow. Anyway, the Rain country has been destroyed. If we jump out at this time, we will become the scapegoat. It is better to wait until the 3 major ninja villages are almost defeated before taking action. In order to avoid being the first to stand out, the 3 major ninja villages all kept their heads down and fought the war without declaring it. Now, the Rain village has broken the tacit understanding reached by the 3 major ninja villages and laid the matter out in the open. Once the news spreads, I believe the entire ninja world will be shocked. Next, it depends on how the 3 major ninja villages react. Faced with the declaration of war by the Rain village, if the 3 major ninja villages did not do something, it would be a disgrace to the village. Now that someone has taken the lead, the 3 major ninja villages can now roll up their sleeves and get to work. Let's not talk about this. Please help me take a look at my manuscript. Jiraiya didn't have any idea about the situation. He was more concerned about whether his manuscript was up to standard. So the first thing I did when I got back to the camp was to look for Jing'ai. Instead of reporting back and resting, looking at the manuscript that was stuffed into her hand, Jing'ai's face was full of question marks. Did you write all this? Jiraiya nodded and said, of course, I think the story you told before is very good, so I added some content. Don't worry, after the book is published, you will have a share of the royalties. No, I mean, when did you write it? Jing'ai didn't care much about royalties. It was good enough to have them, but it didn't matter if he didn't. What he was curious about was where Jiraiya found the time to write books. You have to know that he was going to the battlefield, instead of squatting in the camp and writing. It was just a while ago. What happened? Jiraiya looked confused. You are awesome. Others go to the battlefield to fight desperately and to kill the enemy. You, Zilla, are so good. After going to the battlefield, you still have time to write a book, and you write about the Emperor's uncle. I have finished writing today's update. I will write more in a while. My dears, please give me a free gift if you urge me to update. Have a healthy Dragon Boat Festival. I love you all. Chapter 75, Jiraiya. I must have written it too well, that's why Orochimaru is so angry. This isn't even the most amazing part. You have to know that it rains heavily in the Rain country all year round, and there are no tents for you to rest on the battlefield. Basically, you can just find a place to rest wherever you get to. Where do you find the time to write a book? Where does creation come from? The manuscript was still clean and had not been soaked by rain. Jing'ai really admires Jiraiya a little. For the sake of creation, and for the sake of writing about this guy, the Emperor's uncle, I gave it my all. He ran back all wet and immediately took out a stack of written manuscripts. How did he do that? Ah ha 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 ha. Looking at Jing'ai giving him a thumbs up, Jiraiya smiled embarrassedly. If you talk about being awesome, you have to be the one to do it. Well, let me take a look at the manuscript. No, let me judge it. Jing'ai picked up the manuscript and read it carefully. After looking at it for a few seconds, he looked up at Jiraiya, then looked back down at the manuscript. Jiraiya suddenly became nervous. Was it because I wrote it badly? Or the plot is not coherent enough? I have set up a very good plot for the pure young woman by Jija in the ninja world. After reading a few pages, Jing'ai decisively handed the manuscript to Jiraiya. It's very well written. Keep it up. Once you're done you can send it to a publishing house. I believe it will be a big hit in the ninja world. Jiraiya is indeed an expert in writing about the Emperor's uncle, and his writing is very good, but the first male protagonist character is a bit familiar. Really? Jiraiya, his heart beating in his throat, stood up in surprise. Yes, really. You have to trust yourself and trust my judgment. If you don't believe me, show it to Orochimaru. Well, I'll go find that stinky Orochimaru. After I finish writing, I'll ask someone to send it back to the village. No, asking someone else is not safe. I'll ask the toad to help me send it back to the village and find someone to print and publish it. Holding the manuscript, Jiraiya ran away happily. Jing'ai raised his hand and rubbed his face to make himself more sober. I hope this guy won't be beaten to death. I ran into the morgue and saw Orochimaru resting. Jiraiya deliberately showed an expression of I am very proud and handed the manuscript to him. This is a new book I wrote. Jingai asked you to take a look at it. New book? Didn't you enter the battlefield? Where's the time to write a new book? Like Shizuka, Orochimaru also had the same question. If it was Jiraiya who asked him to help take a look, he would directly refuse and even not want to pay attention to the other party. But since Shizue asked Jiraiya to come, Orochimaru couldn't refuse, so he decided to take a look. After taking the manuscript, Orochimaru glanced at it and his expression changed instantly. Snapped. Slamming the manuscript heavily on the table, Orochimaru exuded a terrifying aura. Explain to me what's going on with this male protagonist named Orochimaru. Jiraiya explained, he's a genius, just like you, a versatile person. To use Jingai's description, he's a hexagonal warrior. Only such a strong man can attract by Jija's sexual interest. Don't you think it's great? He's exactly like you. Roll. Orochimaru kicked Jiraiya out. You used me as a reference when writing about the Emperor's uncle and made me the male lead, right? Orochimaru felt like he hadn't been this angry in a long time. Jiraiya is such a bastard. It's fine if he's the hero, but he's so disgusting. Don't be angry, give me back my manuscript. You stinky Orochimaru, my manuscript. Get out. Take this thing and get out. Don't be angry, I can give you some of the royalties. Roll. The furious Orochimaru chased Jiraiya and beat him up, but fortunately the manuscript was not destroyed. Although Jiraiya was beaten, he was still very happy with a bruised face. He thought that the fact that Orochimaru was so angry proved that he had written it so successfully. The characterization is very classic, so it stimulated Orochimaru's heart. Running to the command center, Jiraiya asked eagerly, Senior Liu Xian, do I have any missions in the near future? There is a mission, but I think it would be better for you to rest for a while. Looking at Jiraiya with a bruised face and nose, Nara Shikashin suppressed the urge to issue a mission. This kid is so pitiful. He was beaten like this but he was still thinking about the mission. That's great. I just need some time to finish my creation. Senior, I'll go back first. With the rest time, Jiraiya planned to finish the remaining manuscripts in one go and then send them to the village for printing and publication. Nara Shikashin. There seems to be something wrong with the Hokage's disciple's brain. Should I report it to the Hokage? Jiraiya found an empty tent and went inside. He didn't even bother to change his clothes. He took out a piece of paper and a pen and started writing. He felt that his inspiration was overflowing at this moment. The Rain country is not at peace, and neither is Konoha. With the Rain village declaring war, the ball has been kicked into the hands of the three major ninja villages. The three major ninja villages that had been cautious before are now able to roll up their sleeves and work hard. This is a situation that the Sand village is happy to see, but Konoha is not so happy about it. Konoha was originally counterattacking passively, and was originally holding the Sand village with the infamy of declaring war and provoking war. Now, with the Rain village exposing all of this, the Sand village no longer needs to worry about the infamy falling on its head. Everyone, the Rain village has declared war on us. How should the village respond? The third Hokage has been so worried lately that a lot of his hair has fallen out. What has provoked you, Hanzo Salamander, that you actually jumped out to take the blame for the Sand village? Is that a big deal? The war broke out, the Rain country had become a victim and would be destroyed sooner or later, and then it was looted by the Sand village. You couldn't help it? The third Hokage was very unhappy about this, because Hanzo's behavior made Konoha very passive. Since the Rain village has the guts to declare war on us, as one of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, we must fight back forcefully. Koharu Utane, who was still in her hot-tempered stage, couldn't stand this. The Rain country has been plundered, why don't you go find the Sand village? Why take us, Konoha, with you? Do you really think that we, Konoha, are soft persimmons? You even declared war directly. I believe that the Sand village and the Rock village also hold the same idea. The dignity and bottom line of the 5 major ninja villages cannot be challenged. I agree with what Xiaochun said. Maitaman N, who rarely spoke during meetings, expressed his support. The ball was kicked into his hand. If he didn't fight back, people would think that Konoha was afraid of the Rain village. Fatty, what do you think? The third Hokage glanced at Akimichi Tofu, who patted his big round belly and said with a smile, what Xiaochun said makes sense. No matter what the reason is, since the Rain village has declared war on us, the village must respond. But I suggest you take it slow. What do you mean? You, Chiodao Chufeng, now know how to go against us, right? Utane Koharu was a little unhappy. More chapters are coming. Qianxian didn't write the 3rd generation Reikage well, so I've revised it. Thank you for your encouragement, and have a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 76, Dare to Hand Over the Umbu. Ever since Akimichi Nori Fuse was pushed up and Inoshikacho was marked with Tsunade, Akimichi Nori Fuse has been fighting wits and courage with them, opposing this today and that tomorrow. Koharu Yutain is already very dissatisfied with the weakening of her power. Now a rival pops up and starts to give orders. It would be strange if she could endure it. Still the same as before, still with such a bad temper. Chiodea sighed. What I mean is that the village needs to respond, but we can wait and see what happens in the Sand Village and the Rock Village first. The Sand Village took the initiative to provoke a war, but chose not to declare it, which means they don't want to bear the blame. Now that the opportunity has come, they will definitely not be able to resist. There is no need for the Rock Village to take the lead, but Oniki has a bad temper. Akimichi Tofu said it very clearly, the Sand Village just didn't want to bear the blame and be the first to stand out. That doesn't mean they don't need opportunities. Now the opportunity has come, because the Rain Village has become the first to speak out. No matter how the war is fought, as long as there is no declaration of war openly, they will not be criticized too much. Instead, the Rain Village jumped out and declared war on the 3 major ninja villages, which caused an uproar in the ninja world. Someone took the lead and the opportunity they had been longing for finally came to them. The Sand Village certainly couldn't resist. Compared to the urgency of the Sand Village, Konoha does not need to rush forward so quickly. It can just wait and see what happens. After saying that, Akimichi Tofu secretly glanced at Yutain Koharu and sighed helplessly in his heart. Ever since he was pushed up and took the position of assistant to the Hokage, Yutain Koharu's temper has become more and more irritable. But if you think about it, it's understandable. Originally, the village's medical system was in the hands of someone else, but he came up and forcibly took the medical system away. How could you not be angry? Without being affected too much, Vitamin Yen, who is still managing the logistics department, remains the same as before. Although he really wanted to drive Akimichi Nori Fuse away, he was not as hostile to Akimichi Nori Fuse as Yutain Koharu was. It's not that Vitamin N has a good temper, but because his rights have not been divided. If Akimichi Nori Fuse caught the logistics department instead of the medical department, the one who would be furious would not be Yutain Koharu, but him, Mito Kato N. Humph, fatty, you're getting weaker and weaker. Yutain Koharu admitted that what Akimichi Nori Fuse said made sense, but she just refused to accept it. Mizuto Minion smiled and said nothing. Koharu. The third Hokage could only remind Yutain Koharu that it was okay to lose your temper, but you couldn't bring your personal emotions into work. I think Fatty's suggestion is very good. Since the Sand Village can't wait, let's just wait and see what happens. Besides, Onoki is indeed not a good-tempered person. As long as the Sand Village declares war directly, it will definitely irritate Onoki. The meeting ended and Akimichi Tofu left first. Yutain Koharu said dissatisfiedly, Hiruzen, can Danzo really not be released? The fat man is now Tsunade's man. With him around, many obstacles have appeared among the top management. No. The third Hokage shook his head and sighed. Tsunade has confessed that she will not allow Danzo to come out, even if he changes his identity. The fact that Danzo used intelligence to win over Hanzo of the Salamander to assassinate Shizuichi gave her a great stimulus. But Yutain Koharu still refused to give in. She didn't care whether Danzo Shimura could be released or not. What she cared about was whether the various departments within the medical system could get them back. That's all for now. I'll talk to Tsunade in person after a while. Konoha has many system departments, but few departments can compare with the importance of the medical department. Even if the third Hokage wanted to compensate Yutain Koharu, he couldn't come up with anything good. It is impossible to let Tsunade give up the medical department unless other departments that are comparable to the medical department are transferred to Tsunade's control. The only departments that can be compared to the medical department are the logistics department, the finance department, and the secret department. Vitamin Yen is in charge of the logistics department. Does it make sense to take him out and exchange him for the medical department? No. As for the Ministry of Finance and the Umbu, they cannot be touched. The Umbu was okay, as Tsunade could control it, but the Treasury was really not okay. Once Tsunade takes control of the Ministry of Finance, many shady things in the Ministry of Finance will be exposed. By then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation will be truly ruined. Maybe ask Tsunade for a change? There are many departments under the medical system. Tsunade can transfer some of them and give them to Yutain Koharu as her compensation. Then Yutain Koharu can take over the management of the logistics department. In this way, the situation at the top level can be stabilized. The Ministry of Finance cannot be touched, so he can transfer half of the power of the Umbu to Tsunade. The Umbu is a department directly controlled by the Hokage. Even if Tsunade controls half of it, it will not have much impact on him. On the 5th day after the Rain Village declared war on the 3 major ninja villages, the Sand Village also took the opportunity to rise up and declared war on the Rain Village, Konoha, and the Uegakure at the same time. The stimulated Uegakure also jumped out and declared war on Sand Village, Konoha, and Rain Village at the same time. Konoha, which had held out until the end, also chose to declare war on several forces, and none of the Sand Village, the Uegakure, and the Rain Village escaped. As the three major ninja villages and the Rain Village declared war on several forces, the prelude to the Second Ninja World War was opened. Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakure continue to send reinforcements to the Rain Country, and the battle becomes more and more intense. The village entered a state of war, and the shadow of war enveloped the entire ninja world. Countries and villages everywhere were directly or indirectly affected. A large number of reinforcements rushed to the front line, and the three major ninja villages deployed more than 2,000 troops in the battlefield of Rain Country. Don't underestimate the number of 2,000 ninjas. 2,000 ninjas gathered together are enough to fight a ninja war of considerable scale. After a busy day, Tsunade came to the tavern where she usually had dinner with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The third Hokage has been waiting here for a long time. The table was filled with food and Tsunade's favorite wine. Tsunade sat across from the third Hokage, picked up a bottle of wine and poured herself a glass. After drinking it all, her tense nerves relaxed a little, and then she said, "Did that old woman bother you again?" Tsunade knew that Koharu Yudatan had always wanted to take back various departments of the medical system, but she ignored her. The third Hokage smiled faintly, took a sip of wine, and said, "Tsunade, the village's medical system covers many departments. I think we can let some of them out." "Oh?" Tsunade asked curiously, "How are you going to compensate me, old man? Logistics department or finance department?" Cough cough. The third Hokage was choked. Although the medical system had many departments, their importance was on the same level as the logistics department and the finance department. He could only take out these two departments, so what compensation could he talk about? This is just a waste of time. It will allow you to master half of the Umbu. After calming down, the three Hokage stated their terms of exchange. "Umbu? Old man, you don't have a fever, do you? Dare you hand over the Umbu? Although it is only half, this half means that Tsunade can intervene in many things, and it is possible that she can turn the Umbu into her own exclusive department. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, sweet rice dumplings, and good luck to all of you." Chapter 77. I want not half of the Umbu, but all of it. Yes, Umbu, the department under the medical system, you can keep some, and let Xiaochun manage the rest. This is my final concession. Koharu Yutane is not someone who is content with what she has to live with. If her rights are taken away and she can't get them back for a long time, she might do something ugly. The third Hokage did not want to see such a situation. "I knew it." Tsunade frowned, said nothing, and started eating with her chopsticks. The third Hokage did not urge them, and the master and disciple just ate their meal quietly. After eating and drinking her fill and putting down her chopsticks contentedly, Tsunade stood up and left, leaving a few words when she walked to the third Hokage. "Give me a few days to think about it." The third Hokage nodded and agreed. Since Tsunade didn't directly refuse, it meant that the matter could be discussed. As long as Yutane Koharu is stabilized, the village's high-level power will remain concentrated. Even if the Hokage faction has been divided into two factions, at least in terms of major issues, the goals of the two factions are the same. After returning home and checking out Kushina's homework, Tsunade went back to her room and wrote down what the third Hokage had said in a scroll. "Help me deliver this scroll to Jingai at the frontline camp and ask him to reply to me as soon as possible." Ever since Shizuka firmly secured the position of the family's chief military strategist, Tsunade has been too lazy to think about these things and just leaves them to Shizuka to handle. She knew very well that Jingai's thinking was sharper than hers in this regard, better able to grasp the key points. "Yes, Tsunade-sama." The slug that was summoned wrapped its body around the scroll and disappeared into the room. At night, Jingai, who was practicing fairy arts in the wet bone forest and was about to return to the ninja world, got the scroll. "Ha, the third Hokage knows how to do business. Half of the Umbu power in exchange for more departments in the medical system. This will stabilize Yutane Koharu. The old lady has been unsettled lately." Everyone hoped openly or secretly that the third Hokage would release Danzo Shimura, the troublemaker. This shows that she was anxious. After holding power for more than 10 years, suddenly all that power was gone. No one could accept this. It's understandable that Koharu Yutane would be anxious. But half of the Umbu's rights, haha, even a dog doesn't want them. Jingai took out a new scroll, wrote down his thoughts on it, and then asked the puppet to send the scroll back to the village overnight. "Half? No, if you're going to give it all. Except for a few teams that are dedicated to protecting the Hokage, the rest must be under our control. Only in this way can they be valuable for exchange, and the pharmaceutical department under the medical system needs to be under our control." This department is too important to be given away. As for other departments, they can be handed over to Yutain Koharu. As long as you control the pharmaceutical department, other departments in the medical system are all your subordinates and need to look at the pharmaceutical department's face. And Tsunade can also get rid of the heavy burden of training medical ninjas. Don't you like to make trouble, Koharu? Okay, then I'll give you all these departments and see how you do it. Anyway, I am in control of the most important pharmaceutical department, so you need to always act according to my wishes. It makes sense for the third Hokage to send the Anbu out. He is the Hokage, and as long as he stays in the village, his safety will hardly be a problem. Even if he sends the Anbu out, he has the right to mobilize the Anbu to work for him. These are just some things that are not decent enough and cannot be handed over to the Anbu people to do. So Jingai made a huge request and gave up the Anbu. Then give it all up. Don't talk about half of the rights. I want all of them, and we will not hand over all departments of the medical system to you. We have to take control of the most important pharmaceutical department ourselves. If it works, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't, everything will remain the same. Anyway, they are not the ones who are anxious. Tsunade controls all departments of the medical system, which can make Danzo Shimura very uncomfortable. But Tsunade controls the pharmaceutical department and the Anbu, so Danzo Shimura has almost no capital to turn things around. For a department like the Anbu, you either have full control or none of it. Otherwise, having half of the power is no different from having no power at all. Only when you have the entire Anbu in your hands will you have the right to select people to join the Anbu, and only then will you have the ability to train Anbu ninjas yourself. Only when you reach this step will the people in the Anbu listen to you and express their loyalty to you. Otherwise, no matter how well you do, you will only be preparing wedding dresses for the third Hokage. After sending the crow puppet away, Jingai lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. He had already mastered the balance point of natural energy. As long as he maintained it, it wouldn't take long for him to successfully enter the fairy chakra mode. By then, he will have graduated. Otherwise, if this kind of tossing and turning day and night goes on for a long time, Jingai is worried that she will die suddenly. The puppet crow delivered the scroll to Tsunade at dawn. There are not one scroll, but two. One of them is an intelligence scroll, and the other is a seal scroll. In the seal scroll there are several flying puppets that are specifically used to transmit information, including crow puppets and eagle puppets. Sometimes puppets are more convenient than summoned beasts in conveying messages. After getting the scroll, Tsunade understood Shizuichi's intention. She felt that the third Hokage would have to bleed heavily this time. Most people don't have the courage to hand over all the power of the Anbu. Fortunately, it was handed over to Tsunade. If it were someone else, the third Hokage would never agree. Because of the master-disciple relationship and Tsunade's special status, the third Hokage could safely hand over the Anbu to her. He would not dare to do so for anyone else. Even the other members of F4 can only mobilize the Anbu at best, but cannot control it. When Danzo Shimura established the route, he used his power to mobilize the Anbu to continuously infiltrate the members of the Anbu. Coupled with the fact that the third Hokage turned a blind eye, this led to the ambitious Danzo Shimura holding enormous power. It can be said that Shimura Danzo's expansion was all built on the foundation of the Anbu. Without the assistance of the Anbu, Danzo Shimura would still be imprisoned, and even if he was released and the route was established, he would still be a younger brother. Tsunade controls the Anbu, and she would definitely not allow members of the route to cause trouble under the banner of the Anbu, let alone use the same costumes and equipment as the Anbu, which would be a discredit to the Anbu. After knowing Jingai's arrangement, Tsunade was even less anxious. It was delayed for a few days until the third Hokage could no longer wait and came to her again, and then Tsunade put forward her conditions. In the medical system, except for the pharmaceutical department, other departments can be assigned to you, but I want to control the Anbu, not just half, I want all of it. The third Hokage was very happy when he heard Tsunade say that most departments within the medical system could be vacated, but when he heard the last part, the smile on his face gradually froze. Tsunade has a big appetite. She wants to keep a hold of the production department within the medical system and the entire Anbu. You have to know that for a department like the Anbu, giving half and giving the whole thing are two completely different things. If he gives half, he, the third Hokage, can take it back at any time. Even if Tsunade places many people in the position, he can take it all back when he makes up his mind. Everything is different. Chapter 78, Anbu and Money. I still know the difference between the important and the unimportant. If the selection of personnel, training, task execution, etc. are all in Tsunade's hands, then he, as the Hokage, only has the right to transfer them. It can be said that the Anbu will become Tsunade's one-man show. Impossible. The third Hokage said excitedly, Tsunade, the Anbu is a direct department under the Hokage. What you are doing is equivalent to separating the umbu and completely controlling it yourself. So what? Tsunade flicked her hand away and asked back. If I can't control all the umbu, why should I exchange interests with you, old man? Everything can be as usual. It was you who came to talk to me first. The third Hokage. I was the one who came to talk to you first, but I didn't expect you to have such a big appetite. No, it should be Hinata Shizuka. This kid has almost become Tsunade's military planner. No, only half. As long as you are happy, this is the bottom line. We cannot give in at all. Once we give in, someone will take advantage of the situation and the next step will be to target the pharmaceutical department. Jingai wrote down all these interests in the scroll. The bottom line is that I will never give in. Don't give in even a step. The third Hokage was a little agitated and clearly didn't want to hand over the umbu. Tsunade didn't care much either. Compared to the umbu, she preferred the entire medical system, and many more. Seeing that Tsunade was about to leave and had no intention of continuing the conversation, the third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, "The umbu can be given to you, but the pharmaceutical department must be handed over." "Impossible." Tsunade slammed the table hard and said angrily, "Old man, don't treat me like an idiot. I developed so many drugs in the pharmaceutical department. When that old woman was in charge, there were accounting problems in the entire department. I didn't mention these things, which is already giving you face. It's impossible for the pharmaceutical department to hand it over. There's no room for negotiation. If you don't want to, just pretend we never talked about it. Is there a problem with the pharmaceutical department's accounting?" The third Hokage was no fool and he came to his senses immediately. Yutain Koharu is in charge of various departments of the medical system, and Mito Kato-en is in charge of the logistics department, so they must have gained some benefits for themselves to a greater or lesser extent. It should be for the family behind it. Because he controls the Ministry of Finance and is doing the same thing. Is there really nothing left to discuss? After the mess was exposed, the third Hokage calmed down and even his tone became much softer. Tsunade sneered, "Of course, I have developed various drugs in the past, and I didn't take any share from the village. I can give the pharmaceutical department to you, but please return the share to me. I will also need to give it to you when I develop new drugs in the future." "Come on, don't you want the pharmaceutical department? Give me money. In the past, I let you get things for free because I thought I was part of the village, so I got it for free. But you guys just took advantage of me, didn't you? Then let's do the math on this. Orochimaru can get a lot of money for developing some electrical appliances, but I, Tsunade, develop various medicines and potions, but only get a little bonus. What do you think about this?" Cough cough. The third Hokage instantly lost his composure. If he were to settle the account with Tsunade and convert the production and research and development of various drugs into a profit-sharing model, it would be the end of him. Compared to the little money Orochimaru got, Tsunade got the big bucks. If this amount of money were really given, it would definitely empty the treasury, which would be even more terrifying than just giving Kushina a street corner. Even though Tsunade has only been in the medical department for a few years, her talent in developing drugs and potions is as terrifying as Senju Tobirama's developing ninjutsu. Both grandfather and grandson are very productive people. During this period, a large number of medicines and drugs were produced, bringing countless wealth to the village. Once the model is changed to profit sharing, Tsunade will definitely become a millionaire. Ahem, Tsunade, the Ministry of Finance is not well off. How about this, you continue to manage the pharmaceutical department, and leave the other departments to Koharu. As for the umbu, you should be in charge. As long as you can guarantee my safety, that's all. In order to prevent Tsunade from asking for money, the third Hokage decisively cut the Gordian knot and settled the matter. Not even the Hokage guard was mentioned. What guard team or not, it's hurtful to talk about these things. They are also part of the umbu, and they are all under your management. Looking at the third Hokage who hurriedly left with a somewhat disheveled body, Tsunade snorted in disdain. "Hiruzen, what was the result?" The third Hokage hurried back to the Hokage's office. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en, who were waiting in the Hokage's office, looked over anxiously. Sitting in the chair reserved for the Hokage, the third Hokage let out a long sigh of relief. He did not reply to his two partners immediately. Instead, he picked up his pipe and took a deep puff of smoke. Tsunade's desire for money really scared him. The main thing is that Tsunade is serious about it and is determined to make a big fuss, so the village will really have to pay a large sum of money. It's done, but Tsunade will still be in charge of the pharmaceutical department. That's impossible. The pharmaceutical department is. Koharu. The third Hokage frowned and scolded. "Tsunade knows all about the things you did in the past. She almost brought the matter up to deal with it. And you are still keeping an eye on the pharmaceutical department?" "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't." Yutain Koharu retorted stubbornly, but her tone was a little weak. Mizutomanen looked up at the ceiling and pretended not to hear what was said, because he, who was in charge of the logistics department, was not much better. It could only be said that compared to the third Hokage, he was not that excessive. Get some benefits, but not much. Also, have you ever thought about how many drugs and potions Tsunade has developed in the past few years? If she insists on sharing the profits, how much money do you think the village needs to give her? That's all my money. Mine. Don't you want the dark side? Give you. Want money? No, not a single cent. For money, the third Hokage was willing to give up the Anbu. So be it. The pharmaceutical department had too much money and Xiaochun was a little unwilling to not be able to take it back. The lack of profit is one thing, but the key problem is that the pharmaceutical department is not under control, and the entire medical system has to act according to Tsunade's mood. Although I am unwilling, this is the best result. Otherwise, if Tsunade makes a scene, the three of them will be in trouble. The third Hokage picked up his pipe and continued smoking, trying to calm himself down. Let's do this from now on. The Anbu will be handed over to Tsunade, and she will be in charge of everything. Don't cause any more trouble. As for Danzo, I will transfer him to the Konoha prison. The Anbu was handed over to Tsunade, and the third Hokage did not dare to keep Danzo Shimura in the Anbu prison. He was afraid that Danzo Shimura would die in there one day without knowing why. It would be better to put him in prison. My dears, remember to eat zongzi. Chapter 79 Looking for Tsunade. It's better to look for Hinata Shizuka 1. From now on, unless there is a perfect opportunity, don't mention the matter of releasing Danzo again. Every time you mention it, it will irritate Tsunade. By the way, if you want to discuss things, you don't have to go to Fatty and Tsunade. Finally, the third Hokage reminded the two of them. Stop being stupid, or it will make things difficult for everyone. Why? Tsunade holds the power and Akimichi Tofu is the Hokage's assistant. Who else should we look for if not them? The third Hokage had a complicated expression. Business as usual, personal matters, seek Jing'ai. Soon a simple meeting was held in the Hokage office building. In view of Tsunade's abilities, the third Hokage proposed to transfer the management of the Anbu to her. After taking control of the Anbu, Tsunade also handed over all departments in the medical system except the pharmaceutical department to Yutain Koharu. When the third Hokage announced the news, everyone in the conference room was stunned. The importance of the pharmaceutical department is self-evident. No matter how well your other departments are developing, if there is a problem with the pharmaceutical department, it can be fatal. Not to mention the Anbu, which is a department directly under the Hokage and is under the sole jurisdiction of the Hokage. Now everything has been handed over to Tsunade. Princess Tsunade's power and say in the village will become increasingly greater. Among the group of people, only Chiodaya Kufang was calm and composed. Far from being surprised, he seemed somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the Anbu was handed over to Tsunade, and not to him openly, so Tsunade was in control secretly. If that's the case, then he, Chiodao Chufeng, is still on the fire rack. Now, the Anbu is directly controlled by Tsunade, and Akimichi Tofu continues to assist her as a figurehead Hokage, which is equivalent to sitting in an idle position, which is really great. Jing'ai soon received news of the changes in the situation in the village. When Shizuichi learned that the third Hokage didn't even want to manage the guard team, he burst out laughing. Money is indeed a good thing. Even the dignified Hokage has to worry about it. The third Hokage was afraid that Tsunade would ask him for money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over the Anbu so readily, and even gave up the Hokage guard, leaving everything to Tsunade. Did anything interesting happen? Orochimaru came to deliver the puppet again. After placing the 2 sealing scrolls on the table, he poured himself a glass of water. Haha, some interesting things happened in the village. Jing'ai smiled and handed the information scroll to Orochimaru, asking him to read it himself, while she put away the 2 sealing scrolls that Orochimaru brought. Not bad, not bad. With this batch included, the number of puppets in his hands has exceeded 1,500. Once these puppets are thrown out, the scene will be absolutely shocking. Orochimaru is indeed a good partner. After looking at the scroll, Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, the old man actually let Tsunade take control of the entire Anbu. Having said that, Orochimaru continued reading. When Orochimaru saw Tsunade say that the third Hokage was afraid that she would ask for money, so he decisively handed over the Anbu, the expression on his face became interesting. After holding it in for a while, he couldn't help laughing. That's interesting. It's quite interesting. Jing'ai raised an eyebrow. With the outbreak of war, money will be spent everywhere, and the village's finances are definitely not so optimistic. Tsunade wants money, and our Hokage will definitely be anxious to death. If it were someone else, the third Hokage would have told him to get lost, but Tsunade was different. Her request for money was reasonable and legal. You all know how much money the village has made from the drugs and medicines I developed. I didn't care before, but now I want the money, and you have to give it to me. No matter who handles this matter, no one will think that Tsunade is being unreasonable. It was the third Hokage who was in the wrong. After laughing for a while, Orochimaru put down the scroll and said to Shizuka, I'm afraid our cooperation has to end. The situation on the battlefield in Rain Country is unstable. The old man hopes that I can enter the battlefield and lead the people of the village to fight. Orochimaru is also a good hand at commanding operations, but at this stage he has not yet gained the recognition of the top leaders, so he can only enter the battlefield to command small-scale operations. The general direction still needs to be controlled by the veteran Nara Shikashin. It is good. Jingai didn't force it. After all, the village's appointment had come, and Orochimaru couldn't stay in the medical room as a little assistant and stay in the morgue all day making puppets. I already have more than 1,000 puppets, which is more than enough. At worst, I can just do it slowly later. There is no rush. After all, he doesn't need to go to the battlefield and fight desperately. Unless the war is facing a situation of defeat, Jingai will not enter the battlefield. To ensure victory in the battlefield of Rainland, this is the promise that Shizuka made to Tsunade. As more and more reinforcements arrived, the camp became a lot more lively than before. Of course, chaos is relative. In order to manage the camp well, Nara Shikashin lost a lot of hair. Are you here to take advantage of the situation? Jingai stared at the three people who were eating voraciously with gritted teeth, and had the urge to kick them out. In order to improve his relationship with him, Nara Shikako specially gave him the privilege of cooking for him and taking extra care of him. However, 3 bandits showed up just as the meal was ready. Orochimaru smiled faintly and ate his meal leisurely. Jiraiya licked his face and said a few words of apology. He ate more vigorously than anyone else. Only Heitake Sakumo felt a little uncomfortable because he and Shizuichi were not familiar with each other. In order to cope with the fierce confrontation of the war, Nara Shikashin made a series of arrangements. The first and most obvious thing is the formation of an elite vanguard force. Consisting of 3 new generation warriors, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Heitake Sakumo, plus a group of elite ninjas, this team will become the absolute main force on the battlefield, responsible for blocking powerful enemies from all sides. In the original work, Konoha also formed such a team, but the 3 leaders were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Tsunade stayed in the village and did not go to the battlefield, and her position was replaced by Heitake Sakumo. And Heitake Sakumo is the captain. He is older than Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and his strength is no weaker than them. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have no objection to him becoming the captain. Both of them can put themselves in the right position. There will be no conflict with Heitake Sakumo over such matters. After looking at Jiraiya with disdain, Orochimaru sold him out without hesitation. The team will be entering the battlefield tomorrow, so Jiraiya suggested that we have a meal at your place, and you happen to be cooking. Cough cough. Jiraiya, who was eating meat in big mouthfuls, almost choked to death. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I must update more for you guys, and give you free gifts for urging you to update more. I still love you guys very much today. Chapter 80. Why is this Hinata Shizuka more annoying than Tsunade? Jiraiya patted his chest a few times, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and roared at Orochimaru. It was my suggestion, but didn't you agree? Why are you blaming me alone now? Because you eat the ugliest way. He complained a few words in disgust. Shizuichi said to Heitake Sakumo, Senior, don't feel constrained. This is how I get along with them. No, I just. Heitake Sakumo smiled awkwardly and wanted to explain, but he just couldn't say the words. Because he was resentful towards Jingai. He almost got himself killed because of what happened before. Although Jingai was trying to save him, anyone who encounters this kind of thing would be depressed for a while. Except for someone as shameless as Jiraiya. People thought I was a pervert, but after a few days they forgot about it. Jingai smiled and raised the cup. Senior, I wish you a successful start. Thank you. Heitake Sakumo felt a lot more relaxed. With Jiraiya's jokes, the atmosphere became lively, and the little dissatisfaction in Heitake Sakumo's heart had long disappeared without a trace. But he was not good at speaking, and most of the time he was like Orochimaru, sitting quietly by the side with a smile on his face, listening to Shizuichi and Jiraiya bickering. Orochimaru doesn't like to talk because he doesn't want to talk too much with Jiraiya. If you really let him talk to Shizuka, he talks more than Jiraiya. As for Heitake Sakumo, he is an honest man. If it weren't for his honest character and the influence of the so-called samurai spirit, this guy would not have chosen to commit suicide just because of a little plan of Shimura Danzo and a little public opinion, leaving his helpless son to live alone in the darkness. After the meal, Heitake Sakumo and Orochimaru left first, but Jiraiya stayed and refused to leave. You don't have to guess what he wants to say. After Jiraiya and Hatake Sakumo left, Jiraiya handed over a stack of manuscripts with a lewd smile. Jingai couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Farewell, I believe in your ability, there is no need to look at this manuscript, just ask someone to send it back to the village, and it will definitely become a hit after it is printed. Ha ha ha, I believe I can do it too. Jiraiya began to feel a little proud and walked away happily with the manuscript in his arms. In order to prevent the manuscript from getting wet by the rain, he even bent over like a hunchback to cover the manuscript. After seeing the three off, Jingai took out a blank scroll and began to write some changes and plans about the Embu. This is what Tsunade wanted. She didn't want to bother thinking about it, so she just gave it to Shizuka. Regarding the changes to the Embu, Jingai did not make any effective suggestions. After all, it was a war and the people in the Embu were very busy. In addition to strictly guarding the village to prevent spy cholera, it is also necessary to go deep into the battlefield to collect intelligence everywhere. Until the war is over, the Embu should maintain the original order. As for changes, they will have to wait until the war is over. On the other side, in the Sand Village camp, Cho became increasingly dissatisfied with the village's war gains. Hinata Shizuichi again? Cho, who originally didn't take Jingai seriously, began to take him seriously. Before the war broke out, among all the medical ninjas in Konoha, only Tsunade was worthy of Cho's attention. Tsunade's reputation as the Cho killer is no joke. If Cho collides with Tsunade, she will be restrained in every way. As a result, when the war broke out, Tsunade did not show up, but instead, Shizuka, who caused Danzo Shimura to fall flat on his face, came to the fore. Could he be the next Tsunade? Considering that all the poisons currently used in the village have been cracked and corresponding antidotes are constantly being developed, Cho begins to feel annoyed. Without the threat of poison, the lethality of the Sand Village's puppet troops will be greatly reduced. Among all the puppets, except for some special puppets, the most lethal attack of the puppets is poison. Various poisonous needles, stingers, and poisonous blades will poison you as long as you are injured in battle. Once poisoned, the balance of victory in the battle will begin to tilt. As the antidote came out, these advantages of the puppet ninja disappeared. No matter how large the area covered by the poisonous stinger is, it cannot kill the enemy, and the wounds caused are mostly not fatal. If possible, this guy must be eliminated. Medical ninjas like Tsunade and Shizuichi pose too great a threat to the Sand Village. The puppet troops will not be able to exert their original deterrent and lethality, which means that the strength of the Sand Village will decline significantly. In addition to the puppet ninjas, the environment of the Rain Country will also cause a large number of Sand Village ninjas to be restricted. Most of the ninjas in the Cloud Village are good at lightning-style ninjutsu, those in the Rock Village are good at earth-style ninjutsu, and there are many ninjas in the Sand Village who are good at wind-style ninjutsu. However, wind-style ninjutsu would be suppressed by the weather and environment in a haunted place like the Rain Country. After marking an X on Jingai's profile, Cho rubbed her temple and asked, "What was the response from the Uegakuer?" The ninja in charge of reporting looked embarrassed. "Master Cho, we haven't received any response from the Uegakuer. A bunch of idiots. As stubborn and stupid as Onoki." Hear the words. Cho started to curse. The war on the battlefield of the Rain Country is a chaotic free-for-all. Although several parties have declared war on each other, the open declaration of war does not mean that they cannot unite in secret. Cho wanted to form an alliance with the Uegakuer to give Konoha a severe blow. As a result, the Uegakuer ignored her. "First you declare war on us, beat us till we're done, and then turn around and ask us to join forces to attack Konoha. Where is the face? Where is your face, old woman Cho? If you don't want your face, just stuff it in your crotch. Even if you don't want shame, we in the Uegakuer still want it." Cho's face turned red with anger as she cursed nonstop. He is indeed Oniki's offspring, his temper is just as bad as his father's. Just as stubborn. If the commander sent by the Uegakuer to the Rain Country was someone else, perhaps Cho's secret contact would have been effective, but the person who came was Huangtu, Oniki's son. Although Huangtu appears to be a son without temper in front of Onoki, but outside, despite appearing calm, his prejudice and stubbornness are exactly the same as Onoki's. Therefore, Cho's joint plan was shattered at the very beginning. Huangtu ignored her completely. What about the Rain Village? Cho took a deep breath and forgot about the Rock Village. Since they couldn't unite, they might as well just treat them as enemies. The reporting ninja answered cautiously, Hanzo Salamander's focus is still on us. This may have a lot to do with the previous revenge. Okay, let's go down. The more I listen, the more upset I get. Cho waved her hand impatiently, asking everyone in the tent to leave, saying that she needed some quiet time. Onoki is an old stubborn person, Huangtu is a little stubborn person, and Hanzo is a dog person. He keeps chasing the sand village and biting them all the time. Chapter 81 is the magic I'm practicing fake. Salamander Hanzo chased the sand village like a mad dog and bit it. Cho was mentally prepared for this. After all, it was normal for the sand village to retaliate against the rain village and the rain village to chase them in return. A demigod is also a person who needs face, although his face is worthless to the 5 major ninja villages. But the villages and towns of the rain country were plundered by the sand village. As the leader of the rain village, if he didn't make any statement, how could he, Hanzo Salamander, continue to survive in the ninja world? Not to mention whether he has the face to continue, the daimyo of the rain country alone will not forgive him. The daimyo prefecture invests so much money every year, and all parties are supporting you, Hanzo of the Salamander. I can understand that you cannot defeat the 5 major ninja villages. After all, the 2 sides are not of the same size. But the sand village has started plundering in the rain country, and you, Hanzo Salamander, don't even dare to fart. What's the point of my daimyo prefecture investing in you? Whether for his own reputation or for the people of the rain country and the daimyo of the rain country, Hanzo of the Salamander is going to confront the sand village. I can't beat them, so I have to use my teeth to bite off a piece of flesh from the sand village. Otherwise he is a sinner. The sand village was chased and bitten by the rain village led by Hanzo the Salamander. They sought an alliance with the rock village but were rejected by the stubborn Huang Tuesday. Even with this, Cho wasn't that angry. In this great war, the main force of Konoha adhered to one principle: fight other enemies if they could, and evacuate if they couldn't, as long as they didn't lose the battlefield area occupied by the village. But the sand village cannot give in. They must fight them to the death and confront them head-on. You want to start a war, commit all kinds of suicides, and do all kinds of things, then I will help you do so. A bunch of trash. After cursing for a while, Cho gradually calmed down, because she realized that if this continued, the situation of the sand village and the battlefield of rain country would become more and more passive. There were 3 enemies. Although the Uegakur didn't chase them, they would definitely not show mercy if they met them. The Raingakur chased them like a mad dog. Konoha also watched them fight. As time goes by, the situation in the sand village will become more and more awkward. It would be fine if we could just maintain the original pace. At worst we could just slowly fight with the rain village and Konoha. But the war situation can change at any time. Who can be sure that the Uegakur will not take the opportunity to join in tomorrow? Once the rock village, Konoha, and rain village all chase after the sand village will be really ruined. In the wet bone forest, Jing'ai sat cross-legged on the ground. With the continuous absorption of natural energy and the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy, fairy chakra was formed. What? The bored slug immortal suddenly lowered his head and looked at Jing'ai, who was motionless. Jing'ai was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground absorbing natural energy. A long and thin line appeared under his eyeliner. If you didn't look carefully, you might even mistake it for eyeliner. Xiao Jing'ai, I was right. You have great talent. Your control over Senjutsu chakra is better than most people. Even Hashirama may not be able to beat you. Jing'ai seemed not to have heard these words, and the first thing he did after opening his eyes was to take out the mirror. People who study magic will have some special lines on their faces and some strange features on their bodies. For example, the symbol of Ryokai Cave is the snake tail, the toad face of Miyaboka Mountain, and the iconic characteristics of the fairy arts of the wet bone forest. Jing'ai didn't know, but he didn't want to grow 2 tentacles on his head, or the body becomes wet. Ugh. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jing'ai thought he was dazzled. Why is there no change? Is the magic I'm practicing fake? No, I have already entered the fairy chakra mode. Could it be that there are some strange things on my body? Jing was panicked for a moment and quickly checked the patient's body. The big bird is still there. I can breathe a sigh of relief. The slug immortal didn't understand what Jing'ai was doing, so he could only tilt his head suspiciously and look at him quietly. When Jing'ai checked his entire body and confirmed that there was no problem, he slowly spoke. Xiao Jing'ai, they are also practicing immortal arts, but those with better talents can perfectly master immortal arts chakra, so there are no special features on their bodies. Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared me. Jing'ai picked up the mirror that had fallen on the ground and observed it carefully, and finally found that her lower eyeliner was a little heavy. If you didn't pay attention, you couldn't see it at all, as if it had been lightly drawn. Unlike other people, I don't have a lot of wrinkles on my face. Slug Sage, is my control over Sage Chakra perfect? Jing'ai raised her head and asked. The Slug Sage nodded his huge head and said happily, of course, there are no special features on the body, and the few lines on the face mean that the control of the Senjutsu Chakra is perfect. When Hashirama entered the sage mode for the first time, he turned into a big clown face. Jingai, oh, the most obvious feature of Hashirama Senju's sage mode is the lines near his eyes, and there is no circle between his heart. Jingai does not have these features either. Even if they practice the same magic, the lines on their faces will be different. For example, Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya's talent in Senjutsu is not as good as Naruto's. If he wants to enter the Senjutsu chakra mode, he needs the help of the toads in Mayaboka Mountain, and he will be left with many strange features, such as toad face. Not only are the lines on his face very strange, but there are also many of them. Naruto is different. When he enters the Senjutsu chakra mode, he just has a circle of red lines around his eyes. Not to mention the patterns, after he and Jiraiya entered sage mode, the shape of their pupils would also change, and the same was true for Minato. After all, the three of them were practicing the magic of Mayaboka Mountain. Jingai chose the wet bone forest. But the lines on his face are very different from those on Senju Hashirama's. It's better to have fewer lines, as it can confuse people and is more beautiful. Xiao Jingai, your eyes are very special. I found that they are slowly absorbing the natural energy of the wet bone forest. Can you feel the consumption of the fairy chakra in your body? The Samsara eye is absorbing natural energy. Jingai was slightly startled. After feeling the changes in his body, he replied, it seems to consume very little. What is the biggest drawback of sage mode? That is natural energy. When the natural energy you absorb into your body is consumed, you will exit the fairy chakra mode, because people cannot absorb natural energy when they are in action or fighting. When there is less natural energy in the body, it means that the Senjutsu chakra is used less. After it is used up, you need to continue absorbing natural energy to convert Senjutsu chakra. But Jingai's reincarnation I can absorb natural energy autonomously, keeping Jingai's absorption and consumption at a balance point. Chapter 82 The enemy of my enemy can be my ally. In other words, after he enters the Senjutsu chakra mode, as long as the battle consumption is not too great, he can maintain this state for a long time. Unlike others, it can only be turned on at a critical moment and will end when it is consumed. The slug immortal put his big head in front of Jingai and observed carefully, and finally came to a conclusion. Xiao Jingai, your eyes are very special and they match the fairy arts of the wet bone forest. Perhaps your future achievements will surpass those of Xiao Zujian. My limit is Senju Hashirama? Please stop joking. Unfortunately, the slug sage only knew that the Samsara eyes were special and magical, but he didn't know how terrifying these eyes were. Without dwelling on this question too much, Jingai raised his head and asked, Slug Immortal, has my immortal arts training come to an end? Correct. The slug immortal sighed and said, you have mastered the wet bone forest immortal art faster than Xiao Zujian. Your training ends here. As for the rest, you still need to slowly adapt. The slug immortal is not a human being. He is a straightforward being and will say whatever he wants to say directly. Unlike humans, they would not choose to be euphemistic or use other roundabout ways. Good is good, bad is bad. That's good. I can finally have a good rest for a while. He is busy during the day, and after get off work, he has to go to the wet bone forest to practice magic at night. After a while, Jingai felt a little dazed and it was obvious that he did not get enough rest time. Now he was finally free and no longer had to run to the wet bone forest every day. It is enough for you to slowly explore and adapt in the camp. Right, then I'll take you back, Xiao Jingai. Compared to the slug immortal's long lifespan, Jingai is indeed a little guy compared to him. Then I'll trouble you, slug sage. Jingai released the sage chakra mode. He needed to go back and have a good sleep, then rest for a while to get rid of the fatigue accumulated during this period of time. Senior, scaring others can kill them. As soon as she returned to the lounge, she saw someone sitting there. Jingai was startled. After seeing the other person's face clearly, she complained a few words in annoyance. Nara Shikashin smiled faintly. Are you, Hayagashaizuka, so timid? I'm not timid, I'm just afraid that I'll be frightened and then beat you to death. Am I timid? I'm really afraid that I won't be able to control myself and slap you to death. Nara Shikashin. This kid is really rude when talking to his seniors. Senior, do you have something to ask me? He picked up the kettle and poured himself a glass of water, then took off his wet and sticky coat and threw it into the trash can beside him. From today on he is free. Finally, I don't have to go to the wet bone forest to practice magic anymore. Looking at the clothes covered with mucus and mud, Nara Shikashin looked at them curiously. Fortunately, he was able to control his curiosity and did not ask Jingai where he had gone or why he suddenly appeared. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be related to the reverse spiritual communication of the spiritual beast. After changing into clean clothes, Jingai felt relaxed. He took out a cup, poured 2 cups of hot water, and handed one of them to Nara Shikashin. thank you. After taking the cup and taking a sip of hot water, Narashika thought, Jing'ai, some things may not sound good, but I believe you understand that you and I are in the same boat now. We are in the same boat, but neither side has stated it. Jing nodded, acknowledging what Narashika said. Princess Tsunade said that the promise you gave her was that the village would win the battle in the Rain Country. Correct. Tsunade is not the third Hokage. Since she treats Inoshikacho as her own, she will definitely tell them some things. Jing'ai didn't feel surprised that Narashika knew about this. Then our goals are aligned. Narashika showed a satisfied smile. I don't know what cards you have, and I won't try to find out. I came to you to know what suggestions you have for the development of the battlefield situation. It's tiring to talk to you guys who play with your brains. It takes a long time to think about one sentence. Jing'ai put down the cup in his hand and said helplessly, Senior, just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush. It's very tiring. I want to seek an alliance, but I can't convince the Hokage and the elders, so I need Tsunade-sama to fully support me and lobby for the support of the Hokage and the elders. Having said this, Narashika no longer concealed the purpose of his search for Jing'ai. He wanted to find a helper for Konoha, but he couldn't convince people like the third Hokage. He needs support. Narashika knew that many of the things Tsunade did were suggested by Shizuichi. In other words, it would be better to go directly to Shizuichi instead of Tsunade. Seeking a union? Jing was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, she asked in surprise, Senior wants to unite with the Rain Village. As I said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. As long as the interests are sufficient, even if the Rain Village is an enemy, it can become an ally. It's nice to talk to smart people. Narashika thought to himself, yes, it is the Rain Village. The Sand Village took the initiative to provoke the war. It is impossible for them to make peace with the village before the war is over. The Rock Village does not pay attention to this war. Onoki's eyes are on the Cloud Village. The Rain Village is the only one we can win over. It's really interesting. One foot drags others into the water, causing the war to break out in the Rain Village, and the next foot wants to find others to unite. If Hanzo of the Salamander heard this, he would probably be furious. That was before. Now the Sand Village is the enemy of both sides. Narashika was confident that as long as the village agreed and was willing to provide compensation and benefits, he believed he could convince Salamander Hanzo. So can Konoha and Rain Village really unite? The answer is yes. Even though Konoha deliberately dragged the Omegakure into the war, which led to the outbreak of war in the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander must have hated Konoha to death. If Konoha showed enough sincerity to win over Hanzo of the Salamander, the two sides would be able to sit down and talk. As long as the benefits are great, everything that happened before doesn't matter. Senior, you are so unkind. Jing'ai said speechlessly, you have such an idea yourself. You don't contact the Hokage or go to Tsunade, but want me to persuade Tsunade. It's okay if it's just the top leaders. If you want to persuade Hanzo, you need the help of the daimyo mansion. If you just move your mouth, I'll break my legs. Haha, those who are capable should do more work. After all, you are the most suitable candidate. If Konoha offers enough compensation and benefits and Hanzo of the Salamander still refuses to agree, then they will start from the daimyo's mansion and let the daimyo of the Land of Fire contact the daimyo of the Land of Rain. By that time, you, Hanzo of the Salamander, will be unhappy, and the daimyo will come to you. Let's see if you dare to refuse. Chapter 83, Tsunade's meddling in village affairs causes dissatisfaction with Yutain Koharu. Let me try. It may not be necessary for the daimyo to make any effort to persuade Hanzo of the Salamander, but the village must provide sufficient benefits. Given the character of the third Hokage, it is very likely that he would agree to this suggestion. The third Hokage of this period still had some courage. The more troublesome one was the Council of Elders. Especially the old lady Yutain Koharu is the most difficult to deal with. Senior, be prepared to be rejected. Many things may not be successful even if Tsunade steps in. Jing'ai gave Narashika a shot of prevention. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Narashika stood up with a smile. When I had this idea, I was mentally prepared to be rejected. I'll just give it a try. If it works, that's great. If not, I'll just keep trying. You should have a good rest. I see that you have been very tired recently. Practice is important, but rest is also important. As the head of the Nara clan, Narashika knew some of the secrets of the village, so he was not curious about what Jing'ai was doing or where he went. Senior, walk slowly. After sending Narashika away, Shizue took out a scroll, wrote the matter down, and used a puppet to send the scroll to the village, leaving the rest to Tsunade. Tsunade will definitely not reject Narashika's suggestion. The difficulty lies in the Hokage's office and the Elders' Council. The scroll was sent out in the middle of the night and arrived in Konoha at daybreak. It was successfully delivered to Tsunade's hands. After reading the scroll, Tsunade began to have a headache. Senior, you really know how to cause trouble for me. The suggestion is good, but it is not easy to gain the support of the third Hokage and others. Tsunade had no choice but to try. Fortunately, Nara Shikashin and Jingai were already prepared to be rejected. It would be best if this proposal was adopted, but it would be okay if it was rejected. They could just fight slowly. The war is not so easy to end. There is still work to do in the days ahead. Arriving at the Hokage's office building, Tsunade walked into the Hokage's office and told him about Nara Shikashin's suggestion. The third Hokage frowned directly. Tsunade, in order to suppress the development of Rain Village, the village deliberately dragged Rain Village into the water, causing the Rain Country to become a battlefield among the three major countries. The relationship between Rain Village and the village has reached a freezing point. It will be very difficult for us to convince Hanzo of the salamander. I know. Tsunade said, it's difficult, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. As long as we can convince Hanzo of the salamander and let the Rain Village and Konoha unite, the battlefield situation in the Rain Country will change. I'll ask Xiaochun and the others to come over, and we'll all sit down and discuss this. After thinking for a while, the third Hokage decided to hold a simple meeting. As for the solution, we will talk about it after the meeting. After receiving the notification, Yuten Koharu and Mito Kato-en arrived, and Akimichi Tofu also came with them. Including Tsunade, the five of them sat in the Hokage's office and began to discuss. No, I refuse. As expected, after learning of Tsunade's purpose, Yuten Koharu immediately began to object. I am not targeting anyone. Everything I said is from the perspective of the village. It is all for the good of the village. It seems to be beneficial to us to win over an ally in the Rain Country, but don't forget that there are more than just 3 families fighting on the battlefield in the Rain Country. We paid a huge price to win over the Rain Village, but what about the Rock Village? Once the village unites with the Rain Village, will the stimulated Rock Village unite with the Sand Village? This made sense, and the third Hokage and Mito Kato-en nodded slightly. Chiodaya Kofang was silent for a while, and said, the focus of the Rock Village is on the Cloud Village, so, Fatty, can you guarantee that the Rock Village and the Sand Village will not unite? Yuten Koharu didn't want to hear this and asked directly, if you can guarantee that the Rock Village and the Sand Village will not come together, then on behalf of the elders, I will agree to negotiate with the Rain Village. I guarantee it. Chiodao is so popular that he wants to curse. The relationship between villages changes rapidly, especially during the war. Konoha may be thinking of seeking peace talks with the Rain Village, and the Sand Village and the Uegakur Village may also have such ideas. The Sand Village had actually already taken action, but was just rejected. Of course, Konoha didn't know this information. If Konoha wants to cooperate with the Rain Village, in addition to having to work hard to persuade Hanzo of the salamander, it also needs to worry about the reaction of the Uegakur. Once the Uegakur is provoked and turns to join forces with the Sand Village, Konoha will be the one that suffers. After all, the Rain Village cannot be compared with the Uegakur. Even if Konoha finally united with the Rain Village, they would still be the ones who suffered in the end when facing the joint attack of the Sand Village and the Uegakur. Not to mention that they didn't know that Cho had contacted the Uegakur. Even if they knew, the third Hokage and others wouldn't dare to gamble. It is even possible to turn the tables and believe that it was Tsunade who made this suggestion, which led to the Uegakur and Sand Village joining forces to fight against Konoha. I knew it would be like this. Tsunade sighed and crossed her arms over her chest. She no longer wanted to talk. During a war, contacting one of the enemies and forming an alliance is inherently a risky thing. As long as the top leaders agree and offer enough benefits, I believe that Salamander Hanzo will agree. The success rate is very high. If all else fails, you can just ask the daimyo to help speak for you. But Yuten Koharu wouldn't let go of the Uegakur. Today's meeting was in vain. It was a complete waste of time. Fortunately, Tsunade was mentally prepared, so she was not too disappointed. After the meeting, Tsunade and Akimichi Tofu left first. Hiruzen, what do you think Tsunade wants to do? Yuten Koharu complained, she's been interfering more and more in the affairs of the village. The current war situation is already chaotic, and they still want to unite with the Rain Village. If this leads to the stimulation of the Uegakur, the village will be in danger. With the pharmaceutical department and the Umbu in her hands, what's wrong with Tsunade interfering in the affairs of the village? It makes sense. But when a woman is unreasonable, she won't listen to anything you say, so the third Hokage simply ignored the words. What you said makes sense, so I also think that peace talks with the Rain Village are not appropriate. The war situation can change at any time, and the current situation is most beneficial to the village. In the eyes of many people, the situation in the rain country is most beneficial to Konoha. The Uegakur is not very enthusiastic about this war, as they have a powerful enemy behind them who may come to rob them at any time, so the Uegakur has always focused on the Kumigakur. The Sand Village and Konoha are fighting to the death, and the Rain Village is biting the Sand Village. Compared to the difficult Sand Village, Konoha's situation is not that bad. At least that's the case for now, so the F4 group is not willing to take any risks. Even if they can really convince the Rain Village, they will still worry about the reaction of the IWA Village. Leaving the Hokage's office building, Akimichi took a side. I don't know if it's because of his age, but Monkey no longer has the courage he once had. The Elders' Council is interfering too much in the village. The old man buried the mines himself, who can be blamed? Tsunade curled her lips. Chapter 84. Heitake Sakamo's team is surrounded and attacked by the Earth Escape Army. Under normal circumstances, the Council of Elders does not have such great power. During the First Ninja World War, in order to secure the throne of Hokage, the third Hokage won over other members of the F4 group and granted them many benefits and rights. It's difficult to take it back now. As for Senior Liu Xian, I will let Jing'ai inform him that his suggestion was not passed, and ask him not to worry about it anymore. It's just that the elders are against it, and Tsunade can still lobby for it. The key is that the third Hokage is not willing to take the risk. With the elders and the third Hokage, it will be difficult for Tsunade to come forward. The news from the village was delivered to the frontline camp that same day. Jing'ai originally wanted to go to the command center, but after thinking about it, he decided to send someone to notify Nara Shikashin and ask him to come over. It seems that Princess Tsunade is right. You are a very good cook. It's just the right time. Pour the vegetables into the stewed broth, bring the pot to the table, and Jing'ai invites Nara Shikako to take a seat. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite today. Nara Shikashin is very busy and is not a particularly greedy person. When it comes to food, he always holds the attitude that as long as he is full, it is enough. In addition, the conditions in the camp are limited. It is good enough to be able to eat enough. Why bother about so many things? Jing'ai is the only one in the camp who can cook. No one would object if Nara Shikashin gave him some special treatment, but he wouldn't do it. This is bacon, it's well pickled and tastes great. After tasting a piece of meat, Nara Shikashin savored it and felt that something was missing. Jing'ai took out a bottle of sake and handed it over. I said something was missing, it turned out to be wine. With wine and meat, the food becomes enjoyable. The two sat together and ate for a long time. When the meal was almost over, Nara Shikashin asked, "Did the village refuse?" "Ah." Jing'ai was full and put down his bowl and chopsticks, then wiped his mouth. Hokage-sama is not firm in his stance. The elders think that it is risky to do so. They are worried that the Rock Village will be provoked and will unite with the Sand Village, so they strongly rejected it. Although he was mentally prepared, Nara Shikako was still a little disappointed when he heard this. Then just grind it slowly. Without the support of the village, it would be useless even if Nara Shikashin went to see Salamander Hanzo in person and tried to persuade him. After all the effort in trying to convince the other party, if the promised benefits and resources are delayed in arriving, it will only make them angry and humiliated. At that time, the Rain Village will not be chasing the Sand Village, but Konoha. After seeing Nara Shikashin off, Jing'ai changed his clothes and went to the medical room's ward to start patrolling as usual. Master Jing'ai. The medical ninjas and medical staff in the medical room greeted him with a smile when they saw him coming. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Jing responded with a smile. After a round of inspection and making sure that there was no problem, he returned to the lounge. Once there, Jing'ai fell asleep. He wanted to make up for the sleep he had lost during this period. On the battlefield of the camp in the courtyard, in a mountain, Jiraiya was lying on the ground in a shabby manner, looking a little embarrassed and even a little miserable. "Ahem, we won't die here, will we?" After coughing twice, a lot of blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Jiraiya laughed at himself and said, "Sure enough, Jing'ai's words make sense. After all, we are still too young. Could you please say less? Are we too young? Jing'ai is the young one, okay?" Heitake Sakamo really wanted to roll his eyes, but he was too tired to even move a finger. He could only lean against the rock to rest and recover his strength. Among the three, only Orochimaru is in better condition. It's not because Orochimaru is much stronger than the other two, but because Orochimaru has quick reaction. "Ahem, how are we supposed to contact the camp?" Heitake Sakamo closed his eyes and said nothing. Orochimaru sat beside him and took out a scroll calmly, then took out a crow puppet from it. The crow puppet came out of the scroll, looked at the situation outside, and jumped onto Orochimaru's arm and stood there. Dog, shit Orochimaru, at this time, you still have the mind to play with summoning beasts. Heitake Sakumo, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Orochimaru curiously. The three are currently in a very bad situation. When they were chasing the ninjas of the Sand Village, they were ambushed by the Uegakuer. No one expected that the Uegakuer, which had never targeted Konoha, would give them such a big gift. It was also thanks to the three of them being strong enough that they broke out of the encirclement of the Uegakuer. Heitake Sakumo was seriously injured and no longer able to fight. Jiraiya was even worse off, with wounds all over his body, and the wounds were still bleeding. Without paying attention to Jiraiya's endless chatter, Orochimaru looked at the crow puppet in his hand and asked, "Can you contact your master?" Jiraiya, Heitake Sakumo. Orochimaru is not crazy, or was it that Tsunade was hit in the brain when she broke out of the encirclement? The crow puppet called twice and still looked around curiously. Who's looking for me? Just when Orochimaru was about to continue, the crow puppet's eyes lit up, and then Jingai's confused voice came out of the crow puppet's mouth. It sounds like he is sleeping and hasn't woken up yet. Jingai was indeed sleeping, or to be more precise, catching up on his sleep. But while he was sleeping, he suddenly heard someone talking to him. The puppet given life by the Samsara eye can be used as a monitor and a microphone. As long as the distance is not very far, it can be controlled at will. Wardfa, what the hell is this? Jingai's voice came out from the crow's mouth. Are we under an illusion? Heitake Sakumo and Jiraiya looked as if they had seen a ghost, while Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised, a smile that even AK couldn't suppress. Shizuichi, I'm Orochimaru. Our team was ambushed by the Uegakuer. The rest of the team died. Only Jiraiya, Sakumo-senpai, and I are left. Orochimaru quickly described the current situation, which could be summed up in 2 words, help. In the camp's lounge, the dazed Jing suddenly woke up. You mean you were ambushed, and are now being surrounded by the Earth-style troop of the Rock Village, and your own condition is very bad, right? Correct. Understood. After saying that, the crow puppet returned to its original state. Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground, stammered, stinky fart Orochimaru, what on earth is this? Heitake Sakumo didn't say anything, but he was also itching in his heart. After all, this thing is too outrageous. They were far away on the battlefield and were able to get in touch with Jingai in the camp through a crow. If there were more crows like this, it would definitely be a nightmare for the enemy. Because Konoha can control the enemy's movements at any time, remote command can be directly realized. It's a puppet made by Jingai, not a summoned beast. After saying that, Orochimaru sat down against the rock. He seemed to be in better condition, but that was only on the surface. If it weren't for his quick reaction and speed, he would have been in the same situation as Jiraiya and Heitake Sakumo. Puppet. Jiraiya and Heitake Sakumo felt that their 3 views were challenged. There are such puppets in the ninja world? In the camp, Jingai turned over, put on her clothes, put on her raincoat, quickly left the medical room and came to the command center. Who? Chapter 85 Jing-1 comes to save us. Who? Nara Shikashin was sleeping at the time. When he noticed someone breaking in, he woke up immediately. It's me, Senior. Orochimaru and his men were ambushed by the Uegakuer village and suffered heavy losses. Currently, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Heitake Sakumo are being hunted down. They are in poor condition, so I need to rescue them. Etc. While his raised hand was still in the air, Jingai's figure disappeared from the command center. Nara Shikashin, who was still a little confused, wanted to ask, how did you know that they were ambushed and hunted? How do you know? You said it. How come he ran away in the middle of talking? After successfully contacting the camp and getting rescued, Jiraiya came to his senses after a while and said happily, so, we don't have to die? No, Shizue is just a medical ninja, how can she rescue us? Idiot. Orochimaru didn't bother to explain. I didn't even want to pay attention to Jiraiya. Seeing this, Heitake Sakumo could only smile bitterly and say, Orochimaru, I'm actually quite curious as well, why don't you tell me? I'm free anyway, so I might as well just chat. Orochimaru opened his mouth, but finally decided to give Heitake Sakumo some face. Jingai is not just a medical ninja, he is very strong, my feeling is not wrong. Moreover, he has made a large number of puppets. Well, at least 500 of them have reached the level of Jonin. There are more than 1,000 puppets in total. In order to complete the mission, Orochimaru hunted a large number of creatures comparable to the Jonin level as materials for Shizuka. He believed that Jingai could turn these corpses into powerful puppets. He holds thousands of puppets in his hands, at least 500 of whom are at the level of Jonin. Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but take a breath. He suddenly felt powerless. Is it necessary to fight this war? As soon as Jing took action, hundreds and thousands of puppets swarmed forward. It's simply invincible. As a result, Jing'ai, who has such exaggerated combat power, stays in the camp as a medical ninja. This is simply weird. Heitake Sakumo asked himself, if he had such powerful strength, he would have been so powerful long ago. There are thousands of puppets, and at least 500 of them are at the Jonin level. Jiraiya, with a blank mind, counted on his fingers for a long time. I should have sent him to the battlefield sooner. If Jing'ai had entered the battlefield directly, would they have been so miserable? Once the puppet army appears, the enemies will probably be defeated so badly that they won't even recognize their parents. Although this is only Orochimaru's one-sided statement, people who are familiar with Orochimaru know that this guy does not joke, let alone joke about serious matters. They are still being hunted. If Jing'ai cannot be rescued, the three of them will most likely die here. Surround, continue searching. Around the cave where Orochimaru and his two companions were hiding, a large number of Uegakure ninjas were searching everything around them, trying to capture the three escaped people. Huang Tu, who was in charge of the battle, was also among them. The Uegakure launched a powerful attack on Konoha without saying a word. The purpose was very clear, which was to eliminate the new generation of strong men in Konoha. Heitake Sakumo, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are all very representative new generation strongmen of Konoha, who can strangle the future of Konoha in the cradle. The 5 major ninja villages all do this kind of practice of besieging and killing geniuses from other villages. It just so happened that Konoha was busy fighting the Sand Village, so it gave the Uegakure a chance. According to the search speed of the Uegakure village, it won't take long to find the hiding place of Orochimaru and his men. The 3 people hiding in the cave no longer have the strength to fight, and perhaps Orochimaru still has some strength to resist. As for Heitake Sakumo and Jiraiya, they were already lying down. Heitake Sakumo was also unlucky. He had previously run into Hanzo of the Salamander and was seriously injured and fled back to the camp. He had just recovered and re-entered the battlefield, but he was ambushed by the Uegakure. On a rainy night, a giant eagle of enormous size approached rapidly from the sky. Jing'ai used the position of the puppet to lock onto the hiding place of Orochimaru and the other 2. Looking at the densely packed figures on the ground, Jing'ai couldn't help but laugh. The Uegakure is really ruthless. Either they don't do anything, or they'll be wiped out. It is obvious that they want to wipe out all the new generation of strong men in Konoha. It seems that in the original work, Tsunade and the other 3 had also encountered a similar ambush. If Konoha's rescue army had not arrived in time, there would probably be no so-called 3 ninjas. Unexpectedly, Tsunade was in charge of the village, and Heitake Sakumo replaced Tsunade, so Orochimaru and his men were still ambushed. Tisk, sometimes being too famous isn't a good thing. After locking the position, Jing'ai controlled the puppet to descend quickly. Lord Huangtu, there is something in the sky. The giant eagle's rapid descent attracted the enemy's attention. The people of the Uegakure gave up the search and turned their attention to the sky. I'm here, come out. In the cave, the puppet crow's eyes lit up again. Orochimaru smiled with relief. Help was coming at an astonishing speed. After helping Heitake Sakumo up and carrying Jiraiya, who was lying like a dead pig and unable to move, Orochimaru quickly walked towards the blocked cave entrance. Get ready for battle. Huang Tu frowned and looked at the sky. If nothing unexpected happened, the person who came must be an enemy, and he might be coming for the 3 people they were chasing. It was raining heavily, and Jing'ai was too lazy to fight with the enemy. He simply threw out a scroll and controlled the giant eagle to fall towards the direction of Orochimaru and the other 2. Be careful. Ninjas have excellent eyesight. Seeing the scroll falling from the sky, the Uegakure ninjas on the ground were all on guard carefully. As the wobbling scroll rapidly approached the ground, it suddenly broke into pieces. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared on the battlefield, and dozens of pairs of eyes glowing blue were particularly conspicuous in the dark. What the hell is this? Ninja of Konoha? It doesn't look like it. Whose ninja could run out of a ceiling scroll? Puppet? Wait, isn't this the ninja uniform from our Uegakure? Asshole. Huang Tu looked carefully and found that several of the figures were wearing ninja clothes of the Uegakure. He immediately realized that these were not people at all, but puppets. The ninjas of the Uegakure died on the battlefield. Their bodies were taken away by Konoha and made into puppets. Huang Tu would not find it strange if he saw such a situation in the Sand Village, because the Sand Village liked to do this, making ninja corpses into puppets, which they were good at. However, there were very few puppet ninjas in Konoha, even rarer than national treasures. What Huang Tu can see, others can see too. Several Uegakure ninjas at the scene were stunned. Is that Deo? Isn't he dead? I saw Jiro. Shut up. Huang Tu scolded with a dark face. These people are no longer our companions. The enemy has made puppets out of their corpses. As soon as these words were spoken, the Uegakure was immediately furious. Chapter 86. Do you want to see fairies scattering flowers? However, before they could attack, dozens of puppets rushed towards them like ghosts. Huang Tu shouted, "Everyone be careful. The enemy's puppets are coming." The weapon of the humanoid puppet is the kunao, which is standard equipment and cheap, making it very suitable for use with humanoid puppets. As for other weapons, Jing'ai is reluctant to equip these puppets. It's just a bunch of consumables, why waste extra money? Die. One of the Uegakure ninjas clenched the kunao in his hand and fought with the kunao that was in the front. The kunao collided, and a powerful impact force came along the kunao. The Uegakure ninja did not expect the puppet to be so powerful. His whole body paused and he took a few steps back, but the puppet on the opposite side was not affected at all. It pounced on him quickly, and the kunao pierced his heart. After a successful attack, the puppet rushed to the next enemy without any pause. Be on guard, be on guard. The battlefield suddenly became chaotic. Dozens of puppets rushed into the camp of the Uegakure without caring about their lives, frantically attacking the people around them, without caring whether they would get hurt or not. The most troublesome thing is that even if the heads of these puppets are chopped off, they can still wave the weapons in their hands and give you a fatal blow. The situation became one-sided as soon as the battle started, which was something Huangtu had not expected. He was raising his hand to prepare to make a seal, but when he saw these puppets rushing towards the crowded place, he couldn't help but curse a few words and rushed forward with a kunao in his hand. The giant eagle landed on a small hill. A rock was pushed away on the hill and Orochimaru came out carrying Jiraiya and supporting Heitake Sakumo. I arrived just in time. Very timely. Orochimaru smiled and threw Jiraiya onto the giant eagle's back, saying thankfully, "I was just trying it out, but I didn't expect that I could actually contact you through the puppet. Can your puppet be controlled remotely?" "It still has to be you, Orochimaru." Jing'ai laughed and gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. To be honest, Orochimaru's research ability is indeed amazing. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru also smiled after receiving Shizuichi's high praise. "Stop laughing, the enemy is coming." Jing threw out dozens of puppets. Although the puppets fought desperately, there were a large number of ninjas in the Uegakure village. They cooperated with each other and quickly solved the puppets one by one. In addition, the puppets Jing'ai threw out were just a batch of defective products. The damage that this batch of defective products can cause to the enemy is limited. Jing'ai helped Heitake Sakumo sit on the giant eagle's back, then tilted his head to Orochimaru and said, "Do you want to see the fairy scattering flowers?" Fairy scattering flowers? What does it mean? Such an unfamiliar word. Orochimaru didn't understand, and Jiraiya and Heitake Sakumo were even more confused. Surround them. The meat was at their mouths, and the lust would not allow them to escape. Jing'ai, quickly release the puppets to kill them, release the puppets. Jiraiya shouted anxiously. Jing'ai looked at him speechlessly, ignored him, raised his right hand, put his thumb and middle finger together, and grinned at Huang Tu. "I hope you like my gift." "What do you mean? Can you still laugh when you are surrounded?" This kid who came out of nowhere wouldn't really think that he could escape from the battlefield successfully with just a bird. "Oh." With a smile on his face, Jing'ai uttered the syllable, walked onto the giant eagle's back, and snapped his fingers. As the fingers snapped, the puppets that had been completely dismembered suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. Not good. Seeing this scene, Huang Tu's eyelids twitched a few times. There were still many ninjas in the village fighting with puppets. If these puppets were to self-destruct, hiss, boom. The next second, Huang Tu's prediction came true, and each puppet exploded violently as if it were hit by a bomb. It took less than 2 seconds from the time the puppet lit up with blue light to the time it exploded. It was too late for Huangtu to remind the village ninjas to be on guard. He could only watch as the ninja from the same village was blown away with a scream. Those who were lucky were blown away, while those who were unlucky were blown to pieces on the spot, with not even a complete body left. The explosive power of the puppet is much more exaggerated than that of the detonating talisman. As the loud explosions reached his ears, Huang Tu's brain went blank. He never dreamed that these puppets would explode. It's completely different from the puppets I've encountered before. Wait, the guy who came to the rescue standing on the giant eagle didn't seem to be controlling the puppets. These puppets could move freely? As if he had discovered some incredible secret, Huang Tu's face changed on the spot. The explosion was still going on, and those ninjas who were not in the explosion area were stunned. No one had expected that the puppets that had lost their ability to move would explode with such astonishing power. At this time, no one was paying attention to Jing-Yi and others anymore. Jing-Ai calmly controlled the giant eagle to fly into the sky and quickly move away from the battlefield. It can actually explode? Orochimaru looked a little dazed. He couldn't understand why these puppets would explode. He had disassembled Jingai's puppet and studied it, and the disassembled puppet showed no signs of explosion. Are they two different puppets? No, 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 it must be the same kind. Jingai can control these puppets to self-destruct. When Orochimaru thought about studying these puppets without any precautions, he broke out in a cold sweat. If the puppets suddenly exploded when he was concentrating on studying them, he would be dead. Gulp. Looking at the tragic scene on the battlefield below, Heitake Sakamo said weakly, Jingai, can I learn how to make a puppet? Depend on. With a puppet like this, who the hell would rush forward to fight to the death? When fighting, it is enough to let the puppets go up. When the puppets fall down, they will explode. This is definitely a killing move that will make the enemy afraid to act. The puppets' fighting style is to fight to the death. They are not afraid of death, but what about your enemies? They need to fight the puppets carefully and be on guard against the puppets exploding during the battle. This kind of battle is the most frustrating. You need to be careful, the puppets don't care about that at all. They have no lives and will fight you to the death once they enter combat state. Not only will I risk my life with you, I will also drag you down with me at any time. Ahem, count me in. Jiraiya said with a grin, which caused the wound to vibrate and blood to flow from the corner of his mouth again. Don't bother. This is a unique secret technique that will not be passed on to others. Don't even think about it. Many secret techniques will not be passed on to outsiders, and most ninja families have such secret techniques. It would be fine if it is not passed on to others. Even if it is passed on, you may not be able to learn it. Jiraiya grimaced in pain, but he didn't care about it. Instead, he was interested in Jingai's puppet. Orochimaru said that you have at least a few hundred puppets that are comparable to Jonin. Is this true? You even said this? Jing glanced at Orochimaru and answered Jiraiya's question. It's just a comparison. In fact, it's not as strong as a Jonin. Unless I control it myself, a Jonin-level ninja, as long as his strength is not too bad, can easily take down my puppet. Chapter 87. Which good guy uses the puppet as a communicator? The strength reaching the level of Jonin is only calculated through the materials used in making it. It does not mean that these puppets really have the strength of Jonin. A puppet is always a puppet and cannot be compared with a human. It's like Orochimaru is a Jonin, and it's so easy for him to hunt those powerful creatures comparable to Jonin. This is the difference. So, if you don't have enough strength, you can only make up for it with numbers. I came all the way to save you, so you have to help me hunt more materials in the future. No problem. Orochimaru smiled and nodded, agreeing to the request. It's fine with me, too. Jiraiya felt like his whole body was falling apart. Heitake Sakamo hesitated to speak. Jingai, your own strength should be quite strong. Do you still need to prepare so many puppets? With what Orochimaru said before, even if Shizuka is just a medical ninja, he can be considered a medical ninja of the same type as Tsunade, and his own strength must be strong. In that case, why pursue a large number of puppets? Who said that? This is slander. Jingai retorted excitedly, I'm just a medical ninja. As we all know, medical ninjas are the weakest and lack the power to protect themselves, so I have to prepare more puppets to protect my own safety. Do you need to prepare more puppets to protect your own safety? What about us? Heitake Sakamo suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. Count me in on the materials. Others have come a long way to save you, and you have to repay this favor. Jingai only wants the materials to make a puppet, and this kind of reward is not too much of a stretch. In the ninja world, there aren't many other things, but those powerful creatures are plentiful. The giant eagle flew quickly towards the camp. On the way, Jingai saw a small black dot lying on the ground. Jingai lifted her foot, and the giant eagle slowed down, slowly descending from the sky, flying close at a low altitude. What a coincidence, it's someone from the village. Since they were from the village, Jingai directly asked the giant eagle to take them away. They were not far from the camp, so there was no need to stop and waste time. The giant eagle was very fast and soon arrived at the camp. Unknown flying creatures were approaching in the sky, which attracted great attention from the camp. Orochimaru launched a signal flare first to notify the people in the camp so that they would not treat them as enemies. It's the village's signal flare. The ninjas in the camp let down their guard and made way for an open space. The giant eagle slowly landed and stood steadily on the open space in the camp. After everyone got down, Jingai put away the puppet. Master Jingai, Master Luxon asks you to go to the command center immediately. Okay, I'll be there right away. At this time, Nara Shikashin must have a lot of questions in his mind. Shizuichi handed Jiraiya to Orochimaru and went to the command center. At the command center, Nara Shikashin was playing chess alone. Hearing footsteps, he straightened up and put away the chessboard. Is everyone okay? It's more timely. If I had gone there later, I could have helped them collect the bodies. The Uegakure is planning to bury the new generation of strong men in the village and fundamentally weaken us. Jingai took off his coat, walked into the restroom at the side, and quickly changed into clean clothes. Wearing wet clothes, I felt uncomfortable all over. Watching Jingai walk into the restroom to change clothes, Nara Shikakusen's mouth twitched a few times. This kid really doesn't consider himself an outsider at all. After Jingai changed her clothes and came out, Nara Shikakusen continued. This is what the Uegakure would do. I didn't expect the Uegakure would prepare such a great gift for us. An elite troop, but only 3 people came back alive. In this wave, Konoha suffered heavy losses. The elite troops that were formed were almost wiped out by the Uegakure village. If it weren't for Shizuka's quick speed, Orochimaru and the other 3 might not have been able to return. Orochimaru would be fine, as he has a first-rate ability to escape, but Heitake Sakumo, who is seriously injured and unable to fight again, is in danger. If they are not rescued, they may die. With the loss of our elite troops, will the village be in a passive position? Yes, but it's not a big problem. The loss of an elite troop would be painful for Konoha, but it would not affect the war situation. Of course, this is based on the premise that Heitake Sakumo, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were rescued. If even these 3 were killed, Konoha would definitely suffer a huge loss. By the way, how did you get in touch with them? There was no movement in the camp, so Jingai ran out to rescue. It was thanks to him that he ran out to rescue, otherwise there would be big trouble. Jingai poured herself a cup of hot water. After drinking 2 sips, her body gradually warmed up. Orochimaru has my puppet in his hand, and he used the puppet to contact me. What the hell? If Shizuka said that Orochimaru used summoning beasts or other means to contact him, Nara Shikakusen would not be surprised. In the ninja world, there are so many strange and bizarre ninjutsu and abilities. But what the hell is a puppet? Are you kidding me? For details, you can ask Orochimaru yourself. I'm sleepy, so I'll leave first. Jingai didn't have time to tell stories to Nara Shikakusen. The person had been rescued and he needed to have a good sleep. He was sleeping soundly, but Orochimaru actually contacted him through a puppet. Jingai was impressed by this guy for thinking of this method. If it were anyone else, they would never believe that the puppet made by Jingai could be used as a communicator. This kid has more and more secrets. Jingai was busy sleeping, so Nara Shikakusen could only let him rest first, since there was Orochimaru who knew the inside story anyway. Orochimaru's injuries were not serious and he could leave after a simple treatment. It is Heitake Sakumo who needs to stay in the medical room to recuperate for a while. As for Jiraiya, he can't leave the medical room for at least 10 days or half a month. After receiving treatment, Orochimaru walked out of the medical room and met the people sent by Nara Shikakusen. The elite troops were wiped out in one wave, and Nara Shikakusen and Heitake Sakumo cannot get rid of the blame. One is the captain of an elite force, and the other is a frontline commander. On the contrary, Orochimaru and Jiraiya have nothing to do, and they don't have to take the blame. Please sit down. At the command center, Nara Shikaku looked at the report with a headache. Even though he sounded very relaxed when talking to Jing, the fact was that the loss of such an elite force had a rather large impact on the battlefield situation. Orochimaru pulled out a chair and sat down. Chapter 88, Holding the Trump Card and Working as a Medical Ninja in the Camp. Nara Shikakusen closed the scroll and said with a headache. Then Orochimaru, please report the incident in detail. I need to report this matter to the Hokage. Orochimaru began to recount what happened to the elite troops. There was nothing wrong with Heitake Sakumo's command, and Nara Shikakusen's battle plan was also solid. No one expected that the Uegakure would actually hold back a big attack. It caught everyone off guard. Ugh. Nara Shikakusen sighed, I didn't expect that. The Uegakure is really going after you guys. The Uegakure doesn't care about elite troops at all. What they care about is the genius of Konoha. Although Konoha would feel pain if an elite troop was wiped out, it would still be able to quickly gather a second elite troop. However, the death of a genius among the village would be a huge loss. The Uegakure's appetite is a bit too big, they want to take down all 3 in one fell swoop. Never mind. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in regretting. Shaking his head, Nara Shikakusen suppressed his worries and asked. Jingai said that you contacted him through his puppet. Can you tell me how you did it? It seems that many people are still in the dark. Orochimaru inexplicably wanted to laugh. Because I have disassembled Jingai's puppet and studied it. It is amazing that he can give life to the puppet. During the research process, I was thinking, since Jingai can give life to the puppet, can he control the puppet remotely? Do you know what you are talking about? Everyone in Narashika was dumbfounded. Give life to puppets? He can also remotely control puppets. What kind of method is this? Orochimaru continued, Shizuo's puppet is very special. Not only can it be controlled remotely, but it can also communicate through the puppet and even monitor with the puppet. The puppet is very powerful. As he spoke, Orochimaru recounted the process of rescuing Shizue. Nara Shikashin's heavy heart immediately became active. He swallowed nervously. You mean, Jingai has at least 1,000 puppets in his hands? Can some of these puppets reach the level of ordinary jonin? What the hell is this god? He holds a trump card in his hand and sits in the camp like a medical ninja, right? Recalling Jingai's original words, Orochimaru smiled faintly. Shizuichi-kun said that he is only a medical ninja and does not have the power to protect himself, so he needs to make more puppets to protect himself. Goddamn self-protection. Others may not know, but Nara Shikako knows very well that Jingai's strength is definitely extraordinary. It's just that there hasn't been a chance to show it yet. It is not an exaggeration to regard him as the second Tsunade. As a result, he opened his mouth and said that he was a weak medical ninja who needed strength to protect himself. Nara Shikaksen felt like he had eaten a big lemon and felt very sour. You said, can we send the puppet made by Jingai into the battlefield? Nara Shikashin suddenly had some unique ideas. That is to send the puppet made by Jingai to the battlefield. Compared with the puppet, the lives of the village ninjas are more valuable. If the problem can be solved with puppets, why let the village ninjas fight to their death? Orochimaru smiled. If each team carries a few puppets. Depend on. Nara Shikashin slammed the table excitedly. He was moved. Jingai is right, he does need protection, the village should take him seriously, and we must not let such a genius take risks. Most people might think of letting Shizuka enter the battlefield, but Nara Shikashin is different. He thinks Shizuka is too special and should be protected. It would be enough to make some puppets and let the village ninjas take the puppets to fight. A puppet that can fight with the enemy desperately and explode can definitely make the enemy collapse. Not to mention that Jingai's puppet can also be used as a communication transit station. Orochimaru, go and rest first. I need to contact the village immediately. This matter must be taken seriously. Nara dear thinks much further than most people. Orochimaru smiled and stood up to leave. He really hoped that the village would take this matter seriously, so that he could become Jingai's personal puppet maker. Nara Shikashin immediately passed the news back to the village, and both the third Hokage and Tsunade were there. Before Jingai woke up, the scroll had already been delivered to the village. The third Hokage looked at the contents of the scroll before the scroll in his hand fell to the table with a thud and he didn't even react. After being stunned for a while, he quickly picked up the scroll and looked at it carefully. If he didn't believe that Nara Shikashin was not the kind of person who would joke about serious matters, the third Hokage would even think that the other party was deliberately trying to make fun of him. Compared to the third Hokage who lost his composure, Tsunade was much calmer. Because Jing had already told her some of the inside information, although not all, at least Tsunade was also aware of it. She still has some puppets left by Jingai on her body. Bushi, the Hokage wants to see you. The Umbu people have arrived, and the third Hokage wants to see Tsunade, it's urgent. After knowing the puppet's strength and function, the third Hokage could no longer sit still. Just like what Narashika thought, the third Hokage felt that the puppet made by Shizuka could definitely accomplish great things as long as it was used well. There was no position of minister in the Umbu before, because the highest position in the Umbu was the captain. As the Umbu came under the control of Tsunade, the position of minister came into being. Tsunade also became the first director of Umbu. Old man, are you looking for me? Tsunade opened the door and walked into the Hokage's office. After asking a casual question, she sat down on the sofa beside her. The third Hokage looked at Tsunade, who seemed unaware, with complicated eyes. He believed that Tsunade knew all about Jingai's affairs, but she had never said it out loud. Tsunade, Shizuichi's puppet is very special. You should know this, right? When Shizuka issued the mission to collect the corpses of powerful creatures as puppet materials, Tsunade took the opportunity to make a fortune from this mission and deducted some money from Orochimaru. Many of the materials that Jingai used to make the puppets were bought with the help of Tsunade. He would not believe that Tsunade was unaware of it. I know, Jingai started making puppets a long time ago. Tsunade replied calmly. After all, he is only a medical ninja and lacks the power to protect himself. It is only natural for him to make some puppets to protect himself. I even bought a lot of materials for him. Seeing his disciple lying with open eyes, the third Hokage's face turned dark. Tsunade, you know what I want to say. Are you worried now? What did you do earlier? Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. Old man, just tell me what you want to do. I hope Jingai can contribute the puppets. After all this is for the village. The village needs these puppets. The third Hokage wanted to get something for free the moment he opened his mouth. Chapter 89, Konoha must have suffered heavy losses, pushed down on Konoha. Tsunade, who had originally planned to listen carefully, suddenly had a dark face. Do you want to get something for free? Or there is no reward at all? Tsunade couldn't help but think of the past few years, when the medicines and potions she developed were always used for free by the village. The third Hokage's excuse for fighting was also for the village. Well, you're used to getting things for free, and now you've started to rob people openly under the slogan of the village, right? Then take your time and have fun. I won't keep you company any longer. Tsunade no longer wanted to continue talking with the third Hokage, so she just stood up and left. Bump. Looking at the door that slammed shut, the third Hokage fell silent. It seems that Tsunade is not as easy to talk to as before. Trying to get something for free by using the village's slogan is no longer effective. So how do you get the puppet? The third Hokage never thought of giving money or other compensation. He hoped that Jing'ai would be able to see the big picture and contribute the puppet, and preferably also the puppet's secrets. After all, it's all for the village. After leaving the Hokage's office, Tsunade was unsure of the communication distance of the puppet, so she had to let the puppet pass the scroll to Shizuka. In the Uegakure, in the Tsuchikage's office, Oniki looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand, speechless for a long time. What kind of shit luck did Konoha have? After a long while, Onoki cursed inwardly. Compared to the sand village that was bent on provoking a war, Konoha that passively fought back, and the rain village that was dragged into the war, the Uegakure village never thought of going to war with other villages from beginning to end. At least not right now, because the next-door neighbors were keeping an eye on them. After being forced into this chaotic war, Onoki set up this genius-killing plan. Who would have thought that a plan that was originally going smoothly would fail because of an irrelevant person? Even if he wiped out an elite force of Konoha, Onoki would not be happy, because the geniuses he wanted to kill had all evacuated safely. Not to mention, the Uegakure also suffered a setback in the end, and many people were killed by the puppets. A puppet that does not require chakra threads to control, and it seems to have life. Moreover, the puppet is very powerful. It will explode even after being dismembered. What a mess. It was a pity that the scroll was sent back by Onoki's son, Huangtu. If it were someone else, Onoki would probably scold him first. Can you say anything more outrageous? Take a look at what you have written. If the Sand Village developed some special puppets, Onoki would not be surprised. After all, the Sand Village is very good at playing with puppets. As for Konoha, Konoha's puppet ninjas are rarer than giant pandas. A person suddenly appeared out of nowhere and controlled a lot of special puppets. They were more terrifying than the puppets of the Sand Village. No one would dare to believe it. Now that the plan to kill the genius has failed, Konoha will definitely be on guard against the Uegakure, and it will be difficult for the Uegakure to succeed if they want to continue their attack. Oniki felt a pain in his chest at the thought of his perfect plan being ruined. Why? Is Konoha the cradle of geniuses? With the new generation of strong men like Heitake Sakumo, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, isn't that enough? Thinking about the ugliest people in the village and then looking at the geniuses of Konoha, Onoki once again envied the good luck of the third Hokage. Rain Country, Sand Village Camp. Cho frowned and asked, "Are you sure the battlefield has been cleared?" The Uegakure launched a wave of attacks, which dealt a heavy blow to Konoha and wiped out all of Konoha's elite troops. Such news could not be kept secret. Cho immediately sent people to collect intelligence. Unfortunately, the Uegakure cleaned up the battlefield very well and even took away the bodies of the Konoha ninjas, except for some broken limbs that were of no use. Yes, Master Cho, but we found many large craters left by explosions on another battlefield. These don't look like they were left by the Uegakure. The power of each explosion of a puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a Chunin is incomparable to that of an explosive tag. After the explosion, a large hole will be left on the ground, and soon a large amount of rainwater will flow in, forming large puddles. What was strange was that there were no fragments of explosive talismans around the pit. Therefore, the ninjas who were collecting intelligence concluded that these puddles were not left by the explosion of the detonating tags. In addition to the puddles, our guys found these around here. The Uegakure village cleaned up the battlefield, but the battlefield was too large, and if they searched carefully, they could still find some valuable information and things. The ninja in charge of intelligence took out a cloth bag. Cho took the bag puzzledly and opened it. The bag contained severely deformed lumps of iron and parts mixed with other materials. As one of the people in the Sand Village who is best at playing with and making puppets, Cho understood as soon as she saw these things. Are these all the parts for the puppets? Correct. The intelligence ninja replied, Master Cho, after identification, these things are all parts for making puppets, but they are different from the parts mass-produced by the village. It seems to have become more interesting. Cho picked up one of the parts and rubbed it vigorously between her thumb and index finger a few times, and the part regained its original brightness. The number of puppet ninjas in Konoha is even smaller than National Treasures, and the same applies to the Uegakur. Except for the Sand Village, there are few villages in the ninja world whose ninjas are good at making and using puppets. Then the problem is coming: where do these parts come from? And how the big puddles on the battlefield were created? Could it be that the puppet exploded? Cho tried to imagine the scene at that time, but as soon as the scene came to her mind, she shook her head vigorously and suppressed the thought. The ninjas from Konoha and Uegakur using puppets is simply an international joke. We will continue to send more personnel to investigate. Despite many doubts, this is good news for the Sand Village. Onoki, you are really not a good person. Looking towards the direction of Uegakur, Cho smiled coldly. Previously, the Uegakur had rejected her proposal for cooperation, but turned around and gave Konoha a big gift. Cho admired Onoki's decisiveness and ruthlessness. While everyone else was busy fighting, only his Uegakur directly targeted several new generation strong men of Konoha and tried to wipe them out in one fell swoop. So did the Uegakur succeed? Pass on my order, continue to push towards Konoha's position. We need to put enough pressure on the enemy. Originally, the situation of the Sand Village was somewhat passive, but as a result, the Uegakur gave Konoha a big gift, so don't blame Cho for jumping out to take advantage. Without the garrison of elite troops, Konoha's offensive would definitely shrink and retreat. I wish all the candidates you will get all the answers right. Chapter 90. There is no puppet, and cooperation is even more impossible. Just as Cho expected, Konoha's offensive did slow down, and the garrison area was constantly moving backwards. The elite troops were wiped out in one wave, and 3 strong men almost died on the battlefield. This was like a blow to Konoha, and many of Nara Shikashin's arrangements were affected. When forced to do so, the only option is to retreat and defend. Minimize large-scale conflicts with the enemy as much as possible. Wait for support from the village before making any plans. After a deep sleep, Jing'ai yawned, took the scroll from under the feet of the crow puppet, patted the puppet's head and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go back now." Kook. After receiving the reward from its master, the crow puppet flew up into the night sky, entered the rain curtain, and soon disappeared. Jing lit a candle, poured a glass of water and spread out the scroll on the table. When he saw the contents of the scroll, the water that had just entered his mouth sprayed out several meters away. "It's a big deal. I don't even care about my dignity anymore." Jing'ai couldn't understand how the third Hokage had the nerve to say that everything was for the village. He was actually asked to contribute the puppet unconditionally. Tisk. This wave of face selling is a bit too much. Jing'ai thought that the village would cooperate with him to make puppets, and he also thought about sending a batch of parts over so that he could control these parts. The only thing I didn't expect was that I would be taken advantage of for free. Fuck you. We were originally planning to collaborate, but now it seems that it is totally unnecessary. After cursing a few words, Jing'ai threw the scroll into the brazier, completely giving up the idea of cooperating with the village. You want to get it for free, right? I won't play with you anymore. Jing'ai decisively put the matter behind him. He felt that there was no need to ruin his good mood for a few shameless people. Instead of getting angry about such things, it is better to make yourself something delicious and replenish your body. As luck would have it, the guests arrived just as dinner was ready. After opening the door and smelling the fragrance filling the lounge, Nara Shikashin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He felt that Jing'ai was better at cooking than the people of the Akimichi clan. There's always something new to come up with. "Senior, have you eaten?" "Eat." Nara Shikaksen paused, then changed his words decisively. "Not yet. It's a good opportunity to have a meal with you." Jing'ai, "Oh, please say this with your conscience." It would be more lively if there were more people eating together, and Jing'ai didn't mind Nara Shikahin deliberately eating for free. We are all on the same front, so it is only right that we get to know each other more often and build closer relationships. Nara Luxon took a few bites of the bacon-stewed rice and showed a satisfied look. While eating, he suddenly said, "The village leaders rejected my request for materials and parts. They, sigh. Why so short-sighted?" Nara Shikako was too embarrassed to say this out loud. "You hope I can contribute my puppet, right?" Jing'ai couldn't help but laugh. Nara Shikashin nodded awkwardly. Fortunately, he was just a messenger and he was in the same group as Jing'ai, otherwise he would be too embarrassed to say this. There was no choice. The village's order had come, and I had to finish what I said even if it was embarrassing. "No, not one. I'm just a medical ninja. Don't ask me for combat matters." Jing'ai refused decisively. There is no room for negotiation. Now, let alone contributing puppets, even if the F4 group changed their minds and mobilized a batch of materials and parts, Jing'ai would not be happy for everyone to cooperate in making the puppet. I gave you opportunities, but you didn't cherish them. If you don't cherish me, why are you looking for me? Cough cough. Jing'ai refused so decisively that Nara Shikashin couldn't help but cough. Can we discuss this? No, please pass my original words back to the Hokage. I originally planned to cooperate with the village to make puppets together. Now I have changed my mind. Without puppets, cooperation is even more impossible. This incident has completely blocked the road. Nara Shikaksen cursed a few words in his heart. He was not cursing Jing'ai, but those people who wanted to get something for free. Isn't it good to cooperate well? Why do you want to get something for free just by licking someone's face? Why don't you contribute all the family wealth? The face is gone. Nara Shikashin didn't say anything else, and ate his meal quietly. After finishing a bowl of stewed rice, he stood up. The elite troops we formed earlier have been destroyed. The pressure on the village is quite high. I won't disturb your rest. Well, take care, senior. Jing'ai's attitude was not very good. Of course, the bad attitude was directed at those who wanted to get something for free, not at Nara Shikashin. Nara Shikako is in the same group with him, but at this time Nara Shikako is talking to him on behalf of the F4 group, so Jing'ai has such an attitude. No matter how reluctant he was, Nara Shikashin had no choice but to report the truth. Orochimaru, is there any need to hide? Senior will surely have spotted you. The people who came to see Jing'ai were not only Nara Shikashin, but also Orochimaru, but Nara Shikashin arrived first. It seems that my lurking ability needs to be strengthened. After being exposed by Jing'ai's words, Orochimaru pushed open the door and walked in calmly. Sitting in the seat where Nara Shikashin had just sat, Orochimaru crossed his arms over his chest and said regretfully, "It seems that our cooperation is coming to an end. I don't want to either, but some people are too greedy and don't even care about their dignity." Shizuichi continued to eat his meal without even looking up as he reminded Orochimaru, "I hope my puppet won't end up in the hands of a third person." Of course. Jing'ai simply and decisively rejected the third Hokage. Orochimaru would not hand over the puppets in his hands. He still needed these puppets for research, and he didn't want to offend Jing'ai for this matter. Want a puppet? Go find Jing, don't look for me. The collaboration that was originally about to begin was terminated due to the greed of the F4 group. After Orochimaru expressed his attitude, he left quickly. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so low it was a little scary. The third Hokage smoked in silence. Mito Katoin's face looked a little ugly, and as for Yutang Koharu, she was furious. To be precise, the scroll sent by Nara Shikashin exploded when it arrived at the village. What does he mean? Doesn't he know that the village really needs these puppets? As a member of the village, he should contribute the puppets. What do you mean by none? He even boasted that he would not cooperate with the village. What on earth does Hyaga Shizuka want to do? Koharu Yutang was like an angry old hen, chattering non-stop with her mouth. Since becoming the representative of the village elders, Yutang Koharu hasn't been so angry for a long time. Even when she was scolded by Tsunade, the anger she felt was not as great as when she was rejected by Shizue. Tsunade often confronts her and doesn't give her face. But in Yutang Koharu's opinion, Tsunade is on the same level as them, on the same level, and they are both from the Hokage faction, so it is normal for them to have some conflicts with each other. You can deal with it slowly behind closed doors. Therefore, although Yutang Koharu was angry when she was scolded by Tsunade, she would not be so angry. But Shizuka is different. Putting aside Tsunade's support, Shizuka is just a low-level ninja for the F4 group, and he is also a low-level ninja who is ostracized by his family and suffers from blood degeneration. Chapter 91. The third Hokage, the Hyaga main family is taking action. I don't believe we can't defeat. Why should he refuse? The village needs the puppet you made, so you should contribute it and also pass on the secret of the puppet to the village. Okay, Xiao-chun. The third Hokage, who was a little tired of listening, interrupted her. There's no point in getting angry. If the puppets that Jing'ai made are really the same as what Orochimaru said, then we must control these puppets. How do you master it? Yutang Koharu said angrily, Tsunade definitely doesn't support us, and Hinata Shizuichi has already chosen to refuse to hand over the puppet. The puppets are in your hands. Only when you can grasp the core secrets of these puppets can you be said to be in control. Otherwise, everything you say will be in vain. At most, you can just take the puppets and use them. Compared to using puppets, the third Hokage and others definitely want to master the secrets of puppets themselves. Only in this way can the village continue to make puppets on its own, instead of relying on Jing'ai's hands. As for the rest, the F4 group never thought about it at all. Since Hinata Shizuka can make such a puppet, he must have mastered the core secret. As long as we get the core secret, we can also make the same puppet. I'll find a way. He exhaled heavily, and a large amount of smoke filled the Hokage's office. Asking Tsunade would definitely not work, and asking Shizuka directly to contribute the puppets and their core secrets, and being rejected, then the only option is to take other paths. For example, the Hyuga clan. That night, the third Hokage once again came to the Hyuga clan's territory because of Shizuka. The last time I came here was to sound a warning to the Hyuga clan. This time, he came here to obtain the puppets and their core secrets with the help of the Hyuga clan. The other 3 generations of Hokage didn't dare to guarantee it, but he believed that if the people from the Hyuga family took action, Jingai would obediently hand over what he wanted even if he was unwilling. After all, the fate of the branch family is in the hands of the main family. As for whether this would offend Tsunade and cause her to make a big fuss, the third Hokage no longer cared. The puppet is so valuable that even if it offends Tsunade, the third Hokage must keep it in his hands. No one knew what the third Hokage talked about with the Hyuga clan leader. Perhaps he promised some benefits. The next day, the Hyuga clan sent a team to the frontline camp along with the reinforcements. Among the teams sent by the Hyuga clan, there was a member of the main family. The Zone family stepped in to put pressure on Jingai. If Jingai still refused to change his mind, then they would have no choice but to use the caged bird curse. As for the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage promised them many benefits. Knowing that Shizuka has a special puppet, even the village leaders are tempted. It would be a lie to say that the Hyuga clan are not tempted, but they are unwilling to offend the third Hokage and the entire F4 group for this. Once the F4 team up to target them, the Hyuga clan will have a hard time. Just look at the Uchiha clan and you will know that the methods used on the Uchiha clan can also be used on the Hyuga clan. So the Hyuga clan leader agreed to the third Hokage's invitation to cooperate. Tsunade and Shizuichi were unaware of this. Although Tsunade had become the head of the Umbu, it would be difficult for the Umbu to have complete control before it was reorganized. Moreover, the third Hokage went to the Hyuga clan's territory alone and did not bring anyone with him, not even people from the Umbu. Doing so is also to prevent the Umbu ninjas from reporting to Tsunade. The third Hokage has made all the preparations. Once the Hyuga clan succeeds, he will offer some benefits to appease Tsunade. He believed that no matter how angry Tsunade was, she would not make too much trouble during the war. 2 days later, reinforcements arrived at the camp. After the reinforcements arrived at the camp, the Hyuga clan's team quickly broke away from the team and headed towards the medical room. In the exclusive lounge of the medical room, Jingai was holding a book he had taken from Orochimaru and reading it with relish. Squeak. The door of the lounge was pushed open, and several figures stood at the door. Calm down and raise your head consciously. Good guy, this is directed at me. Just by taking a look at the other person, Jingai knew that the other person was coming for him. A small team of the family, led by a member of the clan. The people from the Zone family appeared on the battlefield, definitely not for war. On the contrary, they had to hide. Since they didn't come here for war, the result is already obvious. Hinata Sishi walked into the lounge with an expressionless face, and the team members of the branch family followed him in and closed the door. It is easier to do things with the door closed. Hinata Shizuichi, why don't you stand up and salute? Hinata Xingshi walked into the lounge arrogantly, but saw Jingai standing motionless, without even the intention of getting up, and anger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. When people from the separated family meet people from the main family, they must take the initiative to greet them. This is the family rule. Are you a dummy? Sorry, I don't have this habit. Jingai looked at him teasingly, as if he was looking at a fool. You are a member of a separated family, how dare you look at me like this? Hinata Xingshi was a little confused. When he came to his senses, his pale face turned blue and purple with anger. This kid must be taught a lesson. Hinata Xingshi, who was used to being high and mighty, encountered such a rude and bold branch family for the first time, which made him feel embarrassed. So he decided to give Jingai a hard time first, and then complete the task assigned by the patriarch after Jingai became obedient. The main family uses the caged bird curse to bind the branch family, and everyone in the main family knows how to use the caged bird curse to control the people in the branch family. Your Majesty. When Hyuga Xingshi wanted to activate the caged bird seal to give Jingai a hard time, he suddenly heard the words kneel down in his ears. As soon as he raised his hand, he felt his body stiffen. The same goes for the members of the branch team. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire lounge, as if a large hand was squeezing them tightly. Hinata Xingshi and others felt that their bodies could not move. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had seen some terrible monster. As the pressure grew, Hyuga Sishi and the squad's guards dropped to their knees. The slender fingers covered the neck of Hinata Xingshi, and Hinata Xingshi was lifted up by the neck. Pinching the other person's neck and lifting him up high, Jingai said with a half-smile. As expected, the people in the Zone family are used to being lazy. A waste like you can only live a stable life by wearing the Zone family's skin. The weather changes so fast, and the weakling Qian caught a cold again. I had a splitting headache this afternoon and fell asleep after taking medicine, which is why I am updating only now. I'm sorry, my dears. Chapter 92 Nara Shikako, have you seen anyone from the Hyuga clan? Never. You, what do you want to do? It's best to let me go, otherwise, Hinata Xingshi wanted to struggle, but unfortunately his body was not under his control. Jing'ai exerted force with his fingers and used physical attack to interrupt the opponent's spell. Waste. The word waste exploded like thunder in Hinata Xingshi's mind. Hinata Xingshi's white pupils contracted violently several times, and the whole person hung in Jing'ai's hand like a puppet. Jing'ai, release Xingshi, let him go quickly. The several branch families responsible for protecting the Hyuga Star Stone never dreamed that things would turn out like this. They didn't know what Jing'ai had done to make them feel like they had encountered a ferocious beast and frightened them so much that their bodies lost control. What was even more terrible was that Jing'ai pinched Hinata Xingshi's neck as if he wanted to strangle him to death. People from the branch family want to strangle people from the main family? Is it possible? In the past, they would definitely think it was a joke, but now they couldn't laugh. Could it be that Hinata Xingshi doesn't even know the spell of the bird in the cage? Without paying any attention to these people from the branch family, Jing'ai casually put down the Hyuga Star Stone, and the other party knelt on the ground again. When Hinata Xingshi knelt down, Jing'ai's hand was directly pressed on his head, and a blue spirit ball flowed into Hinata Xingshi's body through his palm. Who asked you to come? It's the clan leader. Hinata Xingshi was like a puppet being pulled by strings, answering Jing'ai's questions stupidly. The clan leader. Hinata Xingshi spoke very slowly, and his speech was also intermittent. Jing'ai frowned as he listened. Never mind, I'll take a look myself. It might be a little painful, so please bear with me. The blue light enveloped Hyuga Xingshi, and Hyuga Xingshi's entire body began to twitch. Jing'ai closed his eyes, and scenes flashed quickly in his mind. The clan leader summoned him and issued a special top-secret mission. The mission content was to force Hinata Shizuka to hand over the puppet and the core secrets of making the puppet. After getting these things, he would teach him a lesson and make a copy of the core secrets of the puppet. The scene flashed quickly, showing the other party entering the camp and then quietly approaching the medical room. In other words, these guys were sneaking around without attracting other people's attention. Maybe I should charge a little interest first? Recalling the treatment he had suffered in the family in the past, Jing'ai suddenly smiled, slowly raised his right hand, and placed it on Hinata Xingshi's head again, pressing the other's head with his slender fingers. He bent down and whispered in Hinata Xingshi's ear, "Remember to be more restrained in your next life." Pfft. The blue chakra penetrated into Hyuga Xingshi's brain. Hyuga Xingshi, whose brain was violently impacted, groaned and fell softly to the ground. It's your turn. Jing turned around and looked at the guards of the branch family with cold eyes. Although he hated the people of the Hyuga clan, at least he had no intention of looking for trouble. Who could have thought that the old man Hyuga Tenin would start colluding with the third Hokage and come to cause trouble for him? Not only do you want to cause trouble, but you also want to teach yourself a little lesson and leave a deep memory. Well, I can only do it reluctantly and leave you with a deep memory. The death of a member of the main family must be a painful experience for old guy Hyuga Tenin. Hitui, you don't have any of the courage that a strong man should have, and you have the nerve to call yourself Hyuga Tenin? You don't even need any shame at all. If all the Hyuga ninjas of the past knew how cowardly you were, they would definitely not be able to hold down the coffin, kill people and collect bodies. Jing'ai had no intention of destroying the body. He just threw the body into the sealing scroll, cleaned up the traces of the arrival of these people, and then continued to sit in the chair with his legs crossed and read leisurely. It was as if the family members had never appeared. After the command center arranged the reinforcements, Nara Shikashin suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a team of Hyuga clan among the reinforcements, and this team disappeared after entering the camp. He was busy at the time and didn't pay attention to it. Only after things were dealt with did he remember it. Nara Shikako was worried that something might have happened and rushed to the medical room. However, Jing'ai was just sitting there with his legs crossed, reading a book, as if nothing had happened. "Senior, are you looking for me?" Jing'ai put down the book, stood up and stretched. "Isn't it aimed at Jing'ai?" Nara Shikashin was a little confused and asked tentatively, "Jing'ai, did anyone come to see you just now?" Jing'ai pretended to be confused. "Does the little nurse in the medical room count? The pretty one. God is so beautiful, I am worried that you will get into trouble." Nara Shikashin raised his right hand and stroked his lips with his thumb. "If you have nothing to do, don't stare at the medical staff and cause trouble. Be careful that Princess Tsunade will cause trouble for you. Learn." Jing'ai smiled and nodded. Then you should have a good rest. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with at the headquarters. Back at the command center, Nara Shikashin slapped his forehead. What the hell is going on? It's bad enough that the third Hokage is messing around, but Shizuka is also messing around. Nara Shikakoshi is stuck in the middle and is neither a human nor a villain. Never mind. I have never seen anyone from the Hyuga clan. Since you have never met him, her, why bother about whether she is missing or gone? There are already enough things to do at the headquarters, and I don't have the energy to worry about these trivial matters. Don't ask, I just don't know. So the matter was left unsolved, and Jingai and Nara Shikashin acted as if nothing had happened and continued to do what they were supposed to do. Just like that, a few days flew by. The people who were sent out didn't respond at all, and the third Hokage became a little impatient, so he immediately asked the intelligence department to contact Nara Shikashin. When the news reached the camp, Narashika was shocked. I knew it would be like this. Unfortunately, once he stepped onto Tsunade's pirate ship, Narashika thought there was no chance for him to get off the ship, so he could only bite the bullet and go to the end. The third Hokage was still very cunning. He went to look for Nara Shikashin under the pretext of caring about the Hyuga family. Nara Shikashin could only report truthfully. What Hyuga main family? Never seen it. No matter who asks me, I always say this, I have never seen it. So when the news was sent back to Konoha and handed to the third Hokage, he was dumbfounded. Never seen it? He felt that things were getting a bit serious. If only a few people from the branch family were missing, the Hyuga clan wouldn't say anything, but the main family was gone. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. Others could disappear or die, but not the people from the Hyuga clan, not to mention that they were going to the frontline camp with a shameful mission. Now that the person is gone and we don't know whether he is dead or alive, the third Hokage must give an explanation to the Hyuga clan. You want to see people when you are alive, and you want to see corpses when you die. The third Hokage subconsciously sent Umbu people to the camp to investigate the matter, but he forgot that the current Umbu is no longer the Umbu of the past. Chapter 93, The Third Hokage. I can't command the Umbu now? Even though Tsunade has only been in control of the Umbu for a short time, even though it was not appropriate to reorganize the Umbu during the war, Tsunade's promotion to Umbu chief still added some rules. For example, when the Umbu carry out important tasks, they need to report to her as the minister, even if the task comes from the Hokage's office. So the Umbu people came to Tsunade after going around in circles. After understanding the cause of the mission, Tsunade said decisively, refuse to carry out this mission. During the war, every team of the Umbu has an important mission. If someone from the Hyuga clan is missing, let them investigate it themselves. The Hokage ordered them to go out immediately and carry out the mission. The minister told them to refuse the mission and let the Hyuga clan investigate it themselves. The Umbu team, which was already ready to set off, became confused for a moment. I don't know who to listen to. I am the head of the Umbu. If anyone dares to disobey orders and leave the village without permission, I will kick him out of the Umbu. Tsunade slammed the table hard, scaring the Umbu people so much that their hearts were beating fast. The ninjas of Konoha are proud to work in the Umbu. It would be a very shameful thing to be kicked out without any reason. So, the investigation task was left unfinished. The third Hokage thought that the Umbu team had set out, but the Umbu team did not dare to move because of Tsunade's order, so they could only remain in a stalemate. By the time the third Hokage reacted, 10 days and a half had passed. If the Hyuga clan leader had not come to the Hokage's office, the third Hokage would still be kept in the dark. The Umbu people didn't take any action? When he heard the news, the third Hokage almost choked. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage's beard was trembling with anger. The Hyuga clan leader standing by had an unpleasant expression on his face. Regarding the matter of the third Hokage, the family sent a member of the main family and a group of guards from the branch family to the border camp, but they never returned after that. The branch family's guards were gone, and the key point was that the main family's people were gone too. The most infuriating thing was that there was no movement at all in the Hokage's office. What's going on? My Hyuga clan has been working for you, the third Hokage. We even sent people from the main family. Now there's no news from them. We don't know if they're missing or dead, but your Hokage's office hasn't said anything at all. How does this make sense? You're disobeying orders? The third Hokage was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He felt like he had lost all his face. If he had known the news in private, he would not have been so angry. The key point was that the Hyuga clan leader was also here. He also vowed that he had sent someone from the Umbu to investigate. As a result, when they called the Umbu people over and asked them, they found out that the Umbu people had not taken any action at all. His old face was swollen from being beaten. The third Hokage's face was burning with anger, and the ninja from the Umbu felt wronged. He looked up at the expressionless Hyuga clan leader and said in a low voice, "Hokage, the Umbu naturally dare not disobey orders, but the minister said that the Hyuga clan's people are missing, so let them investigate on their own, and also said that whoever dares to carry out this mission will be kicked out of the Umbu. It's not that we are disobeying orders, but that we dare not. On one side is the Hokage, and on the other side is the minister. It's so painful to be stuck in the middle." Hyuga clan leader, the third Hokage. It turned out that it was not the Umbu who disobeyed orders, but Tsunade did not allow the Umbu to carry out this mission. Anyone who dared to disobey would be kicked out of the Umbu. Now that I have put it out there, who the hell dares to carry out the mission? Because Shizuka was once treated coldly by her family, Tsunade really didn't have a good impression of the Hyuga clan, and her original words were quite harsh. "This is nonsense." The third Hokage angrily slammed the table. "I am the Hokage." "Of course you are the Hokage, but we in the Umbu now have a minister above us. What can we do? If you are unhappy, go find the minister, but don't get angry at us. It's uncomfortable enough to be caught in the middle, and now you have to be the punching bag. No one would be happy about this." The man from the Umbu lowered his head and kept silent. He made up his mind to pretend to be an invisible person so as to avoid being bullied for no reason. Besides, the minister was not wrong. If a member of the Hyuga clan is missing, then let them investigate it themselves. Why mobilize the Umbu? During the war, the Umbu's tasks are already very busy. Seeing that the other party chose to remain silent, the third Hokage was so angry that he couldn't speak. He finally understood. The Umbu is no longer the Umbu of the past. It has Tsunade as its minister stuck on top of it. All missions need to go through Tsunade. Once Tsunade is stuck, the Umbu people cannot be dispatched at will. This is so freaking uncomfortable. The Hokage's direct troops cannot be mobilized by the Hokage himself. But all of this was caused by him alone. The third Hokage felt so regretful when he thought about how he had turned the Umbu into what it is today in order to compensate Utain Koharu. If he had been a little more ruthless before and suppressed the noisy Utain Koharu, things wouldn't have ended up like this. At this time, the third Hokage was stuck, neither going up nor down. "Forget it, you should leave first." The third Hokage waved his hand and the Umbu ninjas quickly evacuated. He didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. It was too uncomfortable. After the Umbu people left, the Hyuga clan leader spoke. "Hokage-sama, you need to give an explanation to the family about this matter. Something happened to the main family, and it has a great impact on the family." The Hyuga clan leader would not feel sad if even a group of people from the branch family died, let alone a small team, but it was different for the main family. There are so few people in the Zone family, and the death of one of them would be painful. The most important thing is that the white eyes were lost. Once the Byakugan is leaked, the Hyuga clan leader becomes numb when he thinks of the consequences. So the third Hokage must give him an explanation. After all, the Hyuga clan is doing things for him. "I will give you an explanation. Please give me some time. At this time, we have to find a way to appease the Hyuga clan leader. The Umbu is unreliable, so we can only mobilize other forces to investigate. In fact, the best way to deal with this kind of thing is to give a direct order and let Nara Shikashin seal off the camp and investigate. But some things cannot be seen in public and can only be investigated in secret." When the Umbu was unreliable, the third Hokage chose to use the power of his family. Mobilizing the family's ninjas to carry out missions requires taking certain risks and incurring some trouble. The ninjas in the Umbu only care about whether they can complete the mission and don't care about anything else. This is something that the family ninjas cannot compare with. Secondly, when the ninjas in the Umbu go out on missions, everyone in the village needs to cooperate. Because this is the unique right of the Umbu. The Umbu has such power, but the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan do not, so they can only think of other ways. When the third Hokage thought of the difference, he regretted it even more. Chapter 94. You can catch others, but not Hinata Shizuka 1. Why did he hand over the Umbu for no reason? Now it's impossible for him to take it back. The key is that even if he wanted to, Tsunade would not let go. In the end, when the Umbu could not be dispatched, the third Hokage could only mobilize several ninja teams from the family to carry out this mission. 2 days later, 3 teams composed entirely of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan arrived at the Rain Country camp and found the camp commander Nara Shikashin. "Lord Luxon, Lord Hokage asked me to give this to you." As the team leader, Sarutobi Tsurugi handed the scroll he brought to Nara Shikashin. If they wanted to investigate and carry out tasks in the camp, they needed Nara Shikashin's permission. Nara Shikashin opened the scroll and took a look, then asked in confusion, "Shouldn't such a mission be carried out by the Umbu?" Ever since the disappearance of the Hyuga clan, Nara Shikashin had already prepared for the Umbu to come and investigate. His idea was very simple. He didn't know. "No matter who asks me, I don't know." Investigate however you want, just don't come to me. In addition, Tsunade has become the head of the Umbu, so I think the Umbu would not dare to make things difficult for Jing'ai. As a result, after waiting for such a long time, the Umbu people did not come, but instead people from the Sarutobi clan came with the orders of the third Hokage. We're not too sure about that. Sarutobi Tsuchiya answered truthfully. As the Hokage of the village, he was unable to mobilize the Umbu to carry out the mission. Such a shameful thing would not be told to anyone by the third Hokage, nor would the Hyuga clan leader. Because if the news gets out, it would be tantamount to offending the third Hokage to death, and then the Hyuga clan will be targeted. Could it be that Princess Tsunade has exerted her strength? Nara Shikashin pondered for a moment and put the scroll away. Since you are here with the order of the Hokage, I will cooperate with you as much as possible. Nara Shikahine chose to cooperate, and Sarutobi Tsurugi breathed a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Nara Shikahine would play Tai Chi. If he neither supported nor opposed it, they would not be able to move freely in the camp. Thank you for your support, Lord Liu Xian. It should. Nara Shikashin smiled and nodded. I just said that I will cooperate with you, but as to what extent I will cooperate, that is not for me to decide. Sarutobi Tsuchiya couldn't conduct an open investigation because this was the request of the Hokage. Fortunately, with the cooperation of Nara Shikashin, the investigation progressed quickly. Some ninjas who had impressions of the missing persons were secretly interrogated and signed confidentiality agreements after the interrogation. Soon, the information was sorted out, and all the information pointed in the direction of the medical room. Someone once saw that the Hyuga clan members went directly to the medical room after arriving at the camp, but the other party was not sure whether they really went to the medical room. Very good. All the information points to the medical room, so the subsequent investigation will be much simpler. We just need to bring the suspects in for interrogation. Sarutobi Takashi is not a member of the Umbu and does not have the right to directly arrest people for interrogation, so he can only ask Nara Shikashin for help. After hearing the other party's request, Nara Shikako said in surprise, "You mean to say that the Hyuga clan is missing, and Hyuga Shizuichi is the biggest suspect?" "Correct." Sarutobi Takashi nodded heavily. Lord Luxon, all the intelligence clues point to him. It seems that the Hyuga clan is coming for him, so I suspect that the missing people have a lot to do with him. Please, Lord Liu Xian, bring him here to cooperate with the investigation. What? Nara Shikashin stood up in surprise. Sarutobi Tsurugi's face was full of question marks. No, why are you so surprised? Once we have identified the suspect, we must arrest him and interrogate him. We will know whether it was Hinata Shizuka who did it after interrogation. What did you just say? Asked Nara Shikashin. Sarutobi Takashi looked confused. I suspect the missing people have a lot to do with Hinata Shizuka. Not this one, but the one after that. I would like to ask Lord Liu Xian to capture him and allow us to investigate. Yes, that's it. Nara Shikashin clenched his right fist and patted the palm of his left hand. Now I understand. Now that you understand, it will be easy. Sarutobi Tsurugi felt that this mission would be completed soon. If he did not have the power to arrest people directly, he would not have needed to come to Nara Shikashin. If it were the Umbu, they would arrest the person immediately, no matter who you are. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Nara Shikashin shook his head regretfully. Sarutobi Tsurugi? No, what does this mean? As the commander of the camp, you are the boss of the camp. I want to arrest someone to cooperate with the investigation, but you tell me that you can't do it? It's okay for someone else, but not Hinata Shizuka. Narashika was in great trouble. Why? Sarutobi Tsuchiya didn't understand. Because the headquarters and the medical room are two different systems. Operations are under my control, and everything in the medical room is under the control of Hinata Shizuka. Even if I have more power than him, I cannot order him around, let alone arrest him for investigation. Nara Shikaksen felt more and more upset the more he spoke. At that time, I advised the Hokage that this arrangement should not be made, but the Hokage did not listen to me. Tell me, is this reasonable? Is it reasonable? Reasonable shit. Sarutobi was numb. He came to carry out the mission with the order of the third Hokage, and when the mission was almost completed, he suddenly found that he was being held back. And the person who was holding him back was the same person who issued the mission. After a moment of silence, he asked weakly, "So, without the latest order from Hokage-sama, we can't arrest anyone? It's your bad luck that you were sent to carry out this mission." Nara Shikashin looked at him sympathetically and added, "Not only that, we also need Tsunade-sama's order, because the person was arranged by Tsunade-sama to represent the village's medical system. Oh, and now there is an additional Umbu. Gone." Sarutobi Tsuchiya directly put on the mask of pain. He finally understood why the Umbu was not sent out for this special mission. This was not an investigation mission at all, it was clearly an expedition to collect mines. Senior, help me. Sarutobi Tsuchiya was a little anxious. He didn't want to return to the village and report with the blame for failing to complete the mission. I dare not help you, I am afraid that Princess Tsunade will beat me. Nara Shikakusen smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. Anyway, I've said everything I should say. As for what to do, that's your own business. Don't drag me into this. Sarutobi Tsuchiya could see that Nara Shikakusen didn't want to have anything to do with this matter at all. At this moment, Sarutobi Tsuchiya also experienced the feeling of being caught in the middle, being neither a human nor a villain. Then I can just go and ask the other party for an investigation, right? If you can't arrest someone, then use the polite approach and go directly to the other party, and everyone can sit down and have a polite chat. It should be possible, maybe? Nara Shikakusen said uncertainly. After all, the medical room is not under my control. In addition, there are a large number of wounded people in the medical room, and ordinary people are not allowed to approach. It is very difficult for me. It should be shit. Sarutobi Tsuchiya finally understood that Nara Shikakusen was just making excuses. Chapter 95, The Hyuga family still needs to be dealt with by the Hyuga clan. After walking out of the command center, Sarutobi Tsuchiya was caught in the heavy rain and rubbed his face hard, turning his dark face red. How did I end up in such a terrible case? I thought it was a good job, but it turned out to be a fucking pit, sandwiched between a bunch of big guys. I'm neither a human nor a friend. Phew. Standing in the heavy rain and letting out a long breath, Sarutobi Tsuchiya tried hard to calm himself down and keep his mind clear. After standing in the rain for a long time, Sarutobi Takashi went to the medical room alone. He planned to meet with Jing in private and have a good talk. We have guests. Orochimaru had a faint smile on his face. He glanced at the wet Sarutobi Tsurugi and recalled carefully. I remember that you were the one in charge of guarding the old man's house. I didn't expect that the old man would throw you to the front line. Sarutobi Tsurugi was very embarrassed. He didn't expect that after Shizuka was informed, he would come to see him directly. The most uncomfortable thing was that Orochimaru was also there. Although the cooperation has been terminated, Orochimaru still likes to run to Shizuka when there are no missions. Senior, what do you want to talk to me about? Jing-ai looked at the list in her hand and had no intention of inviting the other party to sit down. The answer to why Sarutobi Tsuchiya came is obvious. It's not right to begin with, why be polite? Not to mention that Orochimaru also pointed out the other party's identity. The people in the Sarutobi clan who are responsible for guarding the security of the clan's territory, aren't they the family's private force? The third Hokage was really interesting. He didn't send out any Umbu troops, but instead sent his family members over. However, the family members came to him privately. It seems that the other party has experienced the feeling of being caught in the middle and being neither a human nor a human. Sarutobi Tsurugi sighed inwardly and vowed never to take such a crappy mission again. A team of the Hyuga clan disappeared in the camp, and among them was a member of the Hyuga main family. The Hokage needs to give an explanation to the Hyuga clan, so he ordered me to investigate this matter. Not bad. Jing-ai raised an eyebrow. Sarutobi Tsurugi directly confessed his purpose, and it seemed that he hoped that she would not make things too difficult for him. Members of the Hyuga clan are missing, including members of the main family? Orochimaru felt that he had discovered something interesting. Since the old man could send people to the camp, it meant that this matter was related to Jing-ai. Is there such a thing? Jing-ai said in surprise. There are quite a few people from the branch family in the camp. I think you can ask these people and see if you can get some valuable information from them. After looking at Jing-ai deeply, Sarutobi said, sorry to bother you then. Sarutobi Tsuchiya retreated decisively, and Orochimaru said with a smile, he is a smart man. I think he will leave the camp soon and return to the village to report. He is indeed a smart man. Shizuka nodded slightly, acknowledging that Orochimaru had a point. Since I'm in a dilemma and there are checks and balances everywhere, why should I investigate? Isn't Nara Shikakusen pretending to be stupid? I can do it too. Jing-ai-kun, it seems that the Byakugan has very good research value. Orochimaru asked tentatively. If a person is missing, or if he is missing in the camp, then there is no doubt that it is Jing Yudong's hand. He must have a pair of white eyes in his hand, and a pair of very pure white eyes. This thing has great research value. In the past, Orochimaru wanted to study the Sharingan, but at this moment he had no interest in it at all. He was interested in the Byakugan. Because of all the secrets of Jing-ai, he became concerned about Bian. Unfortunately, obtaining a pair of Byakugan for research is much more difficult than researching the Sharingan. Leaving aside the main family, if you want to get the cold shoulder from the people of the branch family, you can't avoid the caged bird curse. Unless you attack a child of 2 or 3 years old, you won't be looked down upon even if you kill the other person. Maybe. Jing replied without even looking up and continued to look at the list of medicine consumption. If there were any vacancies, she would need to contact the village immediately and ask them to send a batch over. Nara Shikashin is very busy, and so is Shizuichi. As for Orochimaru's temptation, neither admit nor deny. If you want to study the white eyes, then go find a solution somewhere else. Don't come to me. It's useless to ask me. Back in the resting cabin, Sarutobi Takashi said to the tribesmen, "Rest and continue the investigation tomorrow." At this point, he no longer wanted to solve the case. He just wanted to continue investigating for a few days, then return to the village to report and treat it as an unsolved case. There is no one to cooperate, there is no right to arrest people directly, and we are caught in a dilemma. This kind of case cannot be solved at all. Even if we know that it was Jing'ai who did it, without absolute evidence, everything is in vain. Suspect? There is a bird for it. Sarutobi Tsuchiya had already laid down, thinking of just investigating for a few days and then returning to the village. At most he would be punished, which was better than wasting time in the camp. In the following days, Sarutobi Tsuchiya led his tribesmen to pretend to investigate for a few days and then returned directly to the village. He came to the Hokage's office and reported to the third Hokage. All intelligence clues point to the camp's medical room, but we haven't found any evidence, and we don't have the right to arrest anyone for questioning. Just say what you want to say, no need to mix anything else and add a final sentence. It's not that I don't have the ability to investigate, but that I don't have the power. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest first. The third Hokage did not make things difficult for Sarutobi Tsurugi, because what the other party said was all true. In this kind of case, no one can investigate it without special privileges. Yes, Hokage-sama. Having not been questioned or punished, Sarutobi Tsurugi breathed a sigh of relief. The case was finally solved. I will never do such a task again. By the way, send someone to the Hyuga clan's territory to inform the Hyuga clan leader and ask him to come to the Hokage's office. Yes, Hokage-sama. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Sarutobi Tsurugi sent someone to inform the Hyuga clan leader. Soon, the Hyuga clan leader arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sighed and said to the Hyuga clan leader, "Tenin, please accept my condolences." The Hyuga clan leader's expression changed, and the muscles in his cheeks twitched a few times. Is he dead? More or less. The third generation of Hokage was very tangled. Tsunade didn't allow the Umbu to go out, so the people I sent out could only investigate secretly. All the information and clues pointed to Hinata Shizuka, but my people did not have the privilege to arrest people directly for interrogation. Don't you want an explanation? I'll give you that all the clues point to Hinata Shizuka. Go find him. It just so happens that he is a member of your family, so you, Hyuga Tenin, can deal with him slowly. As long as you can bypass Tsunade and take action against Hinata Jing, I have no objection, but don't blame me if anything happens. Chapter 96 Tsunade, do you really think I have no temper? There is no privilege at all. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are the most privileged person in the village. The Hyuga clan leader knew very well that the third Hokage's instructions were just perfunctory, so he gave him some eye drops and asked him to put the pressure on Tsunade. When hiring people, they promise all kinds of benefits, but when something goes wrong, they start to be perfunctory. The third Hokage really didn't intend to be perfunctory at the beginning, but the Hyuga clan leader would not think so. He would think that the third Hokage did it on purpose, because the Hyuga clan messed things up. Filled with rage, the Hyuga clan leader left the Hokage's office expressionlessly. Ah, the third Hokage sighed. He couldn't understand why things were becoming more and more complicated. The village just wants some puppets and to master the core secrets of the puppets. The result was not as expected, and the situation became more and more tense. Looking up out the window, the third Hokage asked himself, am I wrong? Do not. I am right, everything I do is for the village. Come here, please ask the two representatives of the elders to come over. Since I can't get what I want by following the Hyuga clan's path, I have to think of other ways. In the Hyuga clan's main compound, there was a huge quarrel. How could Hokage-sama do this? This is clearly betrayal. Since Hinata Shizuka is the most suspicious person, he should be arrested and interrogated. Hinata Shishi is a loser who can't even control a member of a branch family. Several elders of the main family were so angry that they cursed loudly. They felt that Hinata Xingshi had brought shame to the main family. As a member of the main family, he mastered the caged bird curse, but he couldn't even control a person from the branch family, and finally killed himself. It's simply a shame. What made them even more angry was that Jing'ai, a member of the branch family, dared to resist and killed people from the main family. This showed that he did not take them or the Hyuga clan rules seriously at all. Of course, these elders of the main clan could not accept the explanation and attitude of the third Hokage, because they believed that it was a betrayal. Clan leader, I suggest that you arrest Hinata Shizuka and interrogate him. The honor and dignity of the clan must not be trampled upon. Yes, we must get the Byakugan back. We must not let the Byakugan get out. Several elders of the clan were talking to each other, and were particularly excited, especially Hinata Xingshi's father. If a member of the main family died, the village could give sufficient compensation and they would not be so angry. However, the compensation that the third Hokage gave to the Hyuga clan was almost the same as giving away a beggar. This immediately caused the Hyuga clan to go haywire. Okay, let's play like this, right? Do you really think that my Hyuga clan is made of mud? Okay, I will handle this matter personally. Although the family has suffered heavy losses, it has also allowed us to see some people and some things clearly. The Hyuga clan leader's eyes slowly scanned the faces of each clan elder. Patriarch, are we just going to let it go like this? If not, the Hyuga clan leader asked expressionlessly, can you ask for an explanation from the Hokage-sama? Or do you want this disgraceful incident to spread and bring shame to the clan? Forehead. In response to the Hyuga clan leader's questioning, the clan elders all shut up. Even Xingshi's father was no exception. Although he was very sad that his son had passed away, this matter must not be spread out, otherwise the main family would lose face and it might even cause a backlash from the branch family. It would be embarrassing to the outside world, but the elders of the main family are most afraid that this incident will cause unrest among some people in the branch family. They are from the branch family, and so is Jing'ai. Since Jing'ai can kill people from the main family, there is no reason why they can't. There are too many people who hold grudges against the Zone family. Seeing that the elders had quieted down, the Hyuga clan leader continued. Don't forget how deep the grievances and conflicts between the main family and the branch family are. Once someone starts to imitate us, it will bring us endless troubles. So how should this matter be handled? This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. It's really frustrating. Tomorrow. The Hyuga clan leader paused and said, I will go to the frontline camp in person and talk to Jing'ai. I hope that the Byakugan will not be left out in the wild. No matter what, it is a family property and we cannot open the door to it. Listening to the clan leader's words, the clan elders all felt suffocated. Because the clan leader went to find Jing'ai not to cause trouble, but to resolve the matter peacefully and get the White Eyes back. It is unforgivable that people from the branch family killed people from the main family, but they dare not act violently or retaliate in a high-profile manner. It's really uncomfortable. Once something happens to Shizuka, Tsunade will be the first to cause trouble for them, and even the third Hokage and his group will get involved. There are many people who want to step on the Hyuga clan, but they just haven't found the opportunity. It was no small matter that the Hyuga clan leader went to the frontline camp in person. The Umbu people immediately reported the news to Tsunade and the third Hokage. The third Hokage did not make any comment on this. One after another is endless? Or do you really think I have no temper? If this had happened before, Tsunade would have rushed to the Hyuga clan's territory as soon as possible, but now, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Go and invite the elders of the Hyuga clan over and tell them that there is a case that requires their cooperation in the investigation. The Hyuga clan has always been very well behaved and would not cause trouble like the Uchiha clan, but rules are relative. The Umbu has sealed up several unsolved cases concerning the Hyuga clan. The origin of the case is related to the conflicts and grievances between the main family and the branch family. Yes, Minister. After the order was given, the Umbu ninjas took action immediately. Tsunade searched the archive room and found the sealed files. Since you, the Hyuga clan, can't hold it back, I'm going to cool you down. Soon, the Umbu people delivered the news to the Hyuga clan and informed them that the family elders should go to the Umbu immediately to cooperate with the investigation. After saying that, the Umbu people left, but the Hyuga clan exploded. Quickly send someone to inform the clan leader and ask him to return to the village immediately. As soon as the clan leader left, the Umbu came to find them and asked them to cooperate with the investigation. This was definitely not a coincidence, but targeting. Then, less than 2 hours after leaving the village, the Hyuga clan leader was brought back by a series of life-threatening calls from the family. He had to come back. All the elders of the Hyuga clan, whether they were branch families or main families, were taken to the Umbu one by one. The entire family was already in chaos. As the clan leader, how dare he go to the frontline camp? Minister, the people have been brought back. Oh, just send him to the interrogation room. No need to interrogate him, just keep him locked up. Tsunade said without even looking up from the document she was reading. Chapter 97, Stay away from Hinata Shizuka. Yes. The ninjas in the Umbu also had no idea what their minister was going to do, but since the minister had spoken, they, the little shrimps, had to do as he said and would not ask any questions. So, amidst all the protests and discontent, the elders of the Hyaga clan were locked in the interrogation room. After quickly returning to the village and the family and understanding the cause and course of events, the Hyaga clan leader began to appease the clan members, asking them to behave themselves, not to cause trouble, and not to talk nonsense. As soon as he left, Tsunade took all the family elders to the Embu. This is clearly aimed at them, not to mention that the Hyaga clan has several unsolved cases in the Embu. Even if there are no such cases, if the Embu says they want to investigate, the Hyaga clan will have to accept the investigation obediently. This is the privilege of the Embu. Not to mention the Hyaga clan, even if Tsunade traced the case to the Sarutobi clan, the Sarutobi clan would have to cooperate. When it was time to get off work, Tsunade did not go home directly. Instead, she went to the tavern where she was having dinner with Orikamaru and others, and asked someone to notify the leader of the Hyaga clan and invite him to come over. After receiving the notice, the Hyaga clan leader's somewhat uneasy heart calmed down. The fact that they arrested someone and then invited him to a dinner party shows that the Embu did not intend to attack the Hyaga clan. Tsunade did this to warn them. Please take a seat. Inside the tavern, Tsunade sat on a chair with her arms and legs spread wide, holding a bottle of wine in her hand and casually invited the Hyaga clan leader to sit down. The Hyaga clan leader calmly straightened his clothes and sat down across from Tsunade. Bump. After the other party sat down, Tsunade put the bottle of wine heavily on the table. Logically, I should call you senior, but considering the cold treatment of Shizuka by the Hyaga clan, I don't want to call you senior. Tsunade-sama, family heritage is above all else. Fart. Tsunade doesn't listen to this nonsense. Family heritage above all else? Only someone from your Hyaga clan can say such things. Although other ninja families attach great importance to inheritance, they are not like the Hyaga clan, which is almost to the point of being pathological. Tsunade interrupted the Hyaga clan leader rudely and said angrily, I don't care whether your family heritage is high or not. The Senju clan in the past was higher than anyone else, but what about the Senju clan? This is the first time I've come to you, and I hope it's the last time. Stay away from Jingai, otherwise I will let the people of your family settle in the Embu in turn. There are some cases that second grandpa and the old man may choose to ignore for the sake of the overall situation, but I'm not sure what I think. If you're not convinced, you can go and complain to the old man. Tsunade didn't want the Hyaga clan to continue running up to Shizuoka to show off their presence, because she was not sure whether Shizuoka would tear off the forehead protector. Killing a few members of the Hyaga clan was nothing, even if one of them was from the main family. But if Jingai tears off the forehead protector, I am afraid that the entire Hyaga clan will be in turmoil and a major earthquake will occur. Now is not the time to show your cards, so Tsunade chooses to strike first. It just so happened that she became the head of the Embu, which provided her with convenience. The Embu department doesn't have a strong presence, but if used well, it can be more intimidating than any other department. As long as the files sealed by the Embu exist for one day, the Embu can control the Hyaga clan for one day. The third Hokage does not want to tear his face with the Hyaga clan, but Tsunade doesn't care about that. You're so arrogant, and you still expect me to be polite to you? All the front teeth were knocked out. Grabbing the bottle of wine on the table and taking a few sips of wine, Tsunade left with the bottle. She still had to go back to tutor Kushina. The Hyaga clan has been turned into a mess. If it weren't for the Hyaga clan leader who was in charge of stabilizing the situation, the clan would have been in chaos a long time ago. Things were not peaceful in the Hokage's office either. Yuditen Kohara kept complaining, Hiruzen, you just watched Tsunade do whatever she wanted? What did she want to do? All the elders of the Hyaga clan were invited to the Embu and were locked up in the interrogation room. How dare you ask this old man? If it weren't for your making a fuss, Tsunade would have become the head of Embu to compensate you. Now the Embu is under the control of Tsunade. Not to mention you, even I myself am afraid to do anything. The third Hokage had never felt this way when the Embu was in his grasp. When the Embu was divided out and handed over to Tsunade, the third Hokage realized what a huge loss it was. Please don't say that. If it wasn't for compensating you, would it have come to this? Mizuto Minen quietly pulled Yutane Koharu's clothes, signaling her to shut up and stop complaining. In order to prevent the old woman, Koharu Yutane, from getting too excited, Mito Kato interrupted her. Hiruzen, what Koharu said does make some sense. It's not good for Tsunade to bring people to the Embu like this. After all, the Hyaga clan is not a small family. If they get serious, I'm afraid it will cause some trouble. The third Hokage lit a cigarette irritably and took 2 deep puffs. The Hyaga clan is a little greedy, and it is only right to give them a warning. I believe Tsunade will not do anything reckless. Anyway, the Hyuga clan has been offended badly, so it would be good to let Tsunade give them a beating. The third Hokage doesn't mind the Hyuga clan taking a setback. As for those cowards of the Hyuga clan, they will only behave themselves when they fail. You guys, take care of it yourself. Having said this, the third Hokage waved his hand at the two of them, indicating that they could leave. Stop bothering yourself about it. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and came to the Hokage's office not to help the Hyuga clan fight for justice, but because they were worried that they and the families behind them would become the second Hyuga clan. Both of them hoped that the third Hokage would impose some restrictions on the Anbu. The privilege of arresting people without approval is really terrifying. I didn't feel it before, but now when I think back on it, it feels a bit like a death sentence. No one wants to be found by the Anbu without any reason. Even if they themselves are not afraid, what about the families behind them? The Anbu asks you to go for an investigation, do you dare not go? Walking out of the Hokage's office building, Mito Kato Yen sighed helplessly. Xiao Chen, the previous compensation was too much of a loss. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Yutain Koharu was a little unconvinced. It seems that it is not your right to chop it down, so you don't have to be in a hurry, right? Well, let's just leave it at that. Hiruzen will not place any restrictions on the Anbu until the war is over. The village needs stability. Maitaman Yen shook his head and said, although Tsunade is domineering, she is also a reasonable person. If we don't take the initiative to provoke her, she will not take the initiative to cause trouble to us. Xiao Chen. Chapter 98 Maitaman Yen, it's none of my business, stand aside. Stopping in his tracks, Mizuto Manan turned around and stared at her. I hope you can control your temper before the war is over. Tsunade is not our enemy. What about Hinata Shizuka? Being accused of having a bad temper, Koharu Yutain's face gradually turned ugly. You also voted in favor of the core secrets regarding puppets and puppet making. So what? Maitaman Yen said nonchalantly. Hiruzen is more anxious than us. If Hinata Shizuchi is really unwilling to hand over the puppet and the core secrets of the puppet, I think Hiruzen will take the initiative to persuade Tsunade to allow the cooperation to continue. Since we can't control the core secrets of the puppet, can we cooperate to make the puppet? As I said, everything is for the village. Why not take a step back? You are so good, Mizuto Minion. You usually look the most upright, but I didn't expect that you are the one with the darkest heart. But are you willing? So what if you don't give in? Maitaman N shook his head slightly. Hinata Shizuka is unwilling to hand over the things, Tsunade is unwilling to cooperate. Can we still kill them and take the things away? Do not be silly, Hinata Shizuka. You can covet his things, or even set a trap to steal them, but you cannot touch him as a person, otherwise no one can bear the consequences. We should keep a low profile recently to avoid Tsunade targeting us. As for the puppet matter, let Hiruzen figure it out. After all, he is the Hokage, isn't he? Looking at Mito Kato and's receding back, Yutain Koharu really wanted to spit at him, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage. Even if he gets what he wants, the two of them can only follow suit and get some soup. The one who is in charge of everything is still the third Hokage. In that case, why bother to stand in the front and attract fire? Tsunade has already taken action against the Hyuga clan. If she continues to force them, who knows who will target them? So there is nothing wrong with leaving the mess to the third Hokage. That night, several elders of the Hyuga clan were released, but those who were released were elders from branch families. As for the elders of the main family, they were kept as guests of the Anbu by Tsunade. Ha ha ha. Jing couldn't help laughing, holding the scroll sent by Tsunade in her hand. This is too funny. While the clan leader was away, they took the elders to the Anbu and locked them in an interrogation room, then forced the clan leader back to the village. I have to say that Tsunade did a great job. Let me see it. Let me see it quickly. Jiraiya, who was lying beside her, felt itchy in his heart. He was eager to know what was written in the scroll that could make Shizuka smile like this. Look, what the hell? Jingai slapped his hand away angrily. There are so many beds but you have to squeeze into mine. Why is it that it's more comfortable to lie in my lounge? Hey hey hey. In response to Jingai's questioning, Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Heitake Sakumo, who was sitting next to him, coughed and turned around. After lying on the beds in the medical room for a while, the two hit it off, and while Jingai was in the operating room, they moved the bed and stayed in Jingai's lounge. My senior and I are here to relieve the pressure on the beds in the medical room. Heitake Sakumo is thin-skinned, but Jiraiya doesn't care about that and still keeps smiling even when being scolded. Stop it. Jingai didn't believe his nonsense. If you just came over, I would believe it, but you moved all the beds away. How could this be convincing? When Jingai came out of the operating room and came back to rest, everyone was stunned. There were actually 2 more beds in the not-so-big restroom. Jiraiya and Heitake Sakumo were lying on one side, and a path was considerately left for them. Tell me why you came to me. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll have you moved back. Jingai had no interest in living with two grown men, especially Jiraiya, such a show-off. Living with him would be a sin. Okay. Jiraiya said helplessly, those medical ladies are too enthusiastic. My senior and I can't handle it. Heitake Sakumo covered his face in pain. Why did he believe Jiraiya's lies? Haha, it's up to you whether I believe it or not. I believe that Heitake Sakumo is popular and the ladies are very enthusiastic about him. As for you, Jiraiya, it's already a face-saving thing for you not to be treated as a pervert. Still popular. I have no idea what's going on. Kicking the bed, Jingai said unhappily, come on, stop talking about this. I believe that Senior Sakumo can't handle it. As for you, Jiraiya, I think you're jealous, so you dragged Senior out with you. Don't say I don't give you face. I don't like to be crowded with grown men. You two move the beds outside. While you are recovering, you will be allowed to eat some meals with me. This is the bottom line, don't bargain. Interrupting Jiraiya, who was about to raise his hand to defend himself, Shizue motioned for him to get up quickly and move the bed out. The restroom was not big to begin with, and was furnished with a wooden bed, a table and chairs. Now with two more beds, it was almost turning into a big bunk bed. No problem. Jiraiya jumped up from the bed and happily moved the bed outside. While moving it, he said to Heitake Sakumo, Senior, I'm right, Jingai will definitely not send us back. At most, he will kick us out of the restroom. Don't talk to me, I don't know anything. Heitake Sakumo was moving things silently. After moving the bed outside, the two ran back to the restroom. Heitake Sakumo sat on a chair and drank tea, while Jiraiya took out paper and pen and began to study his book again. Jingai sat on the bed and looked at Heitake Sakumo, who looked worried. Since returning to the camp for treatment, Heitake Sakumo has been in this state, and he seems to have taken the responsibility for the destruction of the elite troops. He believed that it was his own command errors that led to the demise of this elite force on the battlefield. Jiraiya saw that he was unhappy, so he shamelessly dragged him to Jingai's place. Not to mention coming here, they even moved the bed over here. What the hell is this, Senior? Heitake Sakumo raised his head and gave an unnatural smile. Jiraiya put down the pen in his hand and scratched his head vigorously. He didn't know how to enlighten Heitake Sakumo. He had tried many times while in the ward, but the results were not good. Jingai organized her words and said, responsibility is something you can't escape, but those companions who sacrificed their lives probably don't want to see the seniors getting stuck in a rut over this matter. I am not shirking my responsibilities. Heitake Sakumo sighed. It is precisely because he did not choose to evade responsibility that he feels so guilty. No, you do. Chapter 99. Do you want to try the magic of Wetbone Forest? No, you do. Jingai stared into his eyes. Am I shirking my responsibility? Have it? Heitake Sakumo was stunned, and Jiraiya was a little confused. Senior, there is no war without death. From the day we become ninjas, we need to accept this reality. Jingai raised his hand and patted Heitake Sakumo's shoulder. It's useless to dwell on this. If you feel that you are wrong and the responsibility for the destruction of the elite troops lies with you, then you must cheer up, rest and recuperate. When you are healed, kill all the people in the Uegakure without a single survivor. Our companions have been sacrificed, so we can't let the culprit live on peacefully, right? Yes, Jingai said it well. Jiraiya clapped his hands vigorously and started to joke. Senior, you have to think about it. If we die accidentally, how will we face our dead companions and teammates after we reach the Pure Land? We didn't even help them get revenge. That's right to say. Jingai couldn't help it and slapped Jiraiya. If you can't speak, just shut up. I'll try to cheer up. Heitake Sakumo smiled, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. I tried my best. You can handle this kind of thing on your own in the future and don't involve me. Jingai gave Jiraiya a look that said I have tried my best. Heitake Sakumo is the kind of person who likes to get stuck in a rut. For such a person, persuasion can have little effect, and whether he can get out of it depends on himself. Jingai was helpless, and Jiraiya was even more helpless. After lying together in the medical room for so long, his relationship with Heitake Sakumo quickly became closer. It was out of concern as a friend that he hoped Heitake Sakumo could come out of it. Unfortunately, some things cannot be influenced by external forces. Once some people get stuck in a dead end, let alone persuasion, they may not be able to get out even if they break the dead end themselves. Heitake Sakumo is such a person, and so is his son Heitake Kakashi. Fortunately, Kakashi Heitake is luckier than his father. He has the company of his teammates and the care of his teacher. What's funny is that no matter how hard the little yellow-haired boy tried, he couldn't get Kakashi out of his dilemma. Instead, it was Naruto and Sasuke who did it. Jingai, have you signed a spiritual contract with the slug immortal? Jiraiya came close to Shizuka and kept asking about this matter. Jingai replied, with my relationship with Tsunade and my identity as a medical ninja, it is normal for me to sign a contract with the slug sage. Are you planning to abandon the toads of Mayaboka Mountain and move to the Wetbone Forest? How can it be? Jiraiya's voice suddenly rose high. There were slight footsteps at the door, and Orochimaru appeared at the door of the lounge. Walking into the lounge, Orochimaru nodded to Heitake Sakamo with a smile, greeted him, and sat down next to Shizuka. Jiraiya seemed not to notice Orochimaru, and continued to talk to himself. The Toad Sage of Mayaboka Mountain is very kind to me, and he also let me learn fairy arts. The biggest turning point for Jiraiya was that he gained the recognition of the toads at Mayaboka Mountain. He was originally the last among the three ninjas, but his strength gradually surpassed Tsunade and Orochimaru, and he became stronger and stronger as he grew older. Immortal magic? Orochimaru asked curiously, have you learned it? Jiraiya said frustratedly, this is a bit difficult, but I have been working hard. I just heard that the way of practicing fairy arts in the Wetbone Forest is quite special, so I want to ask Jingai. You can learn immortal arts in the three holy places of Wetbone Forest, Mayaboka Mountain, and Ryokai Cave. Tsunade tried it in the Wetbone Forest, but she had no talent. Jiraiya did have talent, but it was average. As for Orochimaru, he had never come across the fairy technique of the Ryokai Cave, because he knew very well that practicing immortal arts in Longdi Cave was very dangerous. Well enough. Jingai thought about the process of learning immortal arts and couldn't help but complain. The slug immortal said that I have good talent, but I personally don't like the feeling of being sticky and wet. Fortunately, the slugs are very powerful and can help me absorb the unstable natural energy. Is there such a good thing? Jiraiya's eyes widened. Orochimaru was also surprised. Heitake Sakamo was confused. What are you three talking about? Immortal magic? What is natural energy? When practicing the magic arts at Mayaboka Mountain, you need to smear a lot of disgusting toad oil on your body. It's even worse at Ryokai Cave, where you will be directly injected with snake venom. If you can succeed in practicing, it means you have talent, but if you fail, you will die. Is this a good thing? Jingai thought of some not-so-pleasant processes and her body shuddered subconsciously. He never wanted to experience that terrible feeling again in his life. Don't you think it counts? Jiraiya almost bit his cheek to pieces. Compared to smearing toad oil on his body, he would rather accept the slug lying on him, even though the slug is a mollusk and is covered with mucus. Jiraiya's reaction made Jingai laugh. Since you are envious, why don't you just run to the Wetbone Forest? I can introduce you to the slug sage. By the way, the slug sage can detect whether a person has the talent to learn fairy arts. Really? Jiraiya was inexplicably moved. Even Orochimaru wanted to give it a try. He was indeed envious of the magic techniques, but he did not dare to try the magic techniques of the Ryokai Cave easily. The slug fairy in the Wetbone Forest and the toad in Mayaboka Mountain will teach you the magic seriously and protect you all the way, but the snake in the Ryokai Cave, let alone taking care of you, will just swallow you up if it doesn't like you. Immortal magic? What a useless magic you're learning. You're just a snack to me. Of course, you wait a moment. By the way, senior, you come too. There was a smirk in Jingai's eyes. How can I bear such a terrible feeling alone? It would be more fun if I could get more people involved. Jingai bit her finger, quickly formed a seal, and pressed her palm on the ground. Pfft. As a puff of white smoke came out, a small slug appeared on the ground. Master Jingai, are you looking for me? The little slug split from the slug fairy, so its voice is as beautiful as the slug fairy. I want to bring some friends to see the slug immortal. Please take us there. Okay, Master Jing. The little slug disappeared into the restroom. Shizuichi motioned Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Heitake Sakamo to come over. After the three of them came over, Shizuichi put his hand on them. With a terrifying tug of war, the four disappeared into the lounge. Arrived at the Wetbone Forest. Ouch. After a dizzying moment, they entered the Wetbone Forest. Before Jiraiya had time to look around, he fell. Chapter 100. The truth is sometimes more hurtful than a lie. Because the ground was covered with wet mucus, Jiraiya fell down, but Orochimaru and Heitake Sakamo stood firmly. Seeing the huge slug sage, Orochimaru was mentally prepared, but Heitake Sakamo had a dazed look in his eyes. He had seen many summoning beasts, but this was the first time he had seen one this big. Hello, slug fairy. Jingai raised his hand and greeted the slug immortal. Hello, Xiao Jingai. The slug immortal's huge head lowered slightly, and the light around it dimmed, as if something was blocking the sky. It's so big, even bigger than the toads in Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya gestured subconsciously. There were many huge toads in Mount Mayaboku, but those toads were nothing compared to the slug sage. Orochimaru felt the same way. The The snake in Longdi Cave is just a slightly larger snake in front of the slug immortal. After saying hello, Jing'ai explained his purpose. Slug immortal, I would like you to help test them to see if they have the talent to learn immortal arts. The testing process can take a little longer. Is there such a strange request? The upright slug sage thought that this was a request made by Orochimaru and others themselves. The testing process takes a little longer? Jiraiya and Heitake Sakumo didn't react. Orochimaru's face changed. He felt that something bad was going to happen. The next second, the huge slug immortal lowered its head and swallowed the three people in one gulp. Jing'ai had enjoyed this treatment before, so the three of them followed suit and tried it, and the time was even extended a lot. After all, this was a special request from the guests. As a slug fairy, it doesn't know how to refuse others, so it can only meet the guests' requests. A little longer. Ha ha ha. Watching the three people being swallowed by the slug immortal, Jingyi couldn't help laughing. She held her stomach and laughed until she was out of breath. After a while, the slug immortal opened his mouth and spit out the three people. The three people, covered in mucus, slid along the ground like yo-yos, and only stopped when they hit a big tree. Cough cough. The three people who stopped quickly got up, bent over and coughed, and a lot of mucus was sucked into their mouths. This can cause a suffocating sensation, and the mucus also has a peculiar smell that can make one feel nauseous and want to vomit. Ahem, Jing'ai, you are so mean, ahem. It makes me so uncomfortable, I will never try it again. Jiraiya almost vomited out the jaundice water, and Heitake Sakumo was not hurt either. However, Orochimaru was more patient and recovered after coughing for a while. Ha ha ha, isn't it interesting? Go away, I won't believe you anymore. Jiraiya coughed so much that tears came out. Oh my god, what kind of weird detection method is this? Even the toads in Mayaboka Mountain are not so excessive. The slug sage looked at Heitake Sakumo and said regretfully, I'm sorry, you don't have the talent to learn immortal arts. As for you, your talent is very average, I'm afraid you will learn immortal arts very slowly. Heitake Sakumo has no talent. Jiraiya has average talent, so the process of learning immortal arts is destined to be long, arduous, and dangerous. As for you, the slug sage looked down at Orochimaru and recalled, I once smelled your scent on Tsunade-chan. You also have the scent of Ryukadon on you. Orochimaru spoke the truth. I signed a spiritual contract with the 10,000 snakes of Longdi Cave. I see. The slug immortal continued, you have a good talent. I think the magic of Longdi Cave should be suitable for you. I have good talent? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then asked, then can I learn the fairy technique of the wet bone forest? Terribly sorry. Slug Sage shook his head and rejected Orochimaru. The three holy places have an agreement that those who sign the contract with each other cannot go to other holy places to learn immortal arts. If you want to learn immortal arts, you can only go to the big white snake. As for you, you'd better learn from the toad of Mayaboka Mountain. The magic of Mayaboka Mountain is very suitable for you. Okay. Jiraiya was not feeling disappointed. After all, he was quite satisfied with Mount Mayaboku. The toads in Mount Mayaboku were very nice to him. Apart from liking to feed him insect feasts, everything else was pretty good. Heitake Sakumo helplessly cleaned the mucus off his body. 4 people came over, 3 of them had the talent to learn fairy arts, but he didn't. This made Heitake Sakumo, who grew up being called a genius, feel uncomfortable. Can't we make an exception? Although Mandrake was of great help to Orochimaru, Mandrake was too stubborn. In comparison, Orochimaru wanted to learn some safe and reliable fairy techniques. Compared to the Dragonland Cave, the magic arts in the wet bone forest are safer to learn. You can, but it's not worth it. The slug immortal shook his head and said, you and Longdodong are more suitable, and I don't like the smell of you. The bosses of the 3 holy places are all old monsters who have lived for who knows how many years. They can easily see through the quality of a person. Orochimaru is a person with a lot of problems and major character flaws. This is something the slug immortal doesn't like. Orochimaru's face gradually became gloomy. He could accept the slug sage's rejection of him, but what the other party said was too straightforward. Cough cough. Jing'ai helped explain, the slug immortal has a straightforward personality and speaks in this way. He doesn't hide anything and will say whatever is on his mind. Ah. Orochimaru nodded, accepting this statement. Unfortunately, the truth is often more hurtful than lies. He, arrogant Orochimaru, you should just go to Ryukai Cave and learn fairy arts. The snakes in Ryukai Cave must like you very much because you also like to play with snakes. Jiraiya would never miss a chance to laugh at Orochimaru. Slug immortal, please send us back. Jing'ai made this request decisively, because Orochimaru could no longer hold back and was about to take action. Normally, Orochimaru would not take Jiraiya's provocation and ridicule seriously, but at this time, he had just been rejected twice by the slug sage, and the slug sage also bluntly said that he did not like Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru was at the critical point of explosion. Even Jiraiya jumped out to laugh at him, and it was hard for Orochimaru not to take action. Alas, as a human being, you need to keep a brighter shield. Bump. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, the four disappeared into the wet bone forest and returned to the camp. After returning to the restroom, he quietly threw the three people out.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.